Косе 30 лет.
Да вы что? Получается, мы с Косе ровесники.
Правда?
Да.
Вот это совпадение.
What a coincidence. So what is Kazakhstani stock market? So stock market is a large IT company. So we use the most modern technology. And we have Miss Alina Utimisovna, member of the board. So we've got more than 1,000 instruments, 250 emittents, including the foreign ones.
2003 года официально была создана Казахская межбанковская валютная биржа. Эта дата вошла в историю финансовой системы Казахстана как день рождения КАСЕ.
Был зафиксирован курс 4,68, если не ошибаюсь, тенге за $1.
Тогда еще не было торговой системы, не было даже много компьютеров. Торги проходили методом фиксинга.
Важно понимать, что Казахстанская фондовая биржа – это центр финансовой инфраструктуры рынка.
Мы, как биржа, просто предложили автоматизированную платформу торговли деньгами под залог государственных ценных бумаг. Позднее развили рынок репо под залог уже наиболее ликвидных корпоративных облигаций.
Новая пенсионная реформа заработала. С Казахстанской фондовой биржи начался новый этап.
Давали основу для развития фондового рынка.
КАСЕ вообще, в отличие от многих фондовых бирж, где-то пошла своим путем.
Рынок вырос в 70 раз.
Период был, конечно, очень такой напряженный.
Тогда еще не было таких прецедентов ни в России, нигде. Инфраструктура биржи весьма совершенна.
КАСЕ – это поистине народный бренд.
Казахстанская фондовая биржа, как системно значимая инфраструктурная организация, сыграла очень важную роль.
Наверное, вот сегодня IT, такой, так скажем, секси-рынок, да, вот тогда это был рынок ценных бумаг. Все это только-только бумило. Это очень важно, чтобы мы не сломали.
Наше партнерство, оно не было бы возможно, если бы не поддержка на самом высоком уровне регуляторов наших двух стран.
Классная вещь.
Сердце биржи – это ее электронная торговая система, то есть покупка-продажа шла бы за цифровую валюту, CBDC, например.
Биржа и Джусан Инвест – это единомышленники.
Мы команда, которая стремится держать высокие социальные стандарты, высокие экологические стандарты и высокие стандарты корпоративного управления.
КАСЕ сделала огромный прогресс за последние 30 лет.
Дальнейшее развитие фондового рынка, оно базируется на глобальных процессах цифровизации.
Мы одна из крупнейших бирж на пространстве СНГ. Мы предоставляем прямой доступ для иностранных инвесторов. Они могут стать нашими членами и торговать различными классами активов. Успех биржи – то, что сегодня мы отмечаем 30-летие крупным, успешным, прибыльным бизнесом. Это успех нашего финансового сектора и наших партнеров. Развитие нашей биржи, нашего рынка – это развитие Казахстана. У Казахстана большие перспективы. Все для наших клиентов.
Спасибо. Доброе утро всем. Доброе утро, уважаемые дамы и господа. От лица Казахстанской фондовой биржи позвольте приветствовать вас на Международном биржевом форуме «Роль биржи в трансформации финансовых рынков», который организован Казахстанской фондовой биржей при поддержке Национального банка, Агентства по регулированию и развитию финансового рынка, Ассоциации финансистов Казахстана в рамках 11-го Конгресса финансистов. Форум приурочен к юбилейным датам, которые мы отмечаем в эти дни. 30-летие введения национальной валюты, 30-летие Казахстанской фондовой биржи. Проведение биржевого форума в рамках Конгресса финансистов стало доброй традицией, отражает актуальные вопросы развития фондового рынка. Форум выступает отличной диалоговой площадкой экспертов биржевого рынка, эмитентов, инвесторов, IT-компаний, которые работают на рынке. Позвольте отдельно поприветствовать гостей форума из дальнего и ближнего зарубежья, руководителей государственных структур, национальных компаний и институтов развития, представителей частного бизнеса, наших финансовых организаций. На форуме выступят международные эксперты, которые сегодня поделятся своим опытом и взглядом на тенденции развития рынков капитала. Сегодня на форуме мы обсудим мировые тренды развития финансовых рынков, регуляторные изменения, их влияние на бизнес-среду, вызовы и возможности для развивающихся рынков, по повышению ликвидности, созданию привлекательных условий для локальных и иностранных инвесторов, революционное влияние цифровых технологий на ландшафт рынка финансовых продуктов и услуг, критическую роль финансового рынка в реализации глобальной ESG-повестки. В рамках форума состоится традиционная церемония награждения финансовых организаций, экспертов и специалистов финансового сектора, которые внесли существенный вклад в развитие рынков капитала Казахстана за последние 30 лет. Также будут объявлены победители конкурсов розничных инвесторов, биржевого симулятора, который мы проводим для студентов, и которая стала тоже нашей традицией проводить ежегодно. Хотим отдельно отметить наших генеральных спонсоров Народный банк Казахстана и Freedom Finance, официальных спонсоров BCC Invest, NGDM Finance, Forte Bank, спонсоров Citibank Казахстан и Астана Инвест. Желаю участникам форума плодотворной работы и дискуссии. В рамках приветственного слова мы получили поздравления от акима города Алматы Досаева Ербулата Аскарбековича, который занимал должность председателя Национального банка в период с февраля 2019 года по январь 2022 года. Уважаемый коллектив Казахстанской фондовой биржи КАСЕ, от всей души поздравляю вас с 30-летним юбилеем Казахстанской фондовой биржи. История КАСЕ, получившая начало в 1993 году, совпадает с введением вхождения национальной валюты страны – тенге. КАСЕ с момента своего создания прошла через множество сложных периодов становления и стала фундаментальной торговой площадкой, обеспечивающей фондовые, валютные и денежные рынки Казахстана. В наши дни КАСЕ – это не просто биржа, это коллектив высококвалифицированных специалистов, которые установили взаимное доверие и полное взаимопонимание с постоянными потребителями, сконцентрировавших на рынке ценных бумаг настоящих профессионалов, отличающихся уникальными знаниями. Развивая свою деятельность в соответствии с мировыми тенденциями, КАСЕ добилась значительных успехов в повышении эффективности фондового рынка Казахстана, достигла настоящих высот на пути укрепления национальной валюты и финансовой независимости страны. Поздравляю с юбилеем биржи, желаю всему коллективу профессионалов творческих успехов и новых свершений, благополучия вашим семьям. С уважением, аким города Алматы Ербулат Досаев. Слово для приветственной речи предоставляется Сулейменову Тимуру Муратовичу, председателю Национального банка Республики Казахстан.
Спасибо. Большое спасибо, Али Аминовна Тимисовна. Большая роль играет именно наша финансовая сфера. Это форум посвящен нашему финансовому рынку. На сегодняшний день мы будем именно не только анализировать нашу финансовую систему, мы будем говорить и о перспективах развития финансового рынка.
Как и для коллег из Национального банка, быть здесь – это действительно волнительный момент. 30 лет одному из ключевых элементов финансовой инфраструктуры всей нашей страны. И биржа – это не просто площадка для торгов, она служит мощным двигателем привлечения инвестиций, обеспечения финансовой устойчивости, играет значимую роль на валютном рынке. Сегодняшний форум – это прекрасная возможность взглянуть на биржу и как на инфраструктуру, и как на успешную компанию. То, что она успешная, об этом, наверное, знает большинство присутствующих. Алина Утемисовна об этом еще расскажет. Путь развития биржи – это не только численные показатели, количественные показатели, но это история стремления к лучшим мировым стандартам корпоративного управления. И именно они являются краеугольным камнем доверия и, соответственно, устойчивости долгосрочного роста. Национальный банк гордится партнерством с Казахстанской фондовой биржей. Мы поддерживаем ее усилия в формировании финансовой инфраструктуры, которая способствует инновациям и дальнейшему развитию. Говоря о развитии финансового рынка страны, следует отметить важность повышения привлекательности рынка ГЦБ. Амбициозный проект по включению Казахстана в глобальный рынок ценных бумаг JP Morgan является нашей главной верхнеуровневой целью. В настоящий момент мы находимся на так называемом радаре. Для следующего этапа, безусловно, нужен качественный прорыв. Прорыв от всех вовлеченных, всех акторов, и Министерства финансов, и Национального банка, самой биржи и других игроков. В первую очередь нужно совершенствовать стратегию управления государственным долгом, более активно использовать международные подходы и инновации. Включение в индекс позволит нам привлечь новых инвесторов, снизить стоимость заимствования как для государства, так и для экономики в целом. Важно и повышение ликвидности рынка ценных бумаг. Поэтому постепенно мы будем внедрять институт первичных дилеров, который основывается на лучших мировых практиках. Это, в свою очередь, будет накладывать определенные обязательства, но вкупе с какими-то привилегиями. Национальный банк для повышения конкуренции на фондовом рынке и потенциала, соответственно, биржи и других финансовых игроков поэтапно передает активы фондов, которые сейчас находятся в нашем собственном управлении. Мы передаем их в конкурентную среду. Мы также отдельное внимание уделяем развитию расчетной инфраструктуры. Одним из важнейших вопросов, которые будут определять ближайшее будущее биржевых площадок, это объединение потенциала, хочу подчеркнуть, биржевых площадок. Как вы знаете, глава государства в своем послании сказал об этом, поэтому нам необходимо взять курс на синергию двух биржевых площадок с целью увеличения емкости, дальнейшего развития внутреннего рынка, исключения раздробленности и распыления ликвидности. Я считаю, что, и пользуясь случаем, что мы должны подходить здесь абсолютно рыночно, не должно быть каких-то административных подходов, делания чего-то вопреки тому, что хочет рынок. Поэтому со стороны Национального банка хотел бы заверить всех причастных, что мы будем вырабатывать современный, конструктивный, абсолютно рыночный инструмент, который не позволит тем объективно значимым достижениям КАСЕ уйти на задний план. Это наше точное обещание и позиция. В целом, хотел бы еще раз поздравить руководство, коллектив КАСЕ с этой значимой датой, 30-летием, пожелать вам успехов, пожелать вам непрерывного и поэтапного совершенствования деятельности биржи. Большое спасибо за вашу работу. Көптен-көп рахмет.
Большое спасибо.
Спасибо, Тимур Муратович. Слово для приветственной речи предоставляется Абылкасымовой Мадине Ерасыловне, председателю Агентства Республики Казахстан по регулированию и развитию финансового рынка.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые гости форума. Я рада приветствовать вас на Международном биржевом форуме. Для нас большая честь приветствовать таких выдающихся гостей, которые отмечают вместе с нами 30-летие нашей казахстанской фондовой биржи. Этот важный юбилей, который отмечает не только собственные достижения фондовой биржи, но в целом это определенное подведение итогов развития нашего фондового рынка, его вклада в экономический рост Казахстана. Хочу выразить благодарность всем участникам форума, и также хотелось бы вспомнить заслуги тех людей, которые стояли у истоков фондовой биржи, формировали ее долгосрочную политику. Это Дусен Шендаулетов, Зинулла Халидолович Какимжанов, Дамир Булатович Карасаев, Кадыржан Кабдошевич Дамитов, Азамат Мирзаданович Жолдасбеков. Вклад этих людей в формирование инфраструктуры финансового рынка неоценим. За прошедшие 3 десятилетия КАСЕ прошла эволюцию от валютной площадки до универсальной многофункциональной биржи, которая предоставляет возможность торговли практически всеми видами финансовых инструментов. Сегодня это полный спектр услуг, включая процедуры листинга, трейдинга, посттрейдинговые услуги, формирования индексов, распространения рыночных данных. Сотни компаний различных размеров, форм собственности, отраслей получили финансирование на КАСЕ. Тысячи розничных институциональных инвесторов используют инструменты КАСЕ для управления ликвидностью и реализации своих инвестиционных стратегий. Слаженность команды КАСЕ способствовала реализации множества проектов, формированию прочной основы для новых направлений развития казахстанского фондового рынка. В 2022 году КАСЕ была признана лучшей фондовой биржей Центральной Азии по версии международного бизнес-журнала Capital Finance International. Сегодня КАСЕ является самой крупной биржей в регионе по объему торгов, размеру капитализации. По итогам 3-го квартала текущего года объем торгов финансовыми инструментами достиг рекордных 283 триллионов тенге, что эквивалентно 597 миллиардам долларов США. Капитализация рынка акций КАСЕ составляет 27 триллионов тенге или 57 миллиардов долларов США. Объем рынка долгового финансирования оценивается в 13,8 триллионов тенге, что составляет 29 миллиардов долларов США. Для повышения роли фондового рынка в экономическом росте страны были приняты совместные усилия со стороны Национального банка, агентства, фондовой биржи, Центрального депозитария ценных бумаг. Проведена полная модернизация торговой и расчетно-клиринговой системы КАСЕ. На ее базе внедрен центральный контрагент на фондовом, валютном, денежных рынках, а также на рынке деривативов. Существенно расширен функционал центрального депозитария. Сегодня центральный депозитарий представляет собой региональный учетно-расчетный хаб с полным спектром депозитных и банковских услуг. Для обеспечения высокого уровня интеграции фондового рынка Казахстана в экосистему глобальных рынков капитала Центральный депозитарий установил крепкие корреспондентские междепозитарные связи с ведущими глобальными депозитариями и кастодианами. Сегодня, согласно оценке MSCI FTSE 2022 года, инфраструктура казахстанского фондового рынка полностью соответствует качественным критериям категории Emerging Markets.
Successfully 36 principles of IOSCA, and thus we would like to make sure that we have an effective and transparent market. And second of all, we are working on stimulating the retail demand on financial market, and while attracting retail investors and the second-tier banks which have broker license, we made the decisions to provide the whole range of brokerage services, and that has allowed us to improve the access of our population to financial services. Also, by 2021, we also studied the possibility to give the possibility for private company to manage pension savings, and we also improved the range of available instruments, and we've got the new instruments such as private bonds, investing bonds, and bonds with no expiration date, and many other ESG instruments. And the following year, we will create conditions so that Kazakhstani companies will be able to participate and to be a part of ETF investing. And one of the most important trends of financial market is digitalization. We also made the decision, and we also made the decision to allow brokerage firms to sign documents online. And while following this global UN agenda, many efforts of the regulators were aimed at introducing the sustainable development principles of financial markets. And we also made the decisions to come up with the instruments that are associated with the green development. And we're also working hard on applying ESG principles. We have many partners such as international financial organizations, and we would like to encourage our Kazakhstani organizations to disclose important ESG information. We also work on managing ecological and social risk in other financial organizations. And KASE is one of the major contributors of this development. We introduced the requirement to disclose ESG information, and we also have the specialized platform to make sure that we're able to issue sustainable bonds. And we have had more than 14 issues of ESG obligations, and the total amount is 198 billion tenge, and the attracted funds were aimed at developing green and social projects, and these efforts were highlighted and were acknowledged by international community. In 2020, KASE was acknowledged as the best platform for green financial instruments. And at the end, please allow me to congratulate one more time the KASE teams and many other participants with this important date, and we would like to celebrate your contribution into developing financial market of Kazakhstan. I wish you all a great deal of success, and please make sure that you stay at this high level that we have already reached. So many thanks. Thank you, Madina Yarosilovna. I would like to give the floor to the member of the board of the representatives of the Samruk-Kazana Foundation, Mr. Nurlan Zhakupov. And dear participants of the forum, and I would like to congratulate you with the 30th anniversary of KASE. And first of all, I would like to congratulate and I would like to thank organizers of this event. I would like to congratulate colleagues from KASE, from national banks, from the Agency on Financial Regulations and the Association of Financiers for organizing this event. And this year, KASE is celebrating its 30th anniversary, and Foundation values the work that is done by KASE alongside with the regulators and alongside with the Agency on Financial Regulation in Kazakhstan. KASE has been our reliable partner for many years, and us, on our behalf, we come up with our own contributions. We organize IPO and SPO for major Kazakhstani companies on our trading platforms. And among successful deals, I would like to highlight the historic event. This was the IPO of KASE Munaygaz that was listed on KASE, and also recent deals with Kazakh this year.
So it became a precedented deal, listed $350 million with a volume of the portfolio for $400 million, a number of the applications, 130,000, 39% of which are the applications of our citizens. IPO became the first digital IPO due to digitalization of financial services, which was presented by the big commercial banks and the possibility to provide operations in their mobile applications. It became possible due to the solution of the Agency of Regulating Development of the Financial Market to allow banks to actually play the role of the markets as the full-scope brokers. Thanks, Madina Yaroslavna, for this. Within the framework of the IPO, SPO Kazakh, there were 350,000 applications, 350 million tenges. So by this, the demand was higher than the, which is the investment attraction of the company and the perspective for the Kazakh development with the new generating the capabilities and changes of which did happen in the regulatory media environment. So the share of the retail investors grew from 2 to 6%, and the share of the institutional investors from 2 to 4%. So the final volume of the stock was distributed the following way. So the retail investors, citizens of Kazakhstan, 67%, institutional investors, 32%, foreign citizens, 1%. And a couple of words about SPO of Kazakh. I think that it's a very important milestone. It's an evidence of the establishment of our stock market. I would like to say that SPO of Kazakh was organized in such a way that quasi-government sector and public sector did not participate. It's fully retail and the private institutional investors. That tells us that we reached a new trajectory of development, and we will not stop with that. At that, we will provide all sorts of support to the development of our stock market together with our regulators. By means of listing, big companies, they become transparent for the public, which is the improvement of the corporate management under the attention of the stock market, and it requires monitoring of the function of each element of the corporate management. Creating the effective systems of the corporate management starts prior to the IPO, and the key importance is to support high standards after the IPO implementation. We plan to develop our cooperation with the goals of the improvement of the national capital market. We expect more deals on as we hope. Thank you very much. We wish you best work to the forum participants. Thank you, Nurlan Kashiganovich. And so the floor for the address is given to Bakhmutova Elena Vladimirovna, the chair of the Council of Association of the Financial Experts of Kazakhstan. A good day, dear participants of the forum. On behalf of the Association of Financial Experts of Kazakhstan, I would like to congratulate KASE team with the 30 years anniversary of Kazakhstani Stock Exchange. Was created on the November 17th in 1993 as interbank currency exchange, and which now became the main infrastructure organization at the currency and the stock market, which provides the full scope of the exchange services. During 30 years of the existence of this market, there were a lot of rise and falls. infrastructure changed and the participants and instruments did change too. So, but we hope that at its 50th anniversary, Kazakhstani Stock Exchange will also stay as a key player of the market, supporting and introducing innovations and high standards of operation and the international experience. Participation of international experience representatives of the foreign stock exchanges in the plenary sessions of this forum will allow us to discuss the general trends of development of capital markets and strengthen our cooperation. The further expansion of the international cooperation is important for foreign investments too, who are present in our market in the sector of the national securities and corporate instruments with a share which is higher than 30%. Yesterday at the Financial Congress, we discussed how architecture of financial market changes in the world and in our country, and financial sector is a driver of innovation, which introduced new financial and technological solutions to Kazakhstan. So now we can witness the transformation of the financial market and traditional banks' transformation and the insurance companies, professional participants of the security markets and financial IT companies and ecosystems. Financial services and investments has been integrated in the everyday life of people and companies, which allow us to receive services and make operations which are simple and real-time. And the development of the artificial intellect simplifies the fast and the precise analysis and the prognosis of the financial markets. Based on the transactions and the behaviors of clients, artificial intellect can provide the optimal strategies and investment solutions. With that said, optimal distribution of the assets in portfolio to reach financial goals. It's definitely a challenge for both infrastructural organizations, including stock exchanges. Their important goal becomes to the feedback processing, of the data involving artificial intellect and other innovation instruments, which from one side allows to support new product development of the financial market participants and clients, and in real time to define a potential and manage potential risks. Kazakhstani market has expanded local investors' numbers, both institutional and retail ones. It's important to mention that the retail investors reach 20% out of the employed population. The significant growth of the retail investors in Kazakhstan is defined by the development of technologies and the channels for interaction between the professional participants of the specialties market. To support the stock exchange market, it's important, demand and new emittents, new issuers interested for investment instruments. So with that regard, we have great expectations in terms of the plans for the IPO of the quasi-governmental blue coupons and creating conditions for mid-sized and big companies with a good potential for growth. 2023 was successful. During 9 months, KASE index is twice higher than S&P at 26.9% against 11.7%. Dynamics of the exchange market will depend on the macroeconomic situation, stability of the country, and sustainable development. Sustainable, inclusive economic growth will primarily create the capabilities for development of the private business, new employment, and improve the well-being of Kazakhstani citizens. The active role of implementing this role will be played by financial sector, providing necessary resources, infrastructure, and opportunities. I would like to wish you interesting and discussions during this forum. Thank you. Thank you, Elena Leonidovna. The floor goes to Nandina Sukamar, CEO, World Federation Exchanges.
Thank you. And in starting, let me start by congratulating all of you in the room for a momentous moment at 30 years of KASE. I bring congratulations also not only from the WFE, but from our community of 250 market infrastructures around the world. KASE in Kazakhstan is a frontier market, classified as frontier. Many of our members around the world are also in similar markets. And all of us applaud you, Alina, and your wonderful team for the impact that you have had on your capital market. 30 years hand in hand with your currency, these are milestone moments for any exchange. What we have with KASE is really a demonstration of what, as an industry, we truly fundamentally believe in, and that is the power of the exchange to be that vital connecting point in society. The title of our day today is the role of the exchange in the transformation of markets. And I think with KASE, we really are seeing that in practice as well as in principle. If we look around the room, if we look at the projects, if we look at the development of the market that we have heard about so eloquently from the previous distinguished speakers. So really 30 years is a wonderful achievement, and we have no doubt at industry globally, given KASE's prominence, increasing prominence on the world and global stage, that we will have another 30 years of transformation led by KASE in this market and in the region around. I want to congratulate you again. You are, I think, as an exchange, I speak for you, Alina, as a CEO, and for your team, and for the exchange, you are a role model for many frontier markets around the world, leading through innovation, but leading also through an adherence to the fundamental foundational principles of what makes a stock exchange or an exchange so vital and so important, paying attention to projects on liquidity, on diversification of products so that the market has a pool of investable securities, thinking ahead to digitalization, to ESG. Every successful business and every successful exchange achieves greatness with a combination of addressing foundational principles and looking to the future as to what might be best to serve the market that they operate. Congratulations. We look forward to working with you on this journey for the next 30 years.
Dear speakers, I would like to thank you for your warm words and congratulating KASE and all our team, which makes a lot of effort together with the board members, financial organizations for development of our capital market. Now I would like to have a small award ceremony for the input into the capital market development. To lead the ceremony, I would like to ask Mr. Suleimanov to come forward. Due to the fact that our Astana participants will have to depart, we would like to Astana in a soon. We would like to award them. The award goes to Abulkasimova Madina Yarasilovna. Thank you, dear colleagues. It was just award ceremony short notice. The remaining awards will be at 2 p.m. and at 5 p.m. prior to our banquet. But now we will have one more video.
Да-да, вот та стрела.
So the time is like an arrow, just goes into the future. We are value, experience of the past. We strive forward for new horizons and opportunities. Each second for us is a new chance, a new solution, new success. With us, ideas turn to reality, and the becomes spectacular journey. Or your success is our goal. Stay with us in this spectacular journey. So thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to start our presentation. So Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, at the presentation called, the 30 years at the front line of the capital market development. We're seeing a high technological financial institution which preserves its space of the leader and the reliable infrastructure of the country. So Kazakhstan Stock Exchange went through this development road, with our partners and clients. So the global trend, that's the whole world. If we talk about the company, 30 years for KASE, it's a long, difficult journey from the exchange to the universal stock exchange, which has, the currency and the shares. So we started from just the whiteboards to the modern clearing systems, demystifying access, from pagers and fax machines into the real-time and operations. KASE is the participants of the sovereign country. So went through development and new factors of turbulence. KASE managed to demonstrate its stability, and we became very strong. Now it's a universal multifunctional platform. So we provide the possibility to trade all types of specialties, financial instruments in different currencies. We provide a full spectrum of services of the stock exchange and infrastructure, from listings, introducing into the clearing, up to the subscription in the online regime. So KASE, as the credit implementer of the credit policy of the National Bank, so investors have access to the modern systems, choosing from 1,500 of different financial instruments, different types of applications, and regimes of trade. Daily trade is 1.6 trillion tenges, 5,000 deals. So the service allows to big investors assures to adequately define the profile of the market, to evaluate the capabilities during the cutting of the deals. So all of this multiplied by liberalization of legislation and the growth of interest to the digital financial technologies made a foundation for new impulse in the development of the capital market. KASE is one of the few stock exchanges which is capable to actually have the primary IPOs, and so it can happen different regimes, central contra agents, or without it, by the through special trades, and from the beginning of the story. So is 13 trillion tenges through the shared, listings, 13 trillion tenges through different instruments, and 26 trillions to the state, specialties of the Ministry of Finance of Kazakhstan. I especially would like to highlight the last recent IPO. As Nurlan Karshaganovich had mentioned, important IPO of Kazakh for 330 billion, 89% went through KASE, Kazakh SPO for 18.7 million tenges, which was listed at the Kazakhstani Stock Exchange. We actively participate in ESG promotion. The principle of ESG is an integral part of our values and the corporate culture. In Kazakhstan, implementing of the sustainable development, introducing the criteria of ESG is one of the strategic goals, and so we promote, the agenda of ESG at the Kazakhstani stock market. For 8 years, we are members of UN initiative of the sustainable stock market. So, if initially we were popularizing principles of ESG, training, talking about sustainable development, but the recent years we're promoting the green, social, and other stable obligations, making it by means of creating infrastructure, introducing good practices, providing training, consultative events. So as a result of this work, we have 16 issues of such specialties. We are the front line. So Institute of Development, local, international, became the front line. It's the DAMU, Kazakh, a Bank of Development of Kazakhstan, international partners, ABER, IBRR, and EABA. So this, bonds, they fund different areas and different social projects. International financial organizations created another class of issuance, attracting investments of the national currency for supporting local business. We are thankful for your great work, which you did together with our Kazakhstani brokers. So we have the neutral carbon policy, taking into consideration the global environmental trends and emissions decrease within the climate change plan. So according to the experts of Kazakhstan, it's necessary by 2060 we have to $17 billion a year. And adhering to the carbon neutrality, so we have to reach the quotas, for the green gas. So we introduce voluntarily adherence to the green emissions. So this is the benchmark for the investors and Kazakhstani investors. We use the KASE index to an benchmark of the money market without the index, KTB index and other. So we have the blue coupons for IPOs of the local international capital, which is the front line of the financial sector. So of course it's important for us to distribute market information. The capital market for the specialties. We work with our international partners, Bloomberg, Refinitiv, Vienna Stock Exchange. Thanks to them, this information is provided to international capital markets. And thanks for your work. And we use the modern means like Telegram bots and analytical applications.
And KASE also offered an important financial institute, which is KCC, and central counterparties are important in order to promote deals on the market capital, in order to improve liquidity, and KCC played that role. And this is a subsidiary organization that was established in September, so we started transferring business to that subsidiary organization. So we started with the stock market, and in the future we plan to do so with the currency market. So we think that we will improve our work in improving the risk management operation, and also when it comes to offering our services to a wider range of counterparties. And if I were to talk about our IT department, so in this regard we promote both improvement of our own services, robotization, and we also use the new directions which are looked by other stock exchanges. So this is the so-called cloud solutions, the possibility of using the blockchain solutions, and today we are presenting one of those projects, and we also partner up with organizations that use artificial intelligence and robotics. And, what are our plans? If moving forward. So we have a whole range of plans. So we have the members of the board, and every 6 months we will be double checking our overall strategy. And even today we have several directions for which we must undertake certain actions. So this is a large work on improving financial efficiency. So this could be creating an academy of financial literacy. And second of all, this is all about using technology in order to follow the principle of one window. So while uniting several counterparties in order to improve processes for emittance of brokerage organizations. And the third of all, so this is a possibility to transfer T2 and T1, and we already started using modern technologies to undertake these transitions. And for sure, launching various ESG indexes and sustainable development plans that are related to sustainable development, and we will be discussing various issues that stock markets have to face, and we will be continuing this work. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your attention. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank you for this opening of this conference, and thank you for this possibility to present in front of you. So I would like to start our panel discussions, and therefore I would like to invite our speakers. So yeah, please join us at this very stage. And if it is possible, Maria Jamalovna Hadjieva, so she is the deputy of the agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Nadine Sukuman. So she's the incumbent director, and Umut Shayahmetova, chairperson of the management of the board, and Sarial Taylor, she's the main advisor for Bloomberg agency. All right, dear colleagues, so let's start our panel discussion. So as part of our panel discussion, and I also wanted to present Mr. Jan Sokontopoulos. He's a director of Finnish Stock Exchange. So many thanks for joining. So we will talk about regulating capital markets, worldwide trends, and which is the direction to which markets of capitals are heading. And this is digitalization as the new stage of developing of capital markets. And I would like to start with my questions. Maybe first and foremost, those are questions for Maria Jamalovna. She represents the agency on financial regulations, and they have high standards for market regulations that are aimed at maintaining the stability and make sure that people trust financial system. And last year we have adopted the strategy until the year 2030, and we would like to move from anti-crisis regulations towards the stable development, sustainable development. So please, Maria Jamalovna, could you tell us what are the obstacles that are in the way of improving the potential of stimulating the economic growth of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and what are the measures that are you taking? And hopefully your measures will lead to improved and to development of the capital markets. Good morning, dear Alina Utimisovna. Good morning, dear participants. Please allow me to greet you at this International Stock Exchange Forum, and we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstani Stock Exchange. It's a great age, so it's a great combination of youth, but at the same time, at this point, we're able to offer mature solutions. And so the anniversary of Kazakhstani Stock Exchange coincides almost perfectly with the introduction of national currency. So if I were to talk about Kazakhstani Stock Exchange today, so this is the indicator of economic growth, and this is indicator of the current state of the country. And these processes reflect the structure of the economy. And this is a good explanation, and this also correlates with the growth of GDP of the country. So number 49 of KASE, so KASE occupies 49th spot when it comes to capitalization, and the Republic of Kazakhstan occupies 43rd spot when it comes to GDP. So we see the digitalization of the country, and we see that the well-being of citizens is improving, and this is also reflected on the market. And we can take a look at the structure, and we can look at the participants of the stock exchange, and many participants are introducing various financial technologies, and liquidity has been also growing steadily. And during the last 4 years, digitalization of the country and digitalization of the stock market reached almost the level of the 95% if we take all the services that are provided by the stock exchange. And the capitalization of the stock market grew by almost 37%. And as of 1st November 2023, we are talking about 40.1 trillion tenge, and this is a huge amount, and we're talking about billions and billions of dollars of USD, and or 30% of GDP of Kazakhstan. And the number of retail investors has reached the level of 2.3 million persons, and the volume of the trading volume has reached the level of $19.2 billion USD. And alongside with positive processes, also stock market reflects all the challenges that are in the way of further development of the trading platform. First of all, due to the fact that the stock market, the stock exchange, is a long-term platform, therefore it is reacting, and there is a great deal of exposure when it comes to changing the prime interest rate, and therefore we realize that many investors prefer short-term investing solutions. And the second challenge is dependency on governmental subsidy programs, and for the most part those subsidies comes through the banking sector, and we see that there is this gap between primary interest rate in the country and the interest rate that is charged on the capital markets. And if we were to talk about relations between the various credits and government-issued obligations, and this gap was reduced by 350 basis points. And the third challenge is the slow pace of privatization in the various sectors of the economy and in the quasi-governmental sectors. And those companies dominate, and the private sector still prefers regular bank, obtaining financing from second-tier banks, and stock exchange requires the complete transparency and certain governance principles. And we still have this task in hand. It's important to have this stable investment base on the territory of Kazakhstan and everything that has to do with this. And given the importance of providing long-term financing for all the subjects of financial sector, and also enhancing the possibilities of investors of the Republic of Kazakhstan, our agency, alongside with the National Bank and with other participants of financial market, we have the wide range of measures in order to improve the situation. I'm not going to go deep into some unimportant measures. I would like to highlight three main directions, and those are three main directions where our effort is concentrated. So this is in order to make sure that we have the balanced policy, and second of all, this is enhancing the policy towards emittents to make sure that we've got new emittents, and also the third one is to improve the range of emittents. And first of all, national agency is working on reducing the number of measures that are aimed, governmental measures to support the economy. And on the stock market, we have the yield curve for nationally issued bonds, and we also have a certain regulations to control government bonds and price of government bonds. And we also work to make sure that companies from quasi-governmental sector are able to be present on the market. And according to privatization for 2021 and 2023, if we were to talk about private investors, there were also stocks issued by two national companies. And in December, we had the massive IPO of KASE. We have already spoke about that. And in November, we had SPO by Kazakh. And as a result of public placement of those stocks, we managed to attract $400 million as a result of this IPO. And until the year 2025, we expect IPOs of Air Astana, Kazakh Gas, Samruk Energo, and Kazakhstan Temirjoli. And in order to develop the long-term debt financing market in 2022, we have created the legal conditions for new financial instruments. And as Madina Yarasilovna already pointed out, we're talking about private bonds, we're talking about investing bonds, and we're talking about bonds without expiration, and also ESG obligations. And as a result, since the introduction of those bonds, since the introduction of those norms that implies the possibility of introducing such bonds, we registered 134 new bonds according to these conditions, and overall volume has reached the overall amount exceeded $10 billion USD. And there are still relevant issues, such as developing hybrid projects of co-financing among banks and other subjects of capital markets. And third of all, in order to improve institutional demand, we are working on improving the base of institutional investors, both at the legislation level and at national level. We are considering the possibility of providing companies from private sector so they could manage the pension savings, 50% of the savings of citizens. And as of now, 5 companies from private sectors, they only manage 13 billion of tenge. And apart from that, we are working on improving the potential of various insurance organizations, and we consider them as long-term liquidity providers. And insurance organizations, they become a high-quality strategic investors on Kazakhstani stock market, and round about 72% of assets of insurance organizations, or 1.8 trillion of tenge, already invested in financial securities. And starting from 2018, insurance and life insurance companies, they also reserve the right on when it comes to autonomous managing of the portfolio. We manage various products of organizations such as UniClean. So this is the long-term saving product, and stock exchange receives additional participants and receive the inflow of funds. And also I would like to point out that the key challenge when it comes to our stock market still remains improving the financial literacy of the population, and also improving financial literacy of corporate sector. And the state is undertaking the program on improving financial literacy of the population, and this program is regularly reviewed. And as of today, Ministry of Education has the new subject that is aimed to improve financial literacy of the population, and us as a stock market, we improve investors' possibility depending on their qualifications. So these are the main directions of our activity. Many thanks for your attention. So thank you. I think we will continue our discussion, so we will keep in mind your main areas that you focus on. So we have a wide range of participants, so I think we will have a time to ask questions.
In Kazakhstan for the second time, thank you for joining our every Jubilee Point, 25th anniversary, 30th anniversary. I think maybe after 30th we'll start moving to 10th, not like every 5 years. But for us it's a good opportunity to bring everyone together, our partners, our participants, being at the center of our financial sector. The WFOE is the only global industry group for exchanges and clearing houses around the world, representing over 250 market infrastructures, ranging from those that operate in the largest financial centers to those that run frontier markets. We've been at many conferences where we have an opportunity to talk to developing markets like NASDAQ, CBOE, Deutsche Börse, and draw experience from them. Also, of course, for us, it's very useful to have our peer group and also see how the market develops, the regulation, and the economy. According to priorities for 2023, the BFOE has identified a focus on good governance in the integrity of markets and market operators, the health of the ecosystem for public and private markets, ESG standards for market infrastructures, the role of market infrastructures in technology innovation, as well as CCP's role in the risk management and operational resilience. Thank you for holding every year CCP conferences where we can get more technical knowledge and have different training sessions. You being at the central point of the global exchange in the CCP industry, can you please tell us what are the main challenges that our industry faces, to share it with our audience? To view what transformation the markets take due to disruptive technologies, ESG trends, COVID-like experiences. How do you see emerging and frontier market exchanges could stay competitive? What should KASE do to be ahead of the peers?
So, Alina, I want to start by congratulating you, as I did in the welcome remarks. I think that KASE admirably fulfills the role that we require, that capital markets require from exchanges, especially in frontier markets, where you are the central point of the market, you convene, you work with the ecosystem. Development of a market is never in the gift of one institution alone. And the exchange is that central point. I mean, we often describe the exchange in particular at the WFE as the center of the center. If you think that financial or capital markets are at the center of the economy and the exchange is at the center of that, we're the center of the center. So I think that KASE, in principle and in practice, admirably fills that role. In 2023, and I want to say to those of you who are not aware, normally at the start of every year, Alina and her team and I have a call to discuss our priorities for the year and to reflect a little bit on what KASE is thinking about as well. The exchange is very proactive about things like that. So we have regular checkpoints. This year, it was really important, we thought, to talk a little bit and think a little bit about the starting point, but the central point of the exchange-traded model, and that is governance. What distinguishes exchanges from other parts, especially of the unregulated market, is this focus on governance. And governance goes hand in hand with investor protection in our DNA. And that's particularly important when we think about things like, obviously, partly it was prompted by the collapse of FTX and the widespread implosion, of the crypto industry, something that you could see coming in slow motion from the lack of guardrails. But more fundamentally, we wanted to think together as an industry, the 250-odd market infrastructures that are with WFE. Some of my board is in the room, some of my board organizations, like Borsa Istanbul is in the room. We wanted to think together as an industry about what good governance looks like and what it means for an industry as the pandemic taught us a lot of things, so it was a good point to take stock. We don't believe that the role of governance or the focus on governance will particularly change. So that's always something, and especially for frontier markets. When we were talking yesterday on the panel with the central banks, it came back to a question of credibility and reputation. So we start with reputation and credibility, and then you look at the factors, the pillars that build that reputation and credibility, and part of that is having a very sound and effective regulatory system, run in your case ably by the chair, etc. So you need to have good governance at the heart of a successful exchange model. Looking more broadly at 2024, because we are planning 2024 now, and it's been really interesting to have conversations with many of you here. Obviously, there will be continued thinking around the intersection, the way that private markets and public markets are connected, disconnected, and entwined, and what is the respective role of either. exchanges, public markets need private markets and vice versa. And I think we'll hear more from that along on this panel. So what is the right balance of incentives in terms of the private market versus the public market, and what are the right policy incentives to calibrate that kind of relationship right? Because especially in frontier markets, there do need to be incentives, from the government, from the state, from the regulator, to bring companies, to bring issuers into the public market. If it is all challenge and no opportunity, it's a much harder task to get a company to list. And in an exchange, in a frontier market especially, liquidity and primary markets remain two foundational elements. You can build on top of that, but you do really need to focus on liquidity and on having a successful, thriving primary market. And there are different policy levers you can do with both. But that focus, I think, on primary markets, that focus on how do you get companies to list is evergreen for us as an industry. As long as I have been in this industry, and that's some time now, sometimes it's fashionable and sometimes it's not, but it is a constant. The function of the exchange that will never change is that convening power, bringing together those who need capital with those who want to invest, bringing together those who can create wealth with those who need wealth creation. And that's a societal role as well. So absolutely that is a challenge, but also an opportunity for a market like KASE. And listening to some of the conversations that have already happened, some of the remarks that have already occurred here, it's very clear that you have the support, of your central bank, of your regulator to do that. So thinking now more practically and pragmatically about what policy levers can help you as the listing exchange bring that forward. One of the things I found fascinating earlier today was the comment that 20% of the Kazakh market is now retail. And it was a very specific comment. It was 20% of the employed public. And it made me say, 20% is a really good number. And retail is the ultimate tool of inclusive growth. So retail, growing that retail participation. It's always a challenge with retail because you need investor protection and you need to balance that with innovation. And we find it's a balancing act. And if you look, at times everyone's obsessed with innovation and investor protection inevitably suffers, as was the case in the crypto industry. Or sometimes if there's too much of a focus on investor protection, you don't see innovation. We find that exchanges, especially in some of the smaller markets, are not allowed to bring to market interesting, innovative products that might attract retail. So retail continues, I think, to be an opportunity as well as a challenge for a market like KASE. Clearing, and here we're in a high-level panel, but clearing, what you are doing here, creating the CCP, bringing products that need to be cleared. This reflects, the maturing of a market. So I think that will continue to be both an opportunity and a challenge. We will see clearing and CCP-related issues, of which there are many, playing out at the global stage as a continued point and a priority for us. ESG is an opportunity. And in a market like Kazakhstan, in a market in a frontier jurisdiction, ESG is again both a challenge and an opportunity. It's a challenge because ESG requires a certain amount of sacrifice up front in some ways. If you think about it, when you have climate disclosure rules and they are applied to listed companies, the listed company is going to think, well, this is yet another reason, that I'm in a listed space and I'm doing more disclosure. And ESG needs to be a competitive advantage, and it often is. But the way that ESG policy incentives are implemented needs to be thoughtful. It needs, for example, perhaps not just on listed companies, but across looking at the size of a company. So every company above a certain size, both in the private market and in public markets, should perhaps disclose. Primary markets, ESG, I think liquidity, foundational for you. And then, of course, in markets that are frontier or emerging, digitalization is obviously a great challenge in terms of execution, but also, an amazing opportunity. And yesterday we saw, the launch of the digital version of Tenge. I think that you will have incredible success with your digitalization products, and I'm sure you will innovate a lot. So we are looking forward as an industry to seeing what you're doing. I'm going to conclude at this point, but I want to say one thing. We think that tax will be an increasingly important factor that plays out globally in many different jurisdictions. The pandemic stimulus packages obviously need to be paid for. So I think as an industry, we are going to be very thoughtful. We have already started that thinking, some of those projects. We're going to be very thoughtful, about tax. We've seen a lot of studies showing the impact that transaction taxes can have on liquidity and on volumes. So especially in markets where liquidity and growing that trading volume is a challenge, we need to be very thoughtful in any taxation conversations that are having. Tax should be an incentive, not a challenge. So let me pause there for a moment, and I'm sure we'll come back to some of these themes.
Thank you. We have discussed it extensively, I think, in WFE forums and also here during the meetings, that the disparity between requirements for bank finance and capital markets is quite significant, and that's what causes that we have troubles of attracting issuers from private sector to go to public markets. Also, it's a challenge actually to have a proper corporate governance, being transparent, disclose information about yourself and decisions about the public market required. But I think that as companies mature in Kazakhstan, also we have companies of public interest. That's why we have a lot of companies, national companies and banks who are willing to raise financing in our markets because they're required to be joint stock companies. They're required already to disclose a lot of information. From private sector, on the other side, we see that a lot of companies are facing their counterparties who require that they are compliant with ESG regulations, because a lot of Kazakh companies also exporting companies, and they have to export to Europe and the States, and they already have to have ESG policies in place. That's why, even though maybe in Kazakhstan we started later, but we are quickly catching up on all fronts. And I think that which might be have discussed during other forums in Kazakhstan, the digitalization in Kazakhstan is taking place very quickly. That's why we already seen yesterday launch of digital tenge, and also as a KASE we have a project on setting up digital assets. Moving on, я хотела бы предоставить слово Умут Баланхановне. Умут Баланхановна, вы на протяжении многих лет возглавляете крупнейший системообразующий коммерческий банк страны, который в этом году отметил свой 100-летний юбилей. Поздравляем вас с этим знаменательным событием. Халык-банк заслуженно пользуется высоким доверием общества, обслуживает более 9 миллионов физических лиц, более 80% ведущих компаний Казахстана, является ключевым кредитором реального сектора Казахстана. Группа «Халык» представлена во всех секторах финансового рынка: банк, брокерская организация, страхование, управление пенсионными активами, инвестиционными фондами. Среди наших членов «Халык-банк» – это один из немногих банков, который стоял у истоков создания биржи вместе с банком «Центркредит», «Каспий банком», «КЗИ банком. У нас есть учредительный документ, который подписал Национальный банк в 1993 году совместно с 24 банками, создали биржу. В то время биржа создавалась по принципу «один участник, один голос». Далее проходила трансформация, акционирование и коммерциализация. Умут Баланхановна, расскажите о роли, которую сыграл Халык-банк в становлении финансовой системы нашей страны. Каков вклад банка в развитие реального сектора экономики? С какими вызовами сталкивается ваша группа на пути реализации своих целей? Как вы видите дальнейшее развитие финансового сектора, фондового рынка? И какие, вы думаете, стоят вызовы в настоящее время перед финансовым сектором?
Добрый день. Во-первых, разрешите также всех поздравить с праздником. Вчера прошел День финансиста, сегодня у нас все-таки такой большой и красивый юбилей биржи. Я считаю, биржа у нас состоялась, рынок ценных бумаг в Казахстане все равно он существует, есть, состоялся. И у нас молодая страна, и практически ровесница нашей молодой независимой страны – это наша биржа. Мы работаем в разных странах, как Халык-группа, непосредственно в регионе. Но мы работали в России, Таджикистане, Кыргызстане.
In Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and I'm absolutely sure the participants directly involved in the development of these markets that Kazakhstan market of specialties, it does exist and exists, but we would like to have it better and bigger. But the achievements which we have in terms of infrastructure development, participants, regulation, number of different instruments which are being traded at the stock exchange, they are quite developed. And we talk about the green bonds. We talk robo-advising, talk about digital types of investments, and the movement towards, the retail investors. If we talk about Halyk Group, yes, we are the biggest member of the specialties market, and as an issuer, we issue our instruments primarily in the form of these shares at the Kazakhstani stock exchange, and we are the oldest company listed at the London Stock Exchange. There were other companies listed in the past, but we are the only ones. The new issuers, are listed now. So, but Halyk Bank, we are there since 2006 at the London stock market. We have 30% of the share with the big investment funds. So we have to work and to communicate at the global market, and we know the trends at the global market and the comparison with the Kazakhstani stock market. And in Kazakhstan, we're the biggest investor. We invest into our Kazakhstani market, not only by means of investing into the specialties, but also at the currency market. We're big players through our treasury structure. And we had the biggest pension fund, private pension fund in country, and with the biggest profitability level. And we also, after nationalization of the pension fund, we're still working on that. And we know the difficulties and challenges we faced and still are facing. We have two broker companies with high ratings, Halyk Finance, Halyk Global Markets, and we're developing not only corporate investment, but we're also working with our retail clients. So we actively worked with the Kazakh IPO through our broker application, Halyk Home Bank. And we attracted from 99% of the retail applications, 71% for the IPO Kazmunagaz were processed through our application, Halyk Home Bank. So we are actively involved in digitalization of such services, also at the listing of the Kazakh shares. So we are the stockholders of Kazakhstani stock exchange. We're also at IX, and we are actively participating, and we're an active player at the specialist market in Kazakhstan. So we have some experience, and so what we would like to mention also that it's truly there. A lot of things has been done and still being done, and there is a great progress achieved, especially infrastructure development, which was discussed already. It's a regulating, and it's necessary to improve the legislation from the point of view of the humanitarians, investors, right protection. So we see it on behalf of the regulator. So this area, they're developing this area, and on additional changes in the regulation, we're actively working with the agency. And I think in this regard, a lot of work is being done. And of course, we would like it to be quicker, but in general, we have very good effect, gradual effect. And I would like to offer several things in resolving the challenges Kazakhstan faced, especially at the specialty market. Of course, they do exist at the global markets. This is what we witnessed during recent years: coronavirus, COVID, market drop, increase of the rates, geopolitical risks at our markets, which we also see influence the interest from the external investors to Kazakhstani issuers. There are certain internal or national issues which we face, which I would like to mention. But primarily, our investors, Halyk Bank investors, asking the question on regulation, stability of regulations, preservation of the friendly investment climate, which is expressed by means of transparency, stability of regulation, and well understood or transparent, taxation policies. The recent suggestion to introduce taxation for the specialties, this is the incentive which existed, and I think it will negatively impact in terms of the demand, in national and external demand. So we suggest that if this measure will be eliminated, according to the notes of the National Bank, the decision has been made already, but state specialties, they're still discussing at Ministry of Finance. Maybe this motivation or this incentive could be transferred onto the green bonds or any green funding or investment, income which could be, be exempt from any taxation. So by this, we can actually still promote, incentives. So participation of the state in the economy and the prevailing of quasi-government and state or government issues and investors at the specialty market. So from the overall volumes of what was emitted in 2023, so the biggest percentage goes to the quasi-state and the market of the small or private companies, and it's very small. It's AMFOs and banks, but the depth and liquidity of the market is very, very small. And the biggest investor is the pensions fund, the uniform state pension fund, which in principle does not invest into corporate specialties. And so that limits significantly liquidity and capabilities on development of the corporate market. And my suggestion, my proposal could be to have a KPI to this fund, to buy not only quasi-state shares, but also by the corporate specialties. Of course, it should be very high-quality emittents or issuers with the corporate management of these companies, full transparency, high-quality issuers with complying the market conditions without any preferences. But it could become the first step towards improvement of liquidity of the corporate stock market. So KPI 5% from the overall volume could be invested into corporate shares. So why? Because the liquidity which we see in Kazakhstan is generated by, in terms of the real sector funding, we talk about this, it is generated in the banking sector through the general public deposits and also the legal companies. So 23 trillions if we take the fund, and additionally 13 trillions deposits of the banking sector, savings accounts of the banking sector. It's a big volume for additional liquidity which could get to the specialties market. So it should be gradual, it should be transparent, it should be understandable, especially for retail investors.
Because us, as financial structure builders, we created all the structure in order to develop the retail investors through various apps, through various brokerage firms and through providing many trainings. We do a great deal when it comes to improving qualification, improving knowledge of our clients. So please go to Halyk Finance. We have this new app whereby you can invest directly into financial assets. However, the depth and the liquidity of the market is not so impressive, and the possibility of retail investor not being able to sell that instrument is rather high. Therefore, we need to improve the base, and therefore banks are regulated very rigorously as far as limits are concerned. And insurance company, we've got only 2 trillion of tenge. This is their total volume and the total amount of their assets. So overall, the volume is rather small that can come from investors. And when it comes to external investors, so we've got this super huge task in hand, and the fact that there is geopolitical tension, and that this also limits our possibilities. However, I see the possibility for growth. There is a way to develop in our region, in Central Asia, so we could attract Russian emittents and investors from Russian Federation. And as of today, Kazakhstan has this potential. And in this regard, it's important to see how we see all the regulations through the privatization, so how we can attract these investors here in Kazakhstan, because such an infrastructure only exists in Kazakhstan. So this is infrastructure that is understandable, and not in any other country such infrastructure does not exist. And we see also interest from Chinese investors when it comes to investing base, and they're for the most part direct investments, and we see that from Middle East, from Turkey, and also from other Central Asian countries. So in this regard, Kazakhstan has a huge potential, and we could use the potential that we have. And another recommendation that I had, or it's more of a commentary, so it's all about improving the amount of privatization and reducing the government sector, and 1% or 3%, so this is not the IPO when it comes to stocks. So IPO, so we should talk at least 25%. So in this regard, we would have many other companies that would be able to participate, or at least try to exert some influence using the members of the board. And in that sense, the corporate governance institute would work, and this way we would have more of a liquidity for such stocks. But overall, it's a good thing that we did, but I think we would need to undertake further steps, and we plan to organize an IPO for Air Astana 1 year ahead, and such companies, they should have a big package when it comes to placing them on IPO market. So these are the most important steps. I can talk a lot about banking sector, but when it comes to financing our companies, for the most part, it happens through banks, maybe because interest rates are lower, but this way it is harder for emittent, for those who take loans. Maybe they would make part of the financial assets market, but because there would be no need to come up with the collateral, there would be no need to go through the monitoring, they would not need to go through a great deal of bureaucratic procedures, but we do need investors. So that's why I urge, so hopefully the National Pension Fund, hopefully they will receive this API from the market, and hopefully they will study this possibility to invest more into corporate financial assets. So thank you very much. So I know that you ask a lot from our regulators, and representatives of national banks, they have heard you. They manage a great amount from the pension funds, and you know that during the last year they had many extra cuts, and when our citizens when we allowed our citizens to have access to excess of their pension savings, therefore we also realized that our population is relatively young, and there is a possibility to buy a piece of real estate using some portion of pension funds, and I think all the excess funds were already taken from the pension fund, but I must also highlight that there are large institutional investors in Kazakhstan, and our regulator tries to be at the level of international standards. And yes, we know that regulators are good, and not always private sector is able to catch up with our regulators. But I think all your wishes have been heard. Many thanks for voicing your opinion. And
talk about a few issues with you. We have, as a KASE, we have very long-standing relation with Bloomberg. Our central bank has a significant partnership with you, and we worked with you personally when you were responsible for exchanges, and we continue to work with your team. Some of them are present here as well. We think we can work on different areas of cooperation. Of course, right now the interest for us is to promote investment in state bonds. Despite some criticism from Umut, actually institutional investor base in Kazakhstan is quite big. Maybe it's also due to regulation and requires quite high credit standing. And therefore, for example, for state bonds, majority of state bonds are bought by domestic investors, but we still try to improve liquidity with international investors, to place bonds at benchmark rate, so we have risk-free yield curve, and we build it and actually distribute it through Bloomberg. Thank you for that. You personally, you actually mentioned that you spent a few years working with UK Treasury on wholesale market review, which concentrated on reforms for the UK for Brexit. I think you have a viewpoint not only from private cooperation like Bloomberg, but also from the state point of view, from regulation of UK, European Union. I thought maybe you can share with us what do you think the challenges which are in the European market, UK market, how regulatory changes on different fronts, net zero, ESG, digital assets, and what is Bloomberg point of view on AI development and digitalization? Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And first of all, let me say congratulations on 30 years of the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. It's a worthy achievement. And I want to pick up on something that you said earlier in your welcoming speech about partners, and you mentioned Bloomberg as a partner. And I think that's really important that we stress that we do work together for our mutual benefit. And Bloomberg has been working with the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange since 2009. We carry your real-time data, which is disseminated to the global investors, and without that data, Bloomberg's analytics would be worthless. So thank you, and we look forward to continuing that collaboration. I'd also like to stress that Kazakhstan as a region or as a country is the largest in Central Asia and the Caucasus for Bloomberg, both in terms of terminals and in revenue. So I'm delighted to be here for this, my first visit. I want to take you back a little bit and just put some context around Brexit in Europe and the divergence there that you asked me to touch on. So it was actually back in 2016 that the UK decided to leave the European Union. And in 2018, the European Union introduced regulation called MiFID II, which I'm sure my esteemed colleague here is only too familiar with and may touch upon later. And so in the rush to prepare for Brexit, the UK simply onshored, so brought into UK legislation, all of this European legislation, because it was not until 2021 that the UK actually left the EU. And I was asked to join the Treasury initially for a year in 2021, and it turned out to be 2 years, to actually work on this EU legislation that had come into the UK and to see how it could be utilised and improved upon for the UK. And there were a number of drivers for looking at that legislation. First and foremost, there were things that were passed into the European legislation that the UK didn't particularly like. There were things that no longer worked for the UK now that it was a single entity and not one of 28 member states. And there were things that we thought we could do better or that didn't work for firms. And so we sat down with industry when I first joined and we asked what were the problems. And Rishi Sunak at the time, who was the Chancellor and is obviously now the Prime Minister, although for how long, who knows, but we won't go there, he wanted to make it very clear that the UK was open for business, that it had the highest regulatory standards, that it had a green agenda, and that it was competitive. And as a result of the wholesale market review, there have been a number of fundamental changes to UK legislation which are designed to make it more competitive, not just because we left the EU and we're now competing with Europe, but also because regulation and technology are playing a constant catch-up. And so in order to make the UK more agile in terms of legislation, a lot of that legislation has been delegated to the regulators with certain strict accountability. But the idea behind that is, as I'll come to when we talk about digital and AI, is technology is just moving so fast that the regulator is constantly in a catch-up position. And so some of the things that the UK decided to improve upon versus what was happening in Europe were access to European markets. The EU had put restrictions around where a European person or firm could trade, both in terms of where the security was listed, but also in terms of where it could trade, as in on an exchange or in a dark pool. And the UK deleted all of those restrictions and felt that it was up to the investment firms to decide where they could get the best outcomes for investors. Similarly, in terms of burdens on firms that were classified as what are called systematic internalizers, they had to implement huge calculations to determine whether they were a systematic internalizer, which meant that they internalized trades. And so many firms just opted into this regime. So the UK decided to get rid of the quantitative way of measuring a systematic internalizer and instead make it more qualitative to ease the burdens on firms. So that inevitably the UK and the EU are competing, but at the same time, both jurisdictions are very aware that the firms that operate in the UK and the firms that operate in Europe tend to be the same. And the last thing that firms want to deal with is different reporting structures or different regulatory obligations. And so where possible, the Treasury has tried to align with Europe. Nandini touched upon the IPO market. And both Europe and the UK are looking at how they can make their markets more attractive. And they have refined the listing requirements for companies. They are also in the UK looking at what's called an intermittent trading venue to actually address the issue partially that was spoken about just now, where a company perhaps is not ready to fully IPO, or that wants to give a certain amount of equity to its employees. And the intermittent trading venue, or ITV as it's being called, is still under development. But the way that it is planning to be rolled out is to allow companies to put a portion on the intermittent trading venue and trade once a month, once a quarter. And there's two sort of conflicting points of view within the market about that. As you know, one point of view is that's great, it's going to increase the liquidity and force it into a period of time. There are others who say, well, how do you get out of a position if you can't actually trade? So it's something that's ongoing at the moment. And the other thing, before I move on, that is a global problem, and that I think affects every exchange I have ever spoken to, regardless of how big or how small they are, is research and the lack of research. And as soon as you get from the top 10% liquid companies and move down, there is a lack of research. And both the EU and the UK are looking at that. There was something quite controversial called unbundling under MiFID II, which meant that firms, that brokers had to separate what they charged for research versus what they charged for execution. Many have blamed MiFID II unbundling on the demise of research, but in actual fact, we have looked statistically at it, and it was a problem long before MiFID II, and I'm sure it's a problem for smaller companies here, and Nandini, I'm sure, will be familiar with it. So those are some of the things that are happening in the EU and the UK. On the ESG front, I think there is a panel this afternoon which my colleague is going to be moderating, so I don't want to spend too much time on that. What I will say is, yes, Nandini, it's definitely an opportunity, but boy, oh boy, is it a challenge. And we are a global company, and we are delivering ESG data, ESG ratings, ESG scores, and we are having to ensure that we are compliant with every single country's regulation. And as much as the WFE and the Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative and SASB and all of those other acronyms and alphabet soups have been putting out standards, there are still over 40 taxonomies for ESG in the world. So if you're a global investor, it's very hard to compare apples with apples. So I think ESG is definitely a challenge. In terms of digital, the European Systemic Risk Board brought out a report in May this year, and it looked at the prevalence of digital operations, digital currencies, digital transactions within Europe, and concluded that at that point in time, only 0.8% of financial transactions were actually in digital. And so it decided that it would look at the systemic risk going forward rather than dealing with it as an immediate problem. That said, the European Banking Authority did then subsequently consult, and I don't think they've come out with their response yet, as to whether under their anti-money laundering regulation that crypto should be classified. In terms of digital currency with Bloomberg, there's been a bit of an ebb and flow in demand. I think until we saw the collapse, the high-profile collapses last year, very much there was a demand for data and possibly trading. That has slowed down a bit. I think all eyes are on the SEC at the moment and how they're going to classify crypto, but we are adding data, and some of the centralized exchanges such as Zodia Markets and LMAX are going to be on the Bloomberg terminal later this year. And we continue to monitor it and see which way the market goes. But I absolutely commend you on the Kazakhstan, on the tenge demonstration yesterday. I thought that was fantastic. Finally, because we're running out of time and I want to move to my colleague, but on artificial intelligence, this is a huge headache for regulators, and it's been in the press non-stop, and it's one of those things where we're still talking about, financial stability from 2008, but we're now talking about things we hadn't even thought about, such as digital and artificial intelligence. And when you get people like Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, telling regulators to slow down, to look at the regulation for people to slow down in their adoption of AI, then I think you have to sit up and take note. For Bloomberg, we've been using artificial intelligence for the last 15 plus years. We use natural language processing on predictability on the terminal. We use AI on sentiment for news. And most recently, we announced Bloomberg GBT, which is not to be confused with ChatGPT, but is something that we see as improving the accessibility of data for our users. So I was at a conference a number of years ago where someone from Goldman Sachs said everybody that was hired in 5 years' time would be a Python programmer and able to code. We're trying to take that away so that you don't have to be a programmer to use the data within Bloomberg in a specific way. So we have a function that's called Bloomberg Query Language, which is quite sophisticated in terms of the usage and the ability that you need to have in coding. What Bloomberg GPT will do is allow you to enter text and say, I would like to see the returns on the Kazakh stock exchange for the last 10 years versus X, Y, Z, whatever. And you won't need to put in the curly brackets and everything else that goes with it. The GBT will translate it into the code for you. So we see that as being a great step forward and a positive use of artificial intelligence. But I hope I've covered most things that you asked me, but I'll stop right there and let you take over.
I guess we can talk about a lot of issues. Thank you very much for your insight. Yanis, you have a long and successful international experience in global capital markets, working in senior management positions in capital markets in New York, London, Athens. You joined Athens last year, but you already have done a lot of work. And recently, Athens Stock Exchange reached agreement with ACX partners to develop voluntary carbon trading in Greece. Yanis, drawing on your rich global capital market experience, how do you perceive the current trajectory of European capital markets, their position in overreaching global financial landscape? What do you see as main challenges currently facing the market? How can these challenges be addressed or mitigated? Given the competitive landscape within European capital markets, what unique strengths or characteristics do you believe the Greek market possesses that can contribute to resilience and attractiveness to investors? Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. I just realized as I was sitting here that I started my career in Wall Street in '93, so we share that with KASE in Kazakhstan. I wanted to be the first one to congratulate you about success in the next 30 years. I've been in most of that career. I've been in the forecasting business, and what I've heard in the last 2 days and even this morning, and I think the fact that I see a lot of young people here bodes very well. You're very focused, and I think you're doing all the right things. So, official forecast for the next 30 years, success, I think, is almost guaranteed. As we should say in Wall Street, you should say almost in all cases. So we are all focused on that. So congrats to you and the team. I was also, I think, pleasantly surprised that I'm the only man in the first panel here. So congrats on that. That's also very refreshing. And I do realize I have only 11 minutes. So, and I assume not all 11 minutes should be for me. So I'll try to be very brief. Look, the whole business about the regulatory landscape and the set of capital markets in Europe right now is at a turning point because I think the policymakers have realized that we have serious issues to address. I think one of the ironic points, as I was listening to our esteemed colleague here, she's not a regulator anymore, so I can say that, is that this whole business about MiFID and the increased regulation in Europe actually originated from our UK counterparts. Those were the guys who were pushing for this, and then they just said goodbye, and they left in 2021. So that's, I think, element number one. The second one, maybe the overarching component here to realize, is that I think regulators shouldn't make policy. I think we've left regulators to make policy because policymakers haven't been doing their job. So the policymakers need to set the targets, and then the regulators should regulate. Otherwise, the regulators they have a hammer, and they're going to keep regulating on whatever they see in front of them. And that leads us to complex situations. So one of them in Europe specifically, especially when Europe compares itself to the United States, I think in generally global markets are suffering from a dearth of IPOs, right? So it's not really the secondary trading that is really the main problem here, but all the efforts, if you think about the consolidated tape initiatives and all of this, is putting too much emphasis on something that doesn't need necessarily fixing. I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at the competitive landscape in Europe, you have 400 trading venues. if you take into account the regulated venues, the MTFs, and the systematic internalizers. So that's not the issue. The issue is, bringing new product in. And I think that's where, as other people have mentioned here, you need to bring the right incentives. And I think that Europe is actually waking up. So I'll make another forecast. I think that there is a chance right now that they realize that they've overdone it. There is a Eurogroup initiative in terms of looking at this. It came about at the Euro Summit in 2023, and they're in the process of looking again at the primary market and focusing on the incentives for issuance. And that has a pretty distinct level of success, right? I mean, you're either going to see it picking up or you don't. So that's a good target, and I think they're going to be judged against that. So there is good emphasis. We are in the phase where the policymakers are interacting with the market in terms of collecting information. And starting with the new commission in 2024, this is going to be one of their main targets. So I think there is a chance of a shift. And the question is why? And the main question is because the cycle has changed. And now you have possibly persistent inflation or higher interest rates. So you can't really throw everything on the debt markets or the banking system and say it's going to be okay. Stock exchanges have to be part of that solution. So we're going back maybe to a further cycle back in the past, and hopefully that bodes well for exchanges. They need to wake up, and we need to lobby hard and to make ourselves more relevant and make sure that we have that sort of reference in the system. And the other part that I think it's also evident that has been unsuccessful out of Solvency II is that you have effectively forced your long-term investors in the market, which is basically pension funds and insurance companies, to have a very puny exposure into equities. I mean, and all empirical evidence basically tells you that for long-term growth and long-term savings, you cannot have your natural long-term investors not being present in the market. So I think, and maybe the other factor that's really pushing in that direction, and I think it increases the chance that we might see a new era here, is because Europe is looking for ways, given the new global cycle, to finance very aggressive plans both on the green space and the digital space. And it cannot happen under the current setup of capital markets. So they're going to have to help exchanges actually do a better job and increase essentially the participation into the new target. So I can say I just remember now one of the questions that you asked me. So I think you asked me then about Greece in terms of what it's trying to do, or our capital markets in terms of what they're trying to do.
I mentioned about your initiative on VCM in Europe.
Yeah.
How do you see it?
Look, there I think the motivation for us is the following. I think that we certainly want to contribute to the fight on the climate challenges that we have. And given, again, the targets that have been put forward in 2050, it's almost impossible for the compliance market elements in Europe to deliver that target. It's not going to happen. So our forecast is that you're going to need to have additional tools in order to meet those targets, and those are going to come from the voluntary carbon market. The main distinction there in my mind is that on the compliance market, what you're really focused on is essentially the volume, right? So you're really targeting emissions. On the voluntary carbon market, the main distinction is that you're focusing on price. Price is the signal. So I think it's a good, even though Europe has done very little in terms of adopting initiatives on the voluntary carbon market, I think it's a one-way street. I might be wrong on that, but that's, I think, the main motivation here. And then the second component has to do with the fact that, again, it goes back to the hammer, right? If you're an exchange and you see an opportunity, your natural tendency is to do, I'm going to make a nice little market for Greece, for example. And because carbon credits, by its own structure, is an international good, that's going to fail. Again, personal view, other exchanges have moved in that direction. So I'm not going to try to reinvent the wheel. I just ask myself, where's the market? And again, it's not a hugely vibrant market, but if I were to look at where is the global liquidity, for me, my best guess was ACX. So those are the ones that I picked up the phone. I picked up the phone on a couple of different occasions, but I didn't want to come and join forces with a broker. I wanted to join forces with another exchange, an international exchange. And because of Europe and because of regulation, look, the Europeans want some European structure. And I said, well, there's no European structure. I want to be the first. And in the process, help the Greek policymakers choose their policy targets. What do you want to achieve with the carbon credits? Do you want to increase reforestation? Do you want to protect forests? Do you want to, whatever you want to do, either in nature-based solutions or technological-based solutions, make sure that you replicate whatever it's out there in the simplest form internationally and deliver it on the Greek stage. And if we do it successfully, it's quite likely, another bet, that this is going to be, when the European regulators say, hey, we really want to do something on the voluntary carbon market, they're going to look at whatever it's out there, and we're going to be out there, so they hopefully copy anything good that we have done. So all of this is the rationale here. We haven't done any of this yet, so we are just starting, and I'm gonna give you back the time that's left.
Thank you. Thank you, dear members of the panel discussion. We had covered a number of points. Unfortunately, due to time, maybe questions during the coffee break. But here are some organizational issues. I want first to ask the panelists, members who participated in the panel to have a group photo. And we have 2 personal awards, which we want also to grant to Maria and Umut during our ceremony. So first maybe group photo, awards, and then we'll have a coffee break. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, so we start our panel discussions IPO and potential of the retail investors in the development of the capital market. With great pleasure, I invite moderator of the sessions, Ms. Hajieva Jamalova, who is Deputy Head of the Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan regulating development of the market.
Maria Zhamanovna, the floor is yours. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to greet you at this panel session. We'll be talking about IPO. We'll be talking about potential of various investors when it comes to developing capital markets in Kazakhstan. So as of today, Kazakhstan is a country with a rapidly developing economics, as it was already said before during the first plenary session. So there is a great deal of progress when it comes to IPO and as far as various startups are concerned. So many startups are going public, and not only it is important to attract investment when developing a company, but it also underlines the investor's role. So therefore, I would like to invite participants of this session. So let's start our discussion. Mr. Alex Pivovarsky, Director of Capital and Financial Markets, and he represents European Development Bank. Mr. Sergey Lukyanov, Chairman of the Management of the Board of Freedom Finance. So, Mr. Yelzhas Otanyshev, a Managing Director of the Samruk Kazana Foundation. Mahmoud Aydongmuz, Director for Department of International Relations of Borsa Istanbul. Welcome. Farhat Okonov, representative of Halyk Finance Public Foundation. Han Choi, he is a Vice President of Korean Stock Exchange. Welcome. Grzegorz Zawada, Director of Brokerage Agency of Poland. So in December 2020, we organized a massive IPO in Kazakhstan. So this was the IPO of KazMunayGaz. And November this year, as it was already said before, we had SPO of KASE. So this was the public placements of stocks on stock markets. So we attracted 188 billion tenge, and this is $405 million, and more than 89% took place at KASE platform. And this confirms the leading position of our stock market in the region. So the fact that we are aimed and we are determined to provide best level of services for our clients. And I suggest to all our speakers to discuss all the issues associated with IPO. We can exchange our experience. We can this way understand better what is the direction we can move towards and how we can keep developing this instrument in order to attract more financing. So dear guests, during the discussion you can ask questions from our speakers. There is a way to scan this QR code that is on the screen, and at the end of the discussion we will try to discuss the most frequently asked questions. So we can start our discussion, and I would like to say the following. So for many years, IBRR is one of the major investors in Central Asia, and not only when it comes to Central Asian market, but we know that your geography starts from Central Europe, Central Asia, and you also invest into various Pacific countries, and IBRF interacts a lot with the private sector. I know that you invest in various projects and you interact as experts with governmental bodies, and I know that you provide technical expertise that leads to innovation. So, dear Alex, you direct the development of the capital market and you do a great deal of research work. So according to your opinion, what are some additional measures that can be undertaken so to stimulate other companies to push them towards IPO, and what are other measures that can be effective in order to improve financial literacy of the population?
Maria, first of all, I want to say thank you for this impeccably organized event and for inviting us. Indeed, at EBRD, we have been supporting development of financial capital markets for many years in our countries of operations, and proud of quite a few joint projects, including in Kazakhstan. There is so the question of the stimulating of equity market is a kind of a very big question that is raised around all of our countries' operations, probably even in the most advanced countries of operations, like, for example, Poland, Romania, Turkey. And at EBRD, we've tried to understand what makes this market accelerate. And there are some things that are kind of fundamental and some common to the market that without them you can't really make significant progress. Of course, on fundamentals, most of our countries have made very good progress. So on legal regulatory reforms, on developing human resources capacity, so market infrastructure, establishing this infrastructure, and trying to maintain a reasonable cost of issuance, and follow international practices and disclosure requirements. But there is, of course, the reality of the state of development of the local markets. And this is where a challenging question of liquidity and depth comes in. So it's really a common topic everywhere. And this is where there could be a role for the state, to some extent, to encourage this development of liquidity. So basically, the history shows that most of largest IPOs in our region of operations were of the formerly or currently state-owned companies, so blue chips that helped to establish relatively quickly significant stock of assets that could be traded. We, of course, see also in our region today, because even that turns out to be not enough, there are kind of active solutions to try to break borders between national markets or within countries, between parallel markets, including, for example, in Kazakhstan, you have this conversation going because you have two markets. And so, and we see some successes, some recent successes in this cross-border solutions. And I would like to mention maybe in particular a region that's that's a bit far from here, but where we feel we've made significant progress on cross-border solutions, and that is the Pan-Baltic market. It was a big project for us for a number of years. We worked with the authorities, with the regulators, with the infrastructure providers, and they just last summer succeeded in being named as a common market basically by MSCI. So they obtained a common index. And this is some of these type of solutions could help increase depth of the local market in each individual country. The next thing is we focus on and we think is critical is, of course, stimulation of local investor base. We discussed this in previous conversations, and I think it still needs to be said, that it is difficult to develop local market relying exclusively on foreign investments, on cross-border investments. It's critical to have local investor base because the international investors, while local, regulators or market champions, they want international investors to come in, but similarly, international investors are looking at the local market and saying, so if we need to sell, who are these actors, who want to hold the shares? And then, of course, the bigger the local investor base, the more comfortable they are coming into the market. So having, of course, creating, supporting creation of pension funds, voluntary pension system, possibly doing work through individual savings accounts, sometimes even creating maybe some limited fiscal stimulus in this regard. I heard yesterday that in Kazakhstan you are setting up accounts for children. This could be, of course, potentially also, depending how it develops, could be maybe one way for Kazakhstan to get forward. And some countries also explored various other intermediary solutions. For example, an example of Romania is very interesting here, where some years ago the government established a fund where minority stakes of blue chip companies were held, Fondul Proprietate, and that fund itself was listed, and it was management of this fund was outsourced, and they have done really good job in developing these companies, increasing value, and actually were an important actor. We have a CEO of the exchange here who could say more about it. Important actor in the breakthrough IPO this year of one of the largest companies in Romania. So finally, I would say on this topic, on education, before I touch upon briefly on education, is the importance to work with potential issuers. So in many of our countries, because the countries were liberalized and joined the market, became market economies only around 30 years ago, there are quite a few founders, investors who started companies maybe over the last 30 years. And we see in many of our countries, these companies are maturing. Some of them are already not small. They are medium, sometimes even large. And so what is needed also is working with these potential future issuers who are not state-owned, and this is where maybe there is a kind of interface between importance of financial education, because it doesn't concern only potential investors like individuals, households, etc. And children from high school onwards learning about good financial management practices, but also working with potential issuers. And we've seen in a number of countries some successful efforts, when you do proper outreach with them, connect them to potential investors, explain, work with them to develop really capacity and understanding, and sometimes working with their own management structures to prepare for potential access to capital markets. In this area, we had a quite successful project recently in Georgia, and I think Georgia is a very interesting example of a country that's not very big, but is, I would say, punching above its weight in the capital markets development area. And there in Georgia, with support of donors, which we often do, rely on donors, we had a kind of competitive selection of a number of companies, something 7, that were offered support to access the capital markets through bonds issuance for the first time. And 7 companies issued bonds, and in the last 2 years, as a result, corporate bond issuances were around 400 million euros, which is quite a lot for Georgia, and remarkably, it is about the same volume as in the previous 10 years. So there is, I would say, a lot that can be done with support of the governments, with support of international institutions, to make, to attract issuers to the capital markets, to help them understand how they can benefit, to have these diversified sources of finance, increasing the range, being able to diversify own shares, by coming to the market. So, and we, of course, at EBRD, we're always looking at our countries of operations, engage in dialogue, and always thinking about how we can be of help in this area. Thanks. I'll stop for now.
Thank you, Alex. Sergey,
So, Mr. Sergey, we all know what Freedom Finance Kazakhstan is all about. So this is one of our major brokers. So this is, I would say, our major underwriter when it comes to Kazakhstani stock market. You work a lot with issuers, and your cooperation is long-term. Just a few pieces of data when it comes to IPO of KazMunayGaz. So Freedom Finance gathered more than half of all the applications, 900 billion tenge. So this is the total amount. And the application for 67 billion tenge were satisfied. So this is 44% of all total applications for IPO. And out of 17.2 thousand clients, which did their application through Freedom Finance, 41.5%, were those who just opened their accounts as IPO was announced. So when it comes to primary placement, that has led to an inflow of additional investors, not only in Freedom Finance, but overall into the market of financial securities of Kazakhstan. So what are some schemes, what are some algorithms you see so that we would attract more issuers to encourage them to participate into IPO? What is the profit of the company, and what is the most interesting piece of profit that is interesting for our investors and for international investors? What are the measures that we can take in order to maintain clients who were attracted through the IPO? Because one thing is to attract a client, but another thing is to be able to maintain that client. So please, the floor is yours. So good day. Good day. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation, thank for the participation, and I would like to congratulate everyone with the Day of Financiers, with the 30th anniversary of our national currency and the 30th anniversary of KASE. And this is an event which is a part of, yes, the 30th anniversary of KASE. So it is my pleasure to respond to your question. So when it comes to the inflow of clients that come to the stock market through brokerage firms, so this is quite understandable, and this is something that we can predict. It depends on our marketing activity. So the question is how often and how well broker constructs their marketing activity, and as a result we see the inflow of clients. So we know on average how many accounts are being opened every day. However, there are certain spikes, there are certain events that lead to a large inflow of new investor. What type of events are we talking about? So when persons are talking actively about stock market, when it comes to historical maximums, when stocks are at all-time highs, and mass media, they talk about historic maximums, and people come and they would like to participate in this inflow, in this historical growth. And when else people come, and when there is a huge depression, when stock markets goes down and everything becomes cheaper. So feel free to come and feel free to buy stocks. And again, we have people who wanted to buy some stock, and now they have an opportunity to buy at a lower price. What is the third event? I would say this is an IPO. This is the so-called public, this is the so-called folk IPO. So when we say IPO for people, I feel that I got something triggered in my head as well. And I think the whole industry senses this as well. And how come? Why is it happening? Because we're talking about this global, this huge event. And in our head, we have instantly these images of live streams and streams on the radio and some articles in mass media. So this is the huge events that unites us around the table, where we're able to coordinate our activities. So this is something huge, this is something this large, this is something spectacular, and this is the most commented event in the informational realm. So it's all about marketing one way or another, and it's all about this spike in information field, and this does attract attention of all the investors and people who have been meaning to become investors for a long time. And why not to show up? Why not to become an investor at last? And however, so when it comes to participating in IPO, I would say that it's all about being able to work in a huge team and at different stages, and there are different roles associated with that. And one of the important parts is analytics. And what do professional analyzers, what do they do? And those are professionals, and they build models. Let's say the company goes public, the company goes to IPO, and at which price we're supposed to sell this company. We've got the group of analytics, and they evaluate the company, and they organize a whole range of interviews with specialists of the company. They try to figure out how much the company might cost, and based on those models, they try to predict how much the company could cost if company realizes certain plans. And as a result, the company would have a certain revenue, maybe the company would increase its prices, and as a result, maybe there will be a way to evaluate the company in the future. And the price that is expected by analyzers and the price at which the company is being sold. So this is the upside potential, and this is what investors are after. And we all know why investors come to the stock market. They come to preserve their capital, and they come to hopefully grow their capital. And we realize that every investor can have their own risk appetite. We know that every investor has their vision. There are people who like to earn a lot of money, and there are investors who are conservatives, and they are after a moderate income. But overall, they've got a fairly simple base, and they are looking towards economy of the country, and they look how much savings account can bring. And if savings account can bring 15%, and this is the risk-free thing, and investor can put their money on the savings account, and tomorrow they can withdraw their money. So this is a very liquid instrument. So we know that the amount is limited, but this is something that is guaranteed by the state, and this is supposed to be reliable. And if he is all about buying bonds, that means the revenue, the interest will be higher than the savings account. And when the investors buy stocks, it is natural that they expect some sort of risk premium. And how much a stock could bring from the investor's point of view if we have the deposit rate interest 15%, but maybe not 8%. It should be the expected growth of the stock, and we realize that those are realistic expectations. And this is what analyzers do. So they count the upside potential, and they come up with the predicted price, and as a result, they come up with some sort of expected revenue for investors.
So that is why the analyst job is difficult to underestimate. Investor has not to be disappointed. Colleagues are talking about if, for example, you don't have local investors, where are you going to get international ones? Because they will be asking the same questions which previous speaker talked about. So whom can I sell my asset to? That's quite reasonable and expected. We should have some kind of a cross-section of investors, and it should be not only retail, institutional investors, national companies. At the previous panel discussion, we talked a lot and discussed a lot. Umut was talking about this, about pension funds, that it looks like we should allow them to have investment KPIs. It does look like, yes, the pension fund is a structure which could be of an assistance in supporting liquidity, but we can proceed further. The monopolization of reform when they were taking from non-government pension funds. So to support, although it looks strange to put it back, so we again have non-government pension funds who could have been more active, in investment to decrease the limits for the investors who could actually invest in these shares. It could be a national fund can participate in investing some assets into the national companies. So it's difficult to underestimate the role of big institutional investors, which could be of a help, during difficult times, or who can buy, for long periods of time. So market is such a thing where we can just simply, let's develop just retail investors or only big investors. That's like a big pie or cake which has to have different layers in it. Some should invest into long, for long periods of time. There are some people who could actually have short-term investments. They should be mid-term investors and develop the whole spectrum of investors, by this developing the whole market. It's difficult to attract, reselling, investors. It's easy to attract retailers. It's easy, but to attract long-term investors, that requires a lot of effort, the work of a regulator, and this work could actually push or help in developing our stock market. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Sergey. We have some questions, additional questions, so we will get back to these questions. But now I would like to give the floor to Yilzhas. In December of last year, you witnessed IPO Kazmunaygas. It's one of the biggest retail IPOs of Kazakhstan. And so the fund listed 3% of the overall shares. How do you evaluate this IPO? Was it a successful one? Which work preceded this IPO process? And can you please, talk about your plans for the future in your portfolio? What is being done in this regard? Thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues. Maria, thank you very much for your questions. I would like to start generally about the policy of Samruk-Kazyna. The transfer of the assets is our key areas of activity of the fund with the sort of decree or address of our government and our president. So in this area, a special place is given to the shares of big national companies by means of the SPOs and IPOs. So we increase transparency and the level of the corporate management and providing the possibility for the general public to participate in managing the national values, and the state assets. As for Kazmunaygas, I would like to say yes, we value last year IPOs as a successful one. And there was a lot of work being done prior to that, prep work. In particular, we can talk about several things. For example, prior to IPO, so the debt from Kazmunaygas from 70 million went to 10 million debt. We optimized the structure of management or governance. The subholdings has been liquidated. So marketing, exploration, national company Kazakh Gas was transferred to the direct ownership of Samruk-Kazyna, and as investment attractability, so prior to that there was a deal signed. 8.45 shares in the project Kashagan was sold. So which was a positive signal for the investment market. Besides, that Kazmunaygas, together with its partners, is implementing a project on expanding tenge-denominated deposit, which will allow to increase the mining by 40%. So now they're at the 90% of readiness, which is highly esteemed by the investors. And during the IPO, there was part of the overall cost or price of the company. So also there was a great PR company implemented with a great coverage offline and online. So physical meetings has been organized with 125,000 people. So the meetings were organized not only in big cities, but in small cities. There were some sort of educational work being done in some industrial areas of our country. Besides, this IPO was the first digital IPO since, thanks for the support of the regulator and permission of the regulator, the second-level banks could become a broker, and thanks to their proposals they've developed, so people had a chance to buy shares by means of smartphones, which was an important element in the success of 99% of applications came through the mobile applications and IX Tabus application that demonstrated efficiency. And of course, most of the listings was through KASE stock exchange, sorry. And as for the recent SPO, KASE, we also think that we had some reached high results. 5,000 requests or applications has been made, 1.5% higher than so demand was 1.5% higher. And as a result of the SPO, the total number of shares in the free circulation went from 2.7 to 7.8%. So investors had highly esteemed, the plans of the company on development, take into consideration new generating units, which recently there were some changes introduced into the regulatory environment, which increased investment attractability of the company. So in general, the fund implements the program on transferring the assets into the competitive media as part of the complex plan of privatization for 2021-2025 was approved by the decree of the government, and this complex plan envisages offering Astana, KTZ, and Kazakh shares. And the decision on listing and the conditions of listing will be defined if these assets will be attractable, and also the financial status and the external character of the market. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iljas. Mahmoud Bey, if I may, the next question will go to you. So we witness the growth of IPO at Turkish market during recent years. That's a boom, and this year it continues. And the results are quite significant. By the result of the 8 months, 33 companies proposed their shares for investors, and Istanbul reached great success in attracting primary IPOs. So the statistics is higher than at London Stock Exchange, higher than Frankfurt and Milan. So based on the central registry of the agency, for the beginning of September, the number of investors increased in country by 2.46 million and reached 6.3 million. And that's a significant, impressive numbers, which demonstrate great growth of investors' framework during such a short period of time. Could you please share your experience and which, to your opinion, factors helped such growth and success? What motivates companies to attract investors at an open market? And another question is, which bonuses or incentives make companies go to the Istanbul Stock Exchange?
Maria, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us here. On behalf of Borsa Istanbul, I'd like to congratulate KASE on its 30th anniversary, which is excellent, and I'd like to congratulate Alina and all her team for putting together such an excellent organization with excellent participation. So thank you very much for that. To answer your question, my previous colleagues actually, I will say, provided a very good anatomy of how an IPO works, what it is all about. So now I will give you some maybe statistics about, first of all, the global picture, and then how it worked in Borsa Istanbul, and I will at the end come to some of the reasons for that. So we're looking at the global IPO activity. We see from 2019 to 2021, we have seen a great increase in the number of IPOs globally, reaching up to 2,400 IPOs globally. And then from 2021 onwards, we see some decrease. And the latest figures in 2023 was 968 IPOs only. And looking at this picture, we see a domination of the emerging markets. Since the start of 2023, emerging markets have seen the entry of new players into the active IPO landscape, including Turkey, Romania, complementing already thriving countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, and India. And 7 out of 9 mega IPOs were from emerging markets in 2023. Here, this graph, I'm providing this presentation just to give you the visual of the picture. Here we see India, China, and we see US, good IPO activity in US as well. We see some of the emerging markets, and Turkey comes about number 10 with 37 actual IPOs by the end of third quarter, raising about 2.2 billion US dollars. Now, looking at the picture in Turkey, we see a huge jump of IPOs from 2022 to 2021. You see that there is actually a breaking point when the IPOs globally are decreasing, the IPOs in Turkey are increasing. And we see in numbers about 50 IPOs, 40 IPOs, and so far in 2023 we have seen 43 IPOs. This is quarter 3 end results. As of now, November, we have 43 IPOs actually, because we are getting IPOs, 2-3 IPOs every week, basically. Comparing to our previous quarter, my clicker is okay. Comparing our current numbers with previous quarter, year on year, we see 23% increase in terms of number of IPOs this year compared to the last year, and almost 200% increase in terms of IPO proceeds. So now, some of the reasons for this, why are we seeing some huge number of IPOs? Because retail investors are very interested in it. We are seeing good, actually record number of IPO participation from retail investors. We are seeing 4 million investors, 3 million investors joining into the IPOs of Borsa Istanbul. And one reason for that, as my colleague Sergey here explained, is this, the index performance. We are seeing a huge performance of the BIST 100 index, you can see here, especially starting 2022 onwards. We are seeing triple, quadruple increases in a number of shares of companies. And also, I'd like to mention here that Turkish assets are still relatively attractively priced. The average PE ratios for the world is about 19%. In emerging markets, it's 14%. In Turkey, it's about only 7%. So that shows you how attractive Turkish assets are. Now, some metrics about the Turkish capital market. Again, I'm having some trouble here. Okay. I just want to highlight the number of investors, retail investors here in this slide. We have right now 8,100,000, more than 8,100,000 investors in the equity market, with a market cap of about 370 billion US dollars. And here I'd like to highlight the average US daily traded value of the equity market, which is about 5 billion US dollars, and we have about 528 companies listed in Borsa Istanbul. A number of retail investors have increased dramatically, whereas we have seen some decrease in the foreign investors, and this is also due to the global macroeconomic reasons. But right now, it stands from 29%, we have come up to 36%. So now, coming back to your question, after giving all these figures, looking at some of the dynamics behind why retail investors are rising globally, we have seen after the post-global financial crisis, there is this continued rise of discount brokerages, which is democratizing the capital markets. We have seen digital solutions for financial advice, which have disrupted the traditional fee-based advisor model. And coming to 2019 and 2021, we have seen the pandemic, of course. Many investors have found themselves with extra cash to invest during the pandemic. And retail investors have discovered their collective market power. They grouped on social media and they have noticed that they can actually influence the price of the stocks. And these have created some favorable conditions for the market, and this was the case in Turkey as well. And from 2022 onwards, we have seen a huge dramatic drop of the crypto market. Bitcoin fell about 77%. US stock market entered into a bear market. And then we have seen, of course, after the pumping of the funds into the economies during the pandemic, we have seen inflation across the globe, rising the interest rates globally. So now, this has created the factors. I want to go back to my first slide. These reasons basically what created this picture of the decreasing IPOs, the high interest rate environment basically. However, in Turkey, we have followed a different economic program during those years, and we haven't increased the interest rates that much. And also, Turkey was one of the top 5 countries where the crypto industry was very active. And the decreasing of the crypto industry has helped also retail investors to switch to the Turkish market. And also the bearish outlook of the developed markets also contributed to the increase of retail investors in our market. So finally, what Borsa has done, I'd like to come to that one actually. Of course, we have seen an opportunity here. The government was not raising the interest rates, but they were actually diminishing the credit lines for companies. This was a way of actually fighting the inflation. So Borsa Istanbul have actually soon seen this opportunity and took advantage of the low credit environment and visited companies to invite them to our equity market for IPOs to finance their companies with minimum cost. We developed a new business model which we actually started marketing for IPOs. We visited not only the high-ranked Istanbul Chamber of Commerce companies, which is the top blue chip companies, we also visited cities in the Anatolia. We visited trade chambers in some economically strong cities with high level of participation from local companies. We guided and we helped them in the preparation period as a solution partner, rather than waiting for them to come to us and apply for an IPO. We actually hand-holded them. We also simplified some of the procedures in the IPO processes, which together with the rising index and growing retail investor numbers, this supported the increasing number of IPOs. And going forward, I think the challenge will be how do we maintain these numbers and how do we go about the financial literacy question. I guess we may come back to that later on. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. And Mr. Farhat, we all know that Halyk Finance is a very active broker on our market. So this is one of the oldest market on our Kazakhstani market, and you participated in 5 huge IPOs of Kazakhstan. This is Kazmunaygaz, this is Kazatomprom IPO. We're talking about the Halyk Bank of Kazakhstan back in 2006, and today, as of today, company has this expertise, understanding of how Kazakhstani stock market functions, and how external market functions, and you're able to provide a high level of professionalism when it comes to providing investors with high quality services. And also an important role was played by digital infrastructure and the range of the network that you work with, and both within the countries and outside of the country. And Farhad, could you please tell us what are the key factors for such an impressive participation of your company in various IPOs and in various transactions, and to what extent the possibility to apply via mobile apps, to what extent this possibility played a significant role? And another question is, what is the portrait, what is the avatar of your retail investor? So thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm very happy to see you all. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you with the National Day of Financiers, and I would like to wish everyone a great success. And when it comes to your question, I'll try my best to provide an answer. So when it comes to the impulse, and I would say that the most impressive impulse that we saw and that affected the success that we've been demonstrating. So those are the numbers, the figures. And this is the major thing that happened in 2021. And in 2021, regulator allowed us to allowed users to enter via their biometrics, and if our commercial banks, if they've been operating in this digital field for many years, and we've been using mobile apps, we've been sending various money transfer, we've been paying bills, etc., etc. And in the same sense, by brokerage, those mobile solutions were not fully implemented. So we had some functionality, but at the same time, something big was missing, and we needed to fix some things. We had to do something either with our legs or with our hands. So you have to visit the broker and you have to provide them the original document, or you provide them with piece of ID. And what is biometrics right now is that when you're able to onboard and when you're able to become a client of certain group by entering your number and by entering your cell phone, and the remaining data follows after. So you just rotate your head, you stand a little bit further, you stand a little bit closer, and then such way you go through authorization. So this was the major change that has allowed us to develop further brokerage services, especially when it comes to dealing with retail investors. And overall, I think the effect of this change is only starting to show up. So we haven't reached the peak yet. And each and every year we have a larger number of private investing accounts, and we create an impressive turnover on the financial securities markets. And I think you already saw the figures. Only during 1 year, the number of retail accounts and the growth was 2.4 times. And this took only 1 year to achieve that growth. And we all got used to that. We all got used to live, especially our generations and our kids, even generation who is a bit older. So we use all the benefits of these digital solutions. And without this little thing, we cannot survive. So we fly, we go on business trips, and we do have boarding cards, we have cash, we have all the cards and everything that we used to check before going out. So you would take this as a wallet. You don't even have to print your boarding card. So the larger problem is when this device is out of charge, or when all of a sudden internet disappears, and then you can say, I'm sorry, I'm not able to do anything. I cannot pay, or I cannot do anything. And it is a completely normal thing. Then in this era, you try to use various ecosystems that gives you everything. So this is the new trend. This is the trend that appeared, especially last year. So we saw the full effect of this trend. It's just the fact that the regulator, apart from banks, also brokerage companies are able to provide such brokerage services, and this is why we have this growth in this retail investing sector. And what it means that banks, as part of their ecosystem, they are able to provide brokerage services. And Halyk Bank was one of the first banks which implemented this, and now even in this app. So there is this Halyk app, which used to be called Combank, and you just you can do card-to-card transfer, and you can buy stocks. And more than 70% of all the applications, were gathered through the Halyk application. And what it tells us that people value comfort and simplicity. And this is the trend, and I think that this is something that will replace traditional brokerage business, the way we used to work all these years. And right now, I would like to repeat one more time. I'm talking about mass segment. I'm talking about the major quantity of clients. I'm talking about the number of transactions that go through mobile apps. And when it comes to banks, I think banks already replaced the so-called traditional brokers already. And when it comes to the volume, when it comes to money volume, here we can definitely compete with the banks. And what's the main difference between me and I think my colleagues would correct me if I'm wrong. The so-called classical brokers, they are concentrating with the so-called middle segment and VIP segment. So I think for those people, the so-called digital solutions are not the first priority. So they are far more comfortable coming up with the application or discuss a certain process, purchase with the broker and with the manager of their account to figure out what potential risks are, rather than simply pressing the buttons. And therefore, I think, yes, we see that's the main difference. And when it comes to the trends, that we see, and also thanks to the development of this figure, so I would say that the retail segment has been becoming more and more advanced. So this is the path that we've been observing during the last 2-3 years. So people come up and people open their account, and the first thing that they do, they are interested in something. It turns out that I can open an account for free. I can be on my sofa and still open a new account. And the next thing that they do, they try to play around. They try to play around with whatever they find available in this app. And they use small amounts. And thanks our platforms, they have all the possibilities to play around with the small amount. And they have all the cheap stocks. And brokers on the local market, they have very low commissions. And what are the most frequently traded assets? So when it comes to Halyk Finance, when it comes to Halyk, and I think many brokers, for example, they've got such stocks such as Halyk Bank or Forte Bank. And the reason is that one stock of Halyk Bank costs 150 tenge, and Forte Bank costs less than 4 tenge. So you can have 100 tenge and you can have 4 stocks. And this is the person that just opened a brokerage account. Let's say they put 5,000 and they start playing around. And we do have many transactions on IPO, on SPO. So there are many people who buy one stock. And we've been talking to our colleagues, and I think if you ask them, yeah, Mr. Norbol and representatives of international companies, and the question is, why do people buy only one stock? And why would someone spend $10? And the question is, what do you expect from this investment? And in reality, we welcome that. So let it be. It is perfectly normal, and let them play. And they can have 1,000 tenge, and tomorrow they will play around with 5,000 tenge, with 10,000 tenge. But this gives them the feel how the market works. And we've seen such cases, what has been going on. And this is the next stages that has been happening. And the average purchase in this segment starts to go up, and more people started bringing more money to IPO in comparison with the first IPO. And this is considering the fact that we've got inflation and the devaluation of national currency. We realize that 1,100 tenge is not the same 100,000 tenge, and even including these factors, more and more people started bringing more money into these transactions. So people have more of a risk appetite. They had an opportunity to play around, and they saw previous cases that provided some deal of information to them. And people who used to buy KASE and they used to buy one stock in the past, and 6 months later, and let's say at the beginning they used to spend 8,000 tenge, and then they would say, how come I spent such a little amount? I should have put 100,000 tenge or 500,000 tenge, because we saw the growth of 40%, and etc., etc. So this is this evolutionary path. We've been going down this road, and our investors base, I think we have a relatively strong concentration, and I think this was the last question of our colleague moderator. And people who are from the age of 25 until 40, I think they, by us and by Halyk Bank, they represent 70% of all the investors. And there is this interesting trend that we are seeing more and more accounts for minors, for children. And I think this is thanks to our regulator that we've got this possibility. There is this certain procedure that one should go through. One should get a consent from the parents, and I've been benefiting from this trend. And parents come and they would say, I would like to put some funds for my kid, and I would like to buy this ETF. I would like to buy this index fund, whether it's NASDAQ or S&P 500, and I bought to my daughters this ETF on artificial intelligence. I think there is a great deal of hype going around, but I think in 10 years this cost will increase many fold. And it turns out that we've got some alternative for our savings, and we've been opening accounts for our kids, and we see that this segment of our client base has been growing. And hopefully I responded to all your questions, or I missed something. Yes, thank you, Farhat. Yes, I think you responded to all the questions. We are a little bit behind the schedule, so I think we will move forward. So many thanks for your response. So Mr. Choi, the South Korea was experiencing this boom of IPO in 2021 and 2023. However, in 2023, there was also a significant growth, and experts also say that such a growth was provided thanks to small and medium enterprises. And this is a particularly relevant topic for Kazakhstan. We try to develop this small and medium enterprises, and we want them to be present on our stock market. And another interesting trend is that the number of retail investors has been growing. And as insiders point out, there is a great deal of competition. There is a great deal of competition for subscription, thanks for changed rules according to which the stock increases in stock prices are represented on the stock market. So could you please tell us what are certain aspects of developing IPO in South Korea, especially when it comes to small and medium enterprises, and what is the reason why people are more and more interested in IPO in South Korea, and how regulatory changes affect the development of the market of capital? And as a regulator, I would like to ask you to pay more attention to the last part of my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, for sharing Korean context and great questions. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation for inviting me to this meaningful event. As Vice Chairman mentioned, Korea is one of the most active IPO markets in the world. Last year, we saw 152 IPO, and we expect even a higher number at the end of this year. And among these 152 IPOs, 129 IPOs, which is around 85% of total IPOs, are from our SME market, Kazakh market. And if you look at the trends of our SME market IPO, it is increasing significantly. We had 40 IPOs in 2013, but we had 129 last year. So which means that it's increasing more than threefold in a decade. Then what motivates the Korean SMEs to go public? And of course, there are many reasons, but today I want to mention two things. Those are regulatory support and human capital aspect. So as for regulatory support, the Korea Exchange introduced a unique listing track called Technology Company Listing Track. So this listing track is designed to help the early stage innovative companies' difficulties that they have to put enormous capital in their technology development stage, but their profit usually occurs in many years later. So if a company applies for listing through this listing track, they can get exemptions from financial requirements such as sales or operating income if they pass the exchange's technology assessments. So this listing track enables early stage innovative companies fund their essential capitals for technology development through from the public capital market. This track is getting more popular and more popular. So we had only 4 companies completed their IPO through this listing track in 2013. But last year, we saw 28 companies. And we expect more this year as well. Another motivation for SMEs to go public, I want to mention, is human capital. When I was working as a listing levy officer, I interviewed the CEOs of the companies in the IPO process, and I asked why you want to go public. And most of them mentioned that it's not only about financial capital, it's also about human capital. As a private company, they have certain limitations to attract top talented people. If they go public, their corporate visibility will increase and their brand power as well. This will help them to attract top talented people, and this could be an important motivation for a technology company because a tech company's core asset is usually knowledge and people. So this is something we need to notice from the technology company listing track. And let's switching gears to the retail investor side. As Vice Chairman mentioned, the Korean retail investors have great interest in the IPO market. If you look at the subscription rate, it increased to 1,800 in July 2023, which is almost 5 times higher than that of the last quarter of 2022. And I believe this is the result of the combination of increased liquidity and tech sector boom, such as AI and EV, and the retail investors' behavioral characteristics. So according to Yale behavioral finance professor Nicholas Barberis, retail investors are very drawn to lottery-like payoff. Even though most tech stock didn't perform well compared to the market overall, if a few performed extremely well, then this is very appealing to retail investors. So during the COVID period, retail investors witnessed the dramatic surge of tech stocks and also several very successful IPO cases. These circumstances might stimulated their investment instincts into the IPO market. And as an exchange, we think that this kind of active participation from retail investor is an important catalyst to develop our market. So we are sparing no effort to support the retail investors' engagement. And one of that effort is the change in price band for newly listed stocks. So from our research, we found that there were several cases that upper price limit hindered the discovery of equilibrium prices for newly listed stocks for several trading days. So we decided to widen this band from 63% to 200% to 60% to 400%. And with this improvement, we could confirm that several cases that would have required 2 to 3 trading days to find the equilibrium price on their previous system, found the equilibrium price on the listing date. So this is the most recent regulatory changes we made for IPO market. And to make the IPO market more dynamic and mature, we are continuing to expand the scope of technology company listing track, apply special exemptions for strategic technologies, and enhance expertise in listing review to protect retail investors. So I will stop here, and I hope the Korean examples could be a good reference for Kazakhstan capital market. Thank you.
That is true. It's a very interesting practice. I was thinking, how it could be implemented into our legislation, and if it's all possible to do that. Thank you very much for an interesting information. Krzysztof, you are in charge of the Polish stock exchange. You have more than 26 years of experience at the stock market and the financial sector. You participated in IPOs not only in Poland, UK, Saudi Arabia. How do you see the benefit of attracting, capital through IPOs? What motivates company, to list? Can you share your experience, especially from the point of view of the last listing in Saudi Arabia? If it's all possible, just a couple of words, if you may. Thank you very much for your question. I will speak in English. I will answer in English.
Inviting to this panel, and congratulations to KASE and the Republic of Kazakhstan for this fantastic achievement. The KASE is one of the leading exchange in the region, and it's a great achievement. This panel has confirmed two of my views, one positive and one negative. The negative is, if you're the last speaker, most probably all your comments and arguments have already been raised, including the numbers, unfortunately. So that's the negative. And then the positive is that the IPO market is not dead and it's actually thriving. It depends how you measure and where you look. And coming back to the question, why do companies raise capital through, or actually why do companies IPO? I think there are two primary types of motivations, and the secondary one, and they were actually all raised during the comments from my fellow panelists. The primary reason for going public is to raise capital. Now, why is the IPO volumes globally not as thriving as one would expect? Because there are alternatives to raising capital through the capital markets. Banking finance was mentioned in the previous panel. Private equity was not mentioned here, but it's a very viable alternative to a lot of companies. So a lot of companies choose to go other ways rather than raise capital through an IPO, but actually it is the primary goal of an IPO transaction. Why is it so important, and why is it so positive to raise capital through an IPO? First of all, you can finance projects that other providers of capital would not like to finance, particularly innovative projects which have higher risks that are not bankable. It can be easily financed through an IPO. An IPO has also this advantage that you don't have to give up control over a company. You just sell a part of your company, you keep control, you raise capital, and you can raise banking or debt financing of other source. You can also use it, and being listed, you can use your shares as a currency for an M&A transaction. If you're listed, you can swap shares with another company, acquiring or merging with a different entity. So these are a lot of positives from a company perspective, and the primary motivation by the book of an IPO transaction. Now, from my experience, a lot of companies do an IPO for a different reason. It's an exit from the existing shareholders. Privatization, which was discussed widely here, is a primary example in a lot of emerging markets, including my own country, Poland. The booming years of the Warsaw Exchange were connected with the government selling shares in a national IPOs, as it was mentioned here by Sergei a national type of transaction. All the blue chips were listed. Privatization through an IPO has one very big advantage. It's a very transparent process. It involves, you can involve the domestic population, you can involve institutions from your own country, or you can involve global investors, be it strategic investors, be it financial investors, very transparent process. So that is a primary motivation in a lot of emerging markets for IPOs. I've mentioned private equities. Private equities are usually investors in an early stage of a company development. They have a limited time horizon for investments, usually between 5 and 7 years. After this period, they look for an exit strategy. And if the valuations are right, and I'll come back to the valuation question in a minute, a stock exchange exit is quite an interesting thing. Another group of investors that are interested to leave the company or partially leave the company through an IPO are the founders, the private businesses that were set up, say, 20, 30 years ago. The main shareholders are aging. They want to maybe change their position within the company from active management to supervisory board or just being a shareholder. The mechanism through an IPO and a stock exchange listing is an ideal mechanism for that. And let's not forget about employees. In my country, a lot of privatization processes through an IPO guaranteed a 15% of shares to be distributed to employees. It was a kind of encouragement for the participation in the privatization of the retail investors, the particular group being the employees. If a company is listed, even a private company, not necessarily a company that is as a government origination, the employees are more loyal to the company, and they also have a mechanism of exiting whenever they need cash or they want to reduce their shares. So the two primary reasons for IPO is capital raising or an exit of the existing shareholders. Now there's a third group of reasons, which was mentioned by my colleague from the Korean exchange. These are a prestige, a marketing, positioning reasons. Being a public company usually means it's a more credible, more transparent company that has a better position in negotiating with various stakeholders, be it the employees, be it potential employees, be it the clients, be it the government. It's a transparent company that reports its results every quarter, every 6 months, depending on the regulatory regime. It has certain advantages. It is usually better perceived than the company that is not public because it is less known. So these are the main reasons for IPOs. Now, switching to the retail component and the retail question, I've noticed reading some OECD reports that if you look geographically from west to east, the percentage of household savings allocated to equities reduces from west to east. As a matter of principle, it varies by the country. However, participation in the market actually increases. So let's say the Westerners have more shares but trade less frequently, and the Easterners have less shares but trade more frequently. And actually the example from Korea, I'm sorry to pick on Korea, but it's an excellent example, and congratulate on your success, is showing that. Now, why are the retail investors important? They provide liquidity. Stock exchange is all about liquidity, the depth of the order book. That's what the retail investors provide, and that's why they are so important. Why do they trade? Actually, it was already mentioned, to make money. They compare returns they can make on a particular investment with the risk-free rate or with the interest or with the potential returns on other markets. If the particular market, like Turkey, for example, is offering outstanding performance of the index, they'll go there. That's very simplistic. They don't like volatility. They don't like if things change. They like smooth way up. They like good broker ecosystem, and I think it was mentioned by Sergey that they need the research, they need the analyst, and thank you very much for the positive comments about research analyst. I was a research analyst myself for 15 years before I started doing other things. So it is very important to have the coverage of a company to attract retail investors because they don't know. They need to be handheld a little bit through the process. They need information. They need to know what's not worth investing, and research analysts from brokers are helping to do that. And finally, technology is extremely important. There is a phenomenon globally called gamification. People are more and more, particularly Generation Z or millennials, they're looking at investments as a little bit like a game. You have it on your phone, you buy and sell, you click red to sell, you click green to buy. If technology is not there, obviously the participation of retail investors in the IPO will be much lower. So they provide liquidity, they provide the depth of the order book. But here comes an important discussion which has not been raised during the panel, and I'll focus on that. It was not my plan, but I think it might be interesting for the listeners. First of all, I wanted to touch upon two things. First one is the structure of the IPO in terms of the investor groups, and the second one is post-debut share performance. In terms of structure of the IPO, I'm not a big fan of retail-only IPOs. I think it is detrimental for the second point, which I'll touch upon in a second. It basically has usually negative impact on the share price performance afterwards, because there is no other party to sell it to, and usually those IPOs would be. I have never done an IPO which was 100% retail. So what would be my ideal? And again, speaking from my experience, my ideal structure of IPO, I would like to have all three groups of investors: domestic institutions, ideally pension funds. And again, there was a lot of discussion about a pension fund, national pension fund. If there is only one, it helps, but it probably will not be an active investor in the secondary trading. The share of pension funds in the Polish daily turnover is about 2%, and they hold about 40% of the free float. So they're very inactive investors. So don't expect your pension funds to drive your post-IPO market. So domestic institutions, internationals, be it any geography but internationals, they provide a different view. Usually they have different expectations about the return on their investment. And then retail. What would be the proportion? I would usually, in a transaction that I used to do, and I did quite a number of transactions in Poland, it'd be between anything 15 to 25% of an IPO would be allocated to retail. The rest would be given into the institutional hands. Now, everything obviously depends on how strong the local investor base is, how interesting a market for international investors is. But this would be my, let's say, textbook sort of example of a structure for an IPO. And finally, the post-debut share price performance. I think people don't or underestimate the fact that the debut after an IPO is just the beginning of the journey. It's the time when your stocks start trading, but it's not the last moment. You probably come back to the market as an issuer for an SPO. Your shareholder might want to reduce the stake, so there'll be an SPO, another transaction. If your share price after an IPO goes down too much, then you will not be attractive for investors. So it's a challenge in terms of pricing and valuing an IPO, to value it to be attractive enough both for the buyer and for the seller, and to make sure that the performance afterwards is satisfactory for those who bought shares or those who are looking at the shares. Now, you'd be surprised, but I looked at the statistics, the same sources as my colleague from Borsa Istanbul was showing. So from EY research on the IPO market, they do a quarterly review. According to their 3Q review, 60% of IPO globally have their share price higher than the price in the IPO. 40% are below. It probably changes depending on the market situation, but I would strongly advise anybody doing an IPO to have in mind that this is just the beginning of the journey, and then you'll be coming back to the market eventually in one shape or the other. So I think that was all the questions that I was asked. I'm happy to take more. Thank you very much again for being in the panel.
Огромное спасибо, Джекерс.
Thank you very much. You know, I received about 15 different questions from the audience. And what is interesting, if you look at these questions, 6 of them will fall within the, in general, issue discussed by our panel session. Small and medium-sized business plays an important role in the economy of each country. It provides employment, provides innovations. But what is a stimulant for SME go on to the stock market? Maybe it's not IPO, but we do understand that the small and medium-sized business is something different. But with the medium-sized business, what will become a what will stimulate to go to like the stock market? So that's a question to all the participants of this panel session. So can you just in 3 words answer this question? Alex, the question to you is more complicated. It was addressed by our audience to you personally. So will there be any programs, EBRD programs, supporting stock market development and MSBF, for example, support, being listed?
So we always engage with the partners in Kazakhstan to make sure we can support market development. So we don't have a specific plan yet in this area, but we're always working on the review of policies of infrastructure for access, on legislation, as you know, working even with you, which ultimately would also benefit mid-size issuers. But I think I will come back to the topic, and George probably is the most competent to answer some of these questions, but actually, so I think, kind of align in that we see that there are many mid-sized companies in our region of operations where owners, founders are looking to the capital market with interest because of various reasons. Of course, they can have more diversified base of capital, so they can rely not only on the banking system, but also on alternative sources. But also, for those who are looking at the equity market, they often indeed are looking to change the model of operation of their company because they don't see necessarily themselves as somebody who would run or own the company for perpetuity. So their children may not be interested, they may have other careers, may not live even in the same places. And so in general, there is interest in mid-sized companies in looking at the market. And I think the Georgian experience was really remarkable in that we had, when we announced that we would support these bond issuances for a number of companies, there was a very strong interest. So we actually it was a competition and quite a few companies applied. And I think there's also some kind of mystique of the market. They thought it's very difficult, very costly, and so having some kind of nudge or support was actually very helpful because they actually were able to issue, and probably they will come back again. So I'm going to stop here so other colleagues have a chance.
Спасибо большое, Сергей.
Thank you, Sergey. And I would like to go back to the basic questions. What are the stimuli for SMEs that we can offer, and to what extent they will be effective? So small and medium enterprises, so these are the enterprises that have been growing aggressively. So those are companies that experience an aggressive growth. And what do they need for growth? They need financing, they need funds, they need money, they want to attract more financing, and help them to attract even more financing. And this is something that could motivate them to become emittents on the issuers on the stock market. So one thing is to obtain something on the market, and another thing is to go public. And it is very hard for a small or medium enterprise to go public. So one need to be opened. And are private companies ready for that? So more often than not, they are not ready. And they would need to do a great deal of specific work, and the company is not 100% sure that they are able to attract necessary financing. What can they do? They can issue bonds. So they don't have to sell equity, but they can sell obligations. And the help from attracting such financing, this is something that we can provide. And what is done anywhere in the world? Some sort of guarantees. for those enterprises. So some help, or some institution, let's say, or quasi-governmental, with some participation of the state, they can co-finance a certain percentage. And we have already such a program, and this draws a great deal of attention of small and medium enterprises. And what else can one do? And it seems that for them, this is the main part of the work. So you can organize, let's say, some sort of a specific session on the market, or some sort of a platform where they will have some sort of a simplified listing procedure for companies, so they would disclose less information, and this could, in theory, simplify the work, and as far as listing is concerned. So I would say those are two primary measures. So Maria Zhamalovna, I think I will add something from my part. So for small and medium enterprises, what is happening now? So businessmen, they look at these beautiful figures, something that is shown on the capital markets. They look at these huge volumes. Over there we had Kigok, over here we've got Kazmunaygas, and naturally they say, hey, can I have also a piece of that cake, because I also need money, because I depend on banks so much. And here it turns out that there is this market, there's this capital market, and here they face a big problem, and they, more often than not, they go back disappointed, because what is something that they experience? They experience a professional investor, and investor got spoiled. And the reason to that is starting from 2014 on our market, on our debt instrument. That market is dominated by quasi-governmental sector. Everyone is issuing bonds, subsidiary organizations of Samruk Kazakh. They even compete one with one another. And in that sense, the classical emittent is somewhere behind. And we've got players such as huge banks, microfinance organizations, and they can afford a high interest rate. And what small or medium enterprise is? So this is a small or medium enterprise, and they have a limited margin. So even in good times, let's say our Kazakhstani business, the marginal ability is not so high, and the interest rate for regular bank loans are more or less at the same level. And professional investor, they have an alternative. So we buy securities on secondary market, so 16-17%. So this is quasi-governmental sector we're talking about, and this is rating is close to sovereign rating, and this could be some national holding. And why would I need to buy from private emittent? So just in order to get a several percent, let's say +3 or +4%, and more, they would not be able to provide. And this is the times that we're living now. And if I were to respond to your questions, what we can do about it? So the way we see it, first and foremost, our investors should be hungry, and our investor is spoiled. Our investor should not be spoiled. So this margin, so every percentage, every 1% of this margin should be important for an investor, and the marginality for our investor is not so important. So when we have a super low interest rate, and then every additional percent would matter for a private investor, and only then would private investor will look into small or medium enterprises. So we have the new class of investors, someone who we are talking about, the retail investor. They started looking at these stories. So not only are they interested in stock, they are also interested in bonds. And so small and medium enterprises, they would rather buy stories that are well known. So you can take a look. A few years back, I did not believe in potential of retail segment as potential investors into bonds. So maybe stocks, maybe ETFs, but fixed income, it's all about professional institutional investors. So why would a retail investor be interested in bonds? And it turns out that this type of asset is becoming more and more popular, and we had a placement of BI Group, and for the most part this was taken by the private retail investor because they are well known. And stories similar to this, so let's say huge retail networks, huge entertainment centers, so such stories, they will be familiar and they will create a great deal of response, and especially retail segment would also respond. So some stories that are understandable, some stories that are clear, some stories that are easy to follow. So thank you. So Mr. Mahmoud Bey, the floor is yours. So what do you think?
Important for every economy, SMEs development is very critical and important. And in addition to my colleague said, not just the IPO, we also see a very important activity in Turkey on corporate bonds. So that segment of the capital market is huge and it's also growing. When it comes to the IPOs, we need to look at how the structure of the IPO. Is it being used as an exit strategy? And where the company is going to use the funds. Is it going to be used to pay the debt, or is it going to be used for making new investment? These are also very important criteria for the investor. And also, how do we define the SME? I mean, SME definition is a problem in itself. In every country, it has a different definition, and it's very difficult to come up with a standard definition for it. But in the Turkish market, for instance, most of our companies, compared to some other, more developed countries, it could be considered medium size or smaller size. Some of the companies, but for particularly the startup segment, we have a different business model. Whereas the stock exchange, we are bringing together the angel investors with the startup companies. This is a separate segment that we are working on, and we are getting the initial startup funding for those companies and helping them mature up and later on come up for the IPO. I think that's also interesting business to look at.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Choi, what is your take on the matter?
Interesting question, and I thought about the cases that I saw the medium-sized companies IPO, and one did IPO for switching their industry, and the other one did IPO to prepare inheritance tax, but I think those are very specific cases. But one thing I want to add is the operational advantage. So it might be different country to country, but in Korea, usually listed companies have flexibility. If one is classified as a listed company, it's more easy to operate company because the government gives more discretions. So this might be an incentives for medium-sized companies IPO.
Господин Завада.
So, Mr. Zavada, the floor is yours.
A word of positive and a word of negative, as always. In terms of SME segment, I'm quite unhappy with retail bonds. I think this is not a type of issuer that should issue bonds to the general public. I think we are talking here about interest rates, but the credit risk profile is usually difficult to verify. So I'm very much in favor of equity financing for SME through the capital markets, and we in Poland have a segment called New Connect for the companies that don't have a long history and are small in size. And I'm happy for people to invest in equities of such companies with one caveat. This type of market is not a trading market. You won't get liquidity there. It's a listing market. So you occasionally will be able to exit, but as a matter of principle, you will not be able to exit. So that's the positive. The negative, be very careful with corporate bonds in general for general public. We had the biggest scandal in the history of the Polish capital market with a very simple product, corporate bonds, of a listed issuer that was pretty much a scam. And it was a multi-billion-dollar losses for individual investors. In equity, if an investor puts their money into equities, they should be aware that they can lose everything. In bonds, they believe they're bulletproof, and no matter if this is a sovereign bond, in perception of retail investor, it's 100% guarantee, even if it's not. So I would be really, really careful with that. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, I hope that discussion that we've been having during this panel discussion, hopefully it was interesting for our listeners. I would like to thank all the speakers. In reality, I have a whole range of questions that I would love to ask, but unfortunately, the time is up, the time is over. So therefore, thank you very much for such a fruitful discussion. Many thanks, and thank you. Thanks to everyone.
future of finance and technology. Please welcome Patrick. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me say, at this point in the evolution of financial markets, a week is a very long time. And certainly a week is an incredibly long time for me as I've been traveling around and trying to deal with my researchers. So therefore, I'm delighted to say that they have produced lots of material. Excuse me while I skip through a few of the slides as we go along this afternoon. First of all, let me say a huge thank you. Aidana, I know, has worked tirelessly to organize this conference with a huge team. It's absolutely an incredible honor to be here. Alina, thank you for the invitation. I am really, really honored to be here in Almaty, in Kazakhstan, for the first time in my life, and it's been 2 incredible days. It's also been probably 2 of the most calorific days in my life, so thank you very much. The hospitality, the food is absolutely incredible. It's marvelous to be here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a super event. And yes, my history in financial markets, capital markets, has always been driven by this, by change. It's the only certainty in our lives and in our investment lives, whatever we do. At the same time, when I wrote my first book on fintech 25 years ago, I was actually writing it 25 years ago today, it was incredible because we were in a very, very different world, the world to where we're going to be. And that's why, at that time, Gary Hamel had just produced a great report with Hamel and Sampler. And he said, somewhere out there is a bullet with your company's name on it. One of the most important things to understand at this juncture, and I'm sorry if this gives you indigestion after such a beautiful luncheon, is the fact that that bullet hasn't gone away. If anything, there are more bullets, they're traveling faster, and there are more threats to where you are in the world at this juncture. And therefore, I mean, these are some of the things that I do just as background. I used to lecture at university in Torun in Poland, amongst other things. We mentioned Valerium earlier on. If you want to know what's going on in the world of exchanges, I will offer you one shameless plug. Please read my newsletter, Exchange Invest. The best people, the leaders in the world of exchanges read that newsletter every day. I will only name 3 people who read it: Alina Aldenbergian, Jeffrey Sprecher, who runs the Intercontinental Exchange, and indeed Adina Friedman, the chairman and CEO of NASDAQ. They can't get by without it every day. So let me say, if you work in exchanges and you want to know more, please consider reading, because I want you to succeed, ladies and gentlemen. That's a past selection of my books. This one's very interesting. Capital Market Revolution came out in 1999, way before the idea of iPads, Kindles, things before that. And it actually talked about digital currency. We'll get back to that in a moment. The one thing I would say is, while I talked about a lot of things that would be today perhaps represented as central bank digital currency, which we'll be talking about in the panel, and other issues such as digital assets, I would like to just assure you that I am one of the few middle-aged men at the moment who does not claim to be Satoshi Nakamoto and does not claim to have invented the blockchain. Now, if we look further in our past history, I'll give you one quotation. Disclaimers are everything in this litigious world, ladies and gentlemen. And the trouble with weather forecasting is that it's right too often for us to actually manage to ignore it, and it's wrong too often for us to rely on. That can be translated as, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And in that sense, I suppose that defines my career, ladies and gentlemen. I have been that one-eyed man throughout the course of the last 25 or 30 years, seeing how digital technology would change our world and change our markets. Now, I came here hot foot from the City of London, and this gentleman to my left is the new Lord Mayor. He doesn't always dress like that. It's just his ceremonial robes. He's the Lord Mayor of the City of London. And I think it's quite important to talk about tradition, understanding these things, because Lord Mayor, Alderman Professor Michael Manelli, who has given me the welcome opportunity to pass on his greetings as he enters day 4 in office. He had a marvellous banquet in the City of London the other day. His office goes back 800 years, actually slightly more, to 1198 AD. And the thing about the City of London is it's the biggest, most cosmopolitan financial centre in the world, and it has many things in common with Kazakhstan. And it has one thing in particular at the moment in common with Kazakhstan, which I think is a first and interesting point towards the future. Because when I was growing up, the first thing I knew about Kazakhstan was Baikonur, the cosmodrome. And when you look at the cosmodrome to this day, when you think about the satellite business, low Earth orbit satellites, we've now got 4,000 satellites in orbit. Just last week, before he entered high office, I was at a symposium in the City of London with Lord Mayor. Some of them are quite old, such as this. This is the Tesla in 1897. The man in the driving seat, you might have heard of him. His name was Ferdinand Porsche. That was his first electric car, the loaner Porsche. It obviously took a while to come back into vogue, but here we are. It's highly successful. Now, if we look through where we are, ladies and gentlemen, where we are in the economy, I want to give you one brief economic tip. Okay? I'm trying to help, and I've always been looking for the opportunity to discuss the economy in a way that everybody understands. Because fundamentally, at the base of what we are talking about today in relation to the world of exchanges, the financial market economy, the commodity market economy, it's trade and it's growth. It's about growing the pie for everybody. These 4 ladies constitute Blackpink. If you haven't heard about them, Blackpink are the biggest K-pop band in the world. They're so big that the current negotiations over their new contract, because K-pop contracts run 7 years, have caused the stock of their record label to lose 13% in a day because somebody saw one of the members of the Blackpink group looking unhappy as they were leaving the offices and they believed there was a problem with negotiation. Put that in perspective, ladies and gentlemen, and we see the power of markets. Because the power of markets are as follows. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the last bastion of a totally controlled economy. Roughly, size of economy, something like $21 billion, let's say, by the end of 2023. The size of K-pop alone is $8 to $9 billion. So not the Samsung TVs, not the LG mobile phones, just one sliver of that economy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of markets. And when we look at markets, it's very important. I devised this, Young's Pyramid of Exchanges. It divides the world's exchanges by operating companies so we can understand where they are. Tier 1, we have the very largest, what I call the massive department stores. And the reason I say they're department stores is because wherever you go in the world, you can walk into a department store. You may not know the name of the store, but you know you're in a department store. It doesn't have the same departments, it doesn't have exactly the same facets, but it's a department store. And big exchanges are department stores. So therefore, at the top here, we have the likes of the CME, Hong Kong exchanges, Intercontinental Exchange. Tier 2, well, we have representation from Tier 2 here today, I do believe, from the Moscow Exchange. They're sitting in the middle of that, alongside the likes of NASDAQ and so on. And then at Tier 3, we have all of these smaller exchanges. On the cusp of Tier 2 and Tier 3, we have Hellenic Exchanges Group and also the Warsaw Exchange. Istanbul, I would say, is sitting quite comfortably in Tier 2 these days. What is important to take away from this, ladies and gentlemen, is that all the talk for the last 20 years in the media has been about the concentration of exchanges, the fact that the pyramid was narrowing at the top. But the truth, ladies and gentlemen, is the more exciting message is that the number of markets is widening at the bottom. And why is that? Because people are finding new products, new opportunities, not just in cryptocurrency or in digital assets, but in space, in social impact bonds, in all manner of interesting new carbon markets. When we look at the energy markets over electronic periods of time, they have been quite revolutionized according to what has gone on. And what have we got coming in the future? This baby, born today, it's going to live to be 130 years old. It's probably never going to have a driving license because it's never going to drive a car. It may never have a bank account. She is in a position where effectively she's the start of what I would call the exabyte generation. An exabyte is what, 1 plus, is it 16 or 18 zeros? I mean, far too big a number for me to remotely compute as a mere Irishman. It's a stunning thing because her data consumption will be more than all of human knowledge until the year 2000. Think about that for a second. What does that tell us about markets? That markets are fundamentally a data business. They are a content business. When you sit down and look at where we are in relation to how that links to anything, the exciting news is this is the golden age of exchanges. This is the best time for centralized marketplaces. If you go to a startup conference today, there will be a speaker who will say, anywhere in the world, you know what, Airbnb, Uber, I'm trying to act millennial, not quite dressed for it. These things, Airbnb, Uber, those things, Amazon, eBay, they're amazing because they don't own anything. They don't own any of the taxis, they don't own any of the rooms, they don't own... And that's the point when, if I'm there with my wife or one of my colleagues, they're holding me down because, of course, they're exchanges, stupid. And that's the most important message to take away from today, because if you can build a coherent structure, as the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange have done so brilliantly over the past 30 years, and congratulations to you that have fueled it, the brokers, the dealers, the investors, then ultimately you have an incredibly exciting opportunity, because the core of markets is the fact that we need more exchanges, not less. There are amazing opportunities in every way we look at them, and wherever we tend to go, that's going to make for a very, very interesting opportunity for markets as a whole. What are some of those possibilities? One, everybody in financial markets and exchange groups is obsessed by what I now call the curse of super liquidity. The future of a vast amount of exchange-listed assets is not worrying about fantastically high-speed transactions. It's not about low latency. It's about the system of trust that we, the exchange industry, provide through the exchange, through the settlement mechanism. And that's why if we look at something like, for example, the blockchain. Now, I used to chair, as Adina said, the Blockchain Malta Association. I'm not entirely convinced that the blockchain is totally the way forward. What I am convinced of is if you have a CSD, if you have a recipient, a licensed entity that can hold assets, can hold the registers for people of who owns them, that is a very exciting prospect. Whether it is tokenization or fractionalization in another fashion, we're going to have a huge opportunity for all kinds of markets. What we have to understand is the pyramid shows us Life at the bottom of tier 3 of the exchange pyramid, I know, I've been there, I've run an exchange there, is almost nothing like life at the top of tier 1 in the pyramid for the likes of Adina Friedman or Jeff Sprecher. And I don't just mean in the way that they've got the opportunity to fly around in private jets. I mean in terms of how their business works. So what do we look at? Well, lots of people are going to get very worked up about AI and artificial intelligence. And I'm going to say that's a great thing. There is a possibility there. There is a huge opportunity from artificial intelligence, but ultimately it's a tool to be deployed by humans. And actually, if we want to go and look at, say, for example, the NASDAQ surveillance department, what we find is that it's been there for the last 10 years, busy machine learning and producing a better market for us all. It's not something to be scared of, in my opinion. It's something to embrace. What we also need to embrace and not be scared of is the opportunity for markets to compete and keep them competing, because it builds a stronger and better marketplace across the world. Equally, we need to know retail investors are going to be a huge amount of our future. And the possibility now is incredible, because 25 years ago, I used to go on CNBC TV a lot, and if I said, oh, blah, 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 options, they go, oh, you can't say that. The viewers are retail traders. They won't follow. They won't understand. I don't know if you've been on YouTube recently or an equivalent video sharing site, but there are thousands of videos. Every single form of human life is presenting a video on how to trade options. My particular favorite, I have to say, is this downtown African-American guy who wears chains here, has an incredible purple shirt. At first I thought he might be a bishop, but it turns out he's just talking. He gets very excited. He pummels the desk when he's teaching you about options and his chains rattle. The point about that, ladies and gentlemen, is in the digital age, education is moving faster. Markets are moving faster to develop. And therefore, we have to understand that our user base of exchanges, the retail traders, are educating themselves at incredible speed. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, where we sit at the moment is simply in an incredible world of opportunity. And of course, I started this conversation by talking about the loner Porsche. Ferdinand Porsche, he developed battery technology when he was a child. His father wanted to throw him out of the house because they didn't have electricity in his house in Germany because he thought he was a child of the devil. Some things you do, and then you find you're way too early. Porsche did electric cars. They were way too early. The Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, and I will forever applaud your great efforts in this regard, were at T+0 clearing, along with Moscow and Nepal a decade ago. It's taken the world a decade to catch up. That is a fascinating example, ladies and gentlemen, of how in Kazakhstan you can be way ahead of the game at the same time as obviously paying homage to the bigger financial centers who have to be allowed the chance to catch up. However, I'll offer you a sting in the tail. Everybody looks at T+0 clearing and goes, our lives are saved. Everything will be risk-free. Well, here's the problem. There are about 86,400 seconds in a day. It takes the Bitcoin blockchain about 500 seconds to settle something. If you put that risk in perspective, you'll go, oh yeah, well, 500 seconds, not even 10 minutes. And I'll say, yes, but then look at Hanmag Securities. Hanmag Securities in Korea managed to go from a positive $50 million balance to a negative $50 million balance, thanks to artificial intelligence, in 143 seconds. What lessons do we take from that? T+0 isn't the ultimate panacea. Humans are vitally important to financial markets to manage to make sure that the machines stay in line. And the opportunities, whether we're on terra firma whether we're in space, whether we're looking at a multitude of new products, and let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, what markets do we not trade at the moment that we couldn't survive without? Water and rice. The opportunity is absolutely everywhere, and the opportunity to bring the real economy closer to the exchange marketplace that has become rather more aloof and rather more used to the financialization of products is enormous. The opportunity is with us, ladies and gentlemen. We have an incredible possibility going forward. This is the age of the exchange, and I want to say thank you very, very much for indulging me in this afternoon's keynote speech. But I'm going to move rapidly on, if you'll be so kind, because I would like to introduce our panelists. So, we have got a very interesting lineup for the Digital Transformation of Financial Services Challenges and Opportunities panel. We are going to be led, first of all, by Idel Sabitov. He is the Deputy CEO of the KASE Clearing Center. Please applaud him as he comes up. Idel is going to give us a presentation in a few minutes. Please join me on stage, Idel. Idel is, well, a proper capital market revolutionary, ladies and gentlemen. Over 30 years of electronic trading experience, he actually helped bring the original electronic trading system to the... Idel, are you sitting under your own name? I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell. At this angle, I can't tell, ladies and gentlemen. Is he looking good to you, ladies and gentlemen? You can answer. I don't mind. I'm going to stand here, so it's absolutely fine. If you want to have a seat there, go ahead. No problem. Idel brought the original electronic trading system to KASE, helped develop it in 1994. His bona fides need no further introduction. Let's also say, and welcome to the stage, actually, why don't you all come up together, gentlemen. John Velisarius, he's the founder and director of Otranto Limited. He's based between Canada, Monaco, and indeed also has spent a long time in Switzerland. He was very heavily involved in the Swiss SDX, which is the digital asset arm of the Swiss exchange, and he has been heavily involved in the digital tenge project. Gülcan Gülay is Executive Vice President of Borsa Istanbul. Professor Gülay is a man who has lectured around the world. He was a visiting lecturer at the City University of London's very prestigious KASE Business School. Nowadays, he is one of the leading figures within Borsa Istanbul and its many exciting digital initiatives. And also, I have to say, thank you very much for being a Turk. And we're all, I think, some little part of us in this audience, the foreigners, we're all proudly a little bit Turkish at the moment, thanks to having all arrived on Turkish Airlines, who I have to say is probably the best airline in the world flying at the moment for reaching all sorts of parts of the world. What a great connector it was. One of the people I know who arrived by air was none other than Peter Fredriksson, who I do believe was on Turkish Airways the other day. He's the executive chairman of Bay Markets. Peter started as a broker. He has 30 or more years experience in the world of all manner. Please join us on stage, Peter. It's lovely to see you. In the manner of all sorts of things, most recently in technology, he's a co-founder of Bay Markets. We'll be talking about that in a moment. It's a very interesting specialist vendor in the world of clearing and settlement. And last, but by no means least, my good friend Magnus Almqvist, giving us two Swedes on the panel. He's the head of sales for Expert. Do come and join us, please, Magnus. It's a joy to have you here today. And let me say, ladies and gentlemen, I have in my hand not a piece of paper, but a little tablet. If you would like to ask a question, you do, I believe, have the instructions of how you can do so, the wonders of QR codes and more. Please ask a question of our panelists. We would really, really like you to engage with us. I'll then pass your question on their behalves. Now, we are going to have one presentation because let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, why are we here today? Well, it wasn't just to have a fabulous night at the opera last evening, which was magnificent, by the way. I have to say, singing, musically incredible, and that ballerina, how she effortlessly manages those poses in Swan Lake, truly world class, another great aspect to Kazakhstan's culture. Idel, you're going to give us an exciting presentation and introduction, I do believe, to some aspects of your clearing system.
Yes, before we start discussion, I would like to present our pilot project. This is the only POC stage, proof of concept stage. And we prepare special rolic, special video for this concept. If it's possible, please start this.
Automation of all the processes that have to do with issuing and using various financial instruments, using smart contracts in order to control emissions when paying dividends and when following corporate events, and instantaneous tracking of all the transactions that are backed by digital tenge. So let's take a look how it will work in reality. So issuers can become a part of KASE digital platform, and on proof of concept stage, we suppose that issuer already went through all the listing procedures. Therefore, registration takes only several simple steps. Once the registration is over, issuer goes to their profile and their data is available, which was automatically extracted from the KASE database. And now we see how emittent creates application of registering the financial asset, and they're supposed to enter all the parameter of their digital bonds, and once their application is sent, issuer waits confirmation from KASE, and several minutes later the issuer got approved, and now their digital bonds appear on their token lists, and registration went successfully, and digital bonds have their unique number, and they also have access to the full token and to financial assets. And investor using this online app, they can enter their individual account, and then they can convert their digital tenge into stablecoins KASE, which is backed by digital tenge. And now they can buy digital bond of our emittent, the so-called Green Synergy KZ, and they can take a look at all the parameters. And the application process is straightforward, and it takes little time. The price is well known, so the only thing that we need is the number of tokens that they would like to buy and to apply. And tokens of our issuer, Green Synergy KZ, now they appear in investors' portfolio, and the application went through successfully and the purchase was realized. And the issuer receives stable coins by KASE, which is backed by digital tenge. The transaction went through, and once it has been placed, we start secondary trading in our KASE digital platform. Be smart, think digital. So thank you for your attention. So I would like to say a couple of words. And this is the so-called proof of concept. So this is the proof of our idea that it is technically possible to implement this. And next year we plan to do a great deal of work with our regulator. We hope that this project will be launched, and we've got the timeline according to which by 2025 this will be exploited at an industrial scale. And we see that in this world, new technology allows us to attract investment more rapidly and in a secure manner. Using blockchain technology, we can also take advantage of using the smart contracts. And in this project, we also plan to use CBDC, the so-called digital tenge, and instantaneous transaction. We see that on various stock markets, there is a great deal of discussion. And as far as T+2, T+1 are concerned, and here we've got the instantaneous transaction according to T+0. And the way we see now, we see that for issuers and both for investors, this is a more secure and this is a simple way to attract investments, and this is how we can do, and this is how we can invest using modern technologies. Thank you for your attention.
So it's a very interesting project, and certainly thank you also, if I may say so, to our lovely translators today. They're doing a great job in simultaneously translating not just the language, but also the jargon, which I really appreciate. That's most impressive. So when we look at the project you have here, you talk about instantaneous settlement. How does that work in terms of every client must already have their collateral in their account in order to trade? Is that the concept?
Yes. So they are assets. So this is the funding mechanism. So it turns out that they either need to have 100% tokens, or they are expected to have the stable coin on our KASE platform. So the gist is that it is indeed happening this way. And ideally, we would like to make things in such a way so existing clients have an ability to enter the platform, and we use our existing system that is integrated with the new platform. And in our existing simple system, we open an additional platform which would enable to onboard our clients, to onboard our retail clients first and foremost, and also our institutional investors.
Fascinating altogether. And I mean, I'm interested because you worked on the original digital platform for KASE 30 years ago. Tell us, I mean, that's quite a journey to go from how technology looked in 1994, in the days before mobile telephones became ubiquitous, etc., etc. What's it been like along that journey for you and for KASE?
So back in a day, yeah, we had no mobile phones back then, not even pagers. So we only had the traditional old school board, and we would gather every piece of data on the piece of paper, and manually we would create something that would look like a depth of market, and then we would define where there is an excess of demand and when there is an excess of supply, and we used to gather additional orders, and as soon as we find some sort of equilibrium, and we would fixate some sort of point of equilibrium. So this was the technology back then. And the thing that I wanted to highlight is that from the very beginning we started doing the electronic trading, and 1 year down the road we already had the electronic platform. So in other words, the stock exchange did not go through all the paths where brokers would gather. So we did not have a situation whereby brokers would yield, in order to enter into transactions. So maybe if it was this way from the get-go, then maybe it would have been far more simpler to integrate electronic technology back then. But it turns out that we entered into that very time zone, so we already started, and we skipped several development stages, so we basically started already with electronic trading.
Isn't it? It's rather like India, where they managed to go, or Africa, where they've gone to wireless technology almost immediately without having to go through all that copper wire in the ground for telephony, etc. You make a very good point. So you've been through this amazing process. You were born as an electronic exchange, but if you don't mind my saying so, you're a member of, and I'm sorry translators, what I would call the bold generation. You were born analog, but you're living digitally. And it's very interesting now because we really are in a digital world. How do you see that going forward? And what are the next steps for the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange?
So when analyzing new technologies, when looking at new technologies, our view is that if we do not succeed in doing this, then someone else will. And I caught myself thinking today, and when communicating with people, when discussing many things with others, more often than not, we think of the past. We talk about things that took place in the morning or before today's meeting. And unfortunately, not so often do we think about things that might happen in the future. And in order to survive, in order to strive, we should think more of the future. So what our future would look like, and maybe our platform would be well in demand in the future. But we should dare to dream. Maybe artificial intelligence will replace certain things. Maybe we would have some automated assistants that would change the world in a slightly different directions. Maybe trading platforms would look completely different. And yeah, who knows? But I think the right thing to do would be to think where we will be in the future.
Great point. Think where we will be in the future. That's really, really key. And I'm actually going to introduce a question already because we have one. And I would like to slightly open the conversation. I'm going to ask Idel and also Gujan, if you would be so kind to answer this, because we have a question which I have to say rather strikes at the core of our message today. When will digital assets replace exchanges? Now, Gujan, would you like to start? You're smiling.
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate KASE for their 30th year, and this is also equal to my work life, 28 years in the exchange and 2 years in the bank. So I know how hard it is to come to this point. So congratulations, first of all, and thanks for the organization, especially to Alina. Just inviting us here and just having the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much. Well, this is a very interesting question, Patrick. As you know, we have been through, just like Idel, through the boards and through the electronical systems, coming to the blockchain technology in the end, and it's a very, very exciting trip. And what I think is that the blockchain will replace the normal trades, I think not very much later than a few years, because nowadays there are some simple and driving forces for us to take these to life. For example, think about the boards. When we just had the boards first, because we had some boxes that everybody would just write their orders and put them into the box, and then the box was opened and matched. The orders were matched. That was the first times that we had to change our trading system. So then the boards has came, and when somebody has just deleted the writings there, and the board together with the brokers had gone to the police station, then everybody said that, okay, we have to do something about it. So they just started to invent the electronic system. So now what is happening is that there is always a threat, and then there is always a force from the regulators that who is buying and where this money comes from and where does it go. So blockchain technology gives us that opportunity to control all the transactions and all the owners and all the investors together with their details, and also where it just starts and ends. So this is in the near future, these are the mostly driven, and also and one more thing, as you said before, the data and the speed is going to a forcing mechanism for the exchanges to change from the classical trading to the digital trading. That's the reason I think is going to be the drivers and the results in the future.
Okay, but what you're saying though is, I mean, this question specifically said, when do the digital assets replace exchanges? Because what you're telling me is it's complementary. Exchanges are going to keep going, right?
For a while, yes, but in the end, especially if the marketplaces, if you just consider the marketplaces will stay live, but the settlement and the custody things are going to be transferred to the digitalization, with the digitalization to the blockchain technology for sure in the near future, which is, I think, is going to be a few years. For example, we as the WFE with Nandini is also just talking about digitalization and what should we do for the digitalization and the blockchain and all the new technologies that is coming. So and we should just differentiate between the aspects that are criticized for the cryptocurrencies and crypto trading, which is the anonymity. And what we should do is that we should just give the authorization and the control of the authorities to these transactions and the ownerships, and then we should keep the transparent speed and all the other advantages of the exchanges. But on the backside, we should just take the advantage of blockchain, and so we will just go to a hybrid methodology or hybrid situation in the exchanges.
So the technology complements,
exactly.
But does the exchange actually itself go away? Does the possibility of blockchain remove the need to have the exchange?
As long as we and our generation existing, I don't think that we are going to just leave the classical marketplaces, because we like to see the greens and reds going up and down and just having these fluctuations in the market. But I think as the drivers puts us some stress, like the regulations and all the compliant things, we should just have the blockchain on the backside to be sure about who is buying, who is selling, and so on. But the classical marketplace is an exciting place. For example, in Turkey, for example, and in Istanbul, you would just like to go to the Grand Bazaar, as everybody do. But, it's an ancient, like 500 years or maybe 1,000 years classical thing. But you like to, just go there, trade, and just see people, make the bargaining. And so that just gives a joy to the humankind. So, and also some street bazaars. Even I just seen it in London. in Angel, there is an open street bazaar. So it's something that people like to go, negotiate, trade, barter. And so I think the technology cannot beat the humankind and their joys. So I think the marketplace will be existing, but the backside and back office things are going to be digitalized and be more secure and safe.
I think it's interesting the point you made. Even 25 years ago, I can remember working on projects where we were looking at early VR to manage to make, for negotiated markets, the possibility to have virtual floors, so that therefore, where you had quality or other issues, I mean, the Minneapolis Grain Exchange, which has a huge cathedral-like structure because they had 3-story windows so you could see the grain when they brought the cups of grain from the car so everyone could assess. And I still think there's an incredible possibility, and that's why the curse of superliquid. I think there's superliquid, which you do excellently, but also there are these amazing smaller negotiated markets, which you also have in some elements. I want to come back to your gold market in just a moment, if I may, but let me just ask you, Edel, if you've got anything you want to add about this possible question. When might digital assets replace exchanges, Edel?
This is a complicated question. It's hard to predict the future, and it's not a Nobel thing to try to speculate what's going to happen in the future. But as my colleague pointed out already, there are open marketplaces where people go not necessarily to trade, but just to communicate with others. And this communication is also important from emotional point of view, from psychological point of view. Therefore, I think traditional marketplaces, for some time, they would keep dominating. I think for 50 years, or maybe in 50 years in the future, I think innovative markets will start to gradually replace traditional marketplaces, but traditional open bazaars will still be in our hearts. They'll be in our hearts forever and ever.
totally agree, Adele. Sorry, someone was applauding. Good move. I completely agree. We still need human interaction at all points in time from our markets. When they become completely digital and lose that, I think we lose a great deal. But of course, I mean, John Velisarius, if I move to you, very interesting. If we go to the Roman Agora, the original forerunner of the exchange, the marketplace, it was Facebook, it was everything, Instagram, all rolled into one in ancient Rome and even earlier. They always used a piece of something, a piece of gold, a coin, a something. Now you have defined the course of your career in recent years, first with Andersons and now moving on to working through the Swiss Digital Exchange project at Swiss Exchange, and particularly now with the digital tenge, you're in the middle of central bank digital currency. I'm fascinated because obviously there must be some considerable pitfalls to that, but I mean, what is your experience? What makes the digital tenge unique, as we've been hearing so much about it from the last day or so? Apart from, I would observe the fact that it's one of the youngest currencies in the world, and it's going to be one of the first to be fully CBDC'd.
I think, well, thank you for the introduction before, and it's great to be here. It's a fantastic event yesterday and today, just bringing everybody together on this 30th anniversary. I think when you look at sort of digital currencies, they open up an opportunity for CBDCs specifically, central bank issued digital currencies, because there's a variety of different types of digital currencies out there. They create an opportunity for retail users, capital markets, opportunities, exchanges, cross-border. And when you look at all the possibilities that you have at your disposal when you're creating such a new and innovative format of money, basically, because that's what it is, a new format of that same money, you now have an opportunity to do different things with this kind of innovation that you couldn't do before. And you look at sort of a variety of the different sort of retail use cases that are out there, consumers paying each other. It's probably one of, is a very interesting one, but I think it has even greater potential when you look at exchanges, digital exchanges, and also the opportunity to then use this currency in other geographies or in other jurisdictions for settlement, cross-border settlement in a variety of those kind of applications as well. So it's a complement to how you can issue a digital asset and settle it as well using this new format of money that's being created through the digital CBDCs, digital tenge, but also other type of CBDCs that are issued by other that are going to be issued by other sort of jurisdictions, creating almost like a combination of different opportunities for settlement, addressing things like counterparty risk, and also enabling certain types of smart contracts and exchanges that are going to be much more, I don't like to use the word efficient because things are already quite efficient, but much more sort of looking at addressing the counterparty risks associated with the transaction in a much more effective way. That's what we see sort of the digital CBDCs being applied across the board for a variety of different type of applications, from retail to wholesale to cross-border, and especially in the security settlement side.
Okay, so obviously there's a lot of technology to unpack there, which was also part of Adele's very interesting presentation looking at the proof of concept for Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. But the thing that keeps going through my mind is the biggest issue, and I mean, I say this as a general point about all CBDC, is ultimately people have to trust that money.
Yeah.
What in a CBDC is likely to help generate more trust, or indeed what might undermine that trust on a general CBDC case?
Yeah, and I think it comes down to who the issuer is at the end of the day. The counterparty, that's also the issuer, the anchor of trust that goes with the issuance of the CBDC, the government that supports it, I guess the ecosystem in which it's distributed into the market and how it's used, assuming the technology has been addressed and it's secure and all of that stuff that's associated with it. The very important facet of it is fundamentally who the issuer is. Do you trust the money? Do you trust that when you have this this tokenized format of money that you present it, that you will get the value that's associated with that. It's not always, and you even see this in other formats of digital currencies. Stable coins, for instance, there's a lot of noise around that, and obviously cryptocurrencies as well. But central bank digital currencies will also vary because you have maybe different types of or different levels of trust depending on the issuer of the currency. This is no different than any other type of currency that's in the market today. So fundamentally, it's who supports it and who backs it when you present it for exchange.
So it raises the tantalizing issue that a badly managed CBDC will look like the Argentine peso, or one of the many, what Brazil's been through, 7 currencies since 1945, all of which have been done away with when they finally collapsed. Or if you do it well, then you've got an opportunity to actually leapfrog your competitive advantage as a nation if you can underpin your currency.
If you can underpin it, and if people can use it and trust it, and then also if you expand the usage of it, perhaps into other markets where it's desirable and so on, then it can even strengthen that level of trust as well. And you see this in various markets where there are certain currencies that they're trying to internationalize the usage of the currency. Well, a CBDC would be a very effective means by doing that because you can, especially in digital markets, you don't have to distribute banknotes, you don't have to open accounts for people, you can just give them a wallet and distribute the CBDC. So it creates a unique opportunity for certain issuances of CBDC from various governments and countries that want to internationalize their currency and strengthen the usage of their currency in those international markets.
Great, so we'll come back to the digital tenge specifically in a second, but you've had this amazing experience with the Swiss Stock Exchange, launching SDX, a Swiss digital exchange. What do you think are the key lessons you learned from that project?
It was very early days when we started, and I keep saying this, we arrived before the furniture did, and there were a lot of things that we learned along the way. I spent 2.5 years working on that project, not to disclose anything, of course, that's client confidential, but everyone learned a lot of things. We started very early on. We didn't fully appreciate or didn't fully know all the assets that they wanted to issue, so what is the product, and so on. And then we added, on top of that, the currency aspect of it to provide sort of a complete end-to-end issuance, trading, and settlement platform for all of the members of the digital exchange that are there. And I think it was a learning process along the way. We did a lot of things, and of course we got obviously approval from the regulator and then issued. And I'm very happy to say that I look back. Actually, I looked at the news the other day and I noticed that one of the banks in Switzerland issued a digital asset, and I almost didn't pay attention to it. I almost didn't even notice it. And I think that's the true success of an implementation like that. It's sort of, at the beginning, everyone doesn't know what to do. Everyone's looking at each other and then wondering, what have we done? And then all of a sudden, a couple of years later, no one really pays attention because it's being done and it becomes almost invisible. And that's a true success of sort of implementations like that.
When it becomes ubiquitous.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, that's always been the thing, isn't it? Financial product. I mean, effectively, today's radical new ideas, tomorrow's plain vanilla, as I was saying in the original speech, which is true of options trading today as it is of so many other things. Very, very interesting altogether. So, I mean, Gulshan, to come back to you, you've been doing a project then recently. So, gold-backed tokens. I mean, for those who I think probably don't remember, I mean, part of the Borsa Istanbul group is that you actually took over the Istanbul Gold Exchange, as I recall, at the same time as you took over Turkdex, or they were all merged together. Explain us a little bit more about this exciting project based around that original token.
Well, thank you, Patrick. Well, as you said, Takasbank, our subsidiary, is nowadays just having this project leader, is being the leader of this project. So, John needs, okay. Thank you very much. So, digitalization. We should just start from the Istanbul Gold Exchange, maybe. Well, it's the first spot market in the gold business, and we are just having lots of interest for gold in Turkey. We are always in the first three in the imports, exports, and one of the top jewelry producers. And as we mentioned, the Grand Bazaar and everything. So the gold business is something very developed in Turkey. So what we thought to have a digitalized blockchain-backed security would be the best, the gold, because everybody likes to trade gold and everybody likes to have gold. And so what we have done with Takas Bank has just prepared the digital background and the blockchain technology there. And one of the main aims is to have the tokenization of the gold, and trading would be much more easier, because now when you go to a jewelry shop, you can just buy gold without any problem, without any tax, without any problem. But keeping it and just having it, keeping it in safe is something either costly or not very safe. So as I said, the needs are driving the results. So what we said is that, okay, let's have a digitalized gold and trade this 24 hours, 7 days on the blockchain base, and give the interested investors two very important things. The first thing is that the safe and the easy transactions and transfer of the gold. And the second one is that the liquidization, if they want, they can just turn it into cash or turn it into physical gold if they need, or if they want to have the physical gold themselves, either for the needs or for anything, for the jewelry maybe. So what we have done, we had just created that platform, and also give the opportunity for the Turkish lira liquidization in the precious metals market, which used to be the Istanbul Gold Exchange. And I have been there for 2 years as a director, so I was in that business while these were done. And so what is the basics there is that it is totally backed security, asset-backed security, so that the classical tokenization or the cryptocurrency problems wouldn't be there from the regulatory side or from the investor side. So if a bank, because we just also have to be careful about the regulatory problems. So what we have done, we have just said that, okay guys, this is the platform. If you want to have digital gold, bring the physical gold to the Istanbul Exchange's vaults, Borsa Istanbul vaults, precious metals and diamonds market vault, store it there, and tell to Takas Bank to turn these physical gold into digital gold. And then you can, if you like, you can just have the physical gold whenever you like by redemption, or if you want to sell it immediately, use the market there and sell it there, and then make the liquidization easier without any problems, without going to and searching for a counterparty for a transfer or for money or anything else. And this can be done anytime. So nowadays the platform is ready. We had just done the tests, and 8 banks are ready for starting trading. And now they are just making some sample trades with their own stuff. And we are waiting for the central bank to give us the permission to have it either locally or internationally trades. And then we would just enjoy the digitalization of the gold, because as you can imagine, it's hard for the investors to keep it in a safe or in a bank or somewhere else. And one more important thing is that we just having the banks as our digitalization frontiers, because we need the KYC there, because we shouldn't just go to a trouble with any regulator, because we should have the right persons trading with the right tools. So that's one of the most important things about the digitalized, blockchain-backed, gold-backed securities.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Well, that's very interesting. I'll probably come back in at the end for a quick fire round all about technology in the future again. But Magnus, I want to move towards you. You're the head of sales worldwide for Expiry. You're a cutting-edge cloud-based vendor of matching engines for exchanges. Tell me a little bit, I mean, what do you see are the particular key trends and challenges in the world of exchanges, digital assets, and so on at the moment?
Thank you, Patrick. That's a great question. Now, I will answer your question. I will just take a quick step back, and I can speak closer to the microphone, not a problem at all. First of all, your question about markets and whether they will persist or disappear. I'm convinced markets are here to stay. You need to be able to trust the data that you receive. You need to be able to trust that orders are treated fairly. And when you receive a message that an execution has happened, you need to be able to trust that message. Exchanges fundamentally trade in the currency of trust, and that need will not go away, regardless of the underlying technology. And going back to your question about trends in the exchange space and the technology that exchanges are using, it's underpinned by the infrastructure you must have in order to support and enable the digital transformation that we are seeing in the markets today. And the digital tenge is a great example of this evolution. What you must have is a asset class agnostic trading system, because you have no idea what type of assets you are going to need to support in the very near future. The evolution, the speed of evolution is just accelerating. You also need your platform to be cloud agnostic. And what I mean by that is that you need to be able to deploy it on any hardware, anywhere, at any time, because you also don't know where your key customers are going to be in the future, and you need to be close to your customers. The third point is quite a leap of faith for many exchanges out there, and that is that you should outsource your operation of your mission-critical systems. You should buy them as a SaaS. Free up your resources, free up your focus to focus on the markets, on your customers, and let your vendors run and operate your infrastructure and your trading systems.
Spectacular. Thank you very much. Well, that was quite a lot to digest from one set of answers. Obviously, therefore, you say you've got to outsource. I mean, that's obviously an easy thing to say, but how does that actually work? I mean, how do you go along and collaborate with an exchange in order to outsource their technology?
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? And it's actually back to the original point I made. It's about trust. It is a significant outsourcing of a mission-critical part of your business. So SLAs and contracts for sure are absolutely crucial, but processes and methodologies, and how you monitor your procurement, how do you monitor the services that you receive, and how do you keep your provider to account. All of those aspects are absolutely crucial. And again, that's not about technology either. It's about that relationship and how you manage that relationship.
Fabulous. Magnus. Now, Peter, I mean, you also are in the technology vending business, but you're in a different part of the food value chain, as it were. You're more oriented towards clearing settlement with pay markets, and you've had a great deal of operational success with different clients around the world. Talk to me about digital assets in particular. I mean, we're hearing all this talk about instantaneous real-time settlement from Edel and so on. What is the need? What is the provisioning that you can supply to therefore make a digital market better?
Well, thanks for having me here, first of all. And it's an interesting question about, what is the difference between a digital asset and a traditional asset? Mm-hmm. And if you look at, we provide clearing systems. And we've looked a lot into sort of clearing of both crypto derivatives, digital assets in general. And they actually work the same way. The risk management for a digital product is the same as for a traditional product. And as long as you have a time factor, just like you started with, Petr, that the 500-second transaction time, or 500 millisecond, whatever it was, and whenever there's a time factor, you need to provide some sort of protection. And this is really what exchanges are all about. It's about giving trust. And like you asked about our exchanges going away, well, exchanges are there to protect the investors. And the word is trust. And the clearinghouse is the counterparty to every trade, both in the cash markets that might be going away in T0 or atomic settlement, but definitely in derivatives, futures, options, forwards. You have a time factor, there is a risk. And therefore you need to risk manage, and there's no way around that. Like you said, maybe atomic settlement will work for some markets, but as soon as they go more liquid, players will want to net at the end of the day or in periods of day and so on. And then you have a time factor.
Well, I mean, the problem anyway is, you talk about atomic settlement, there is a fundamental difficulty because essentially
И вы говорили
the data. And I mean, we all know examples of exchanges that have two server boxes that sit side by side, and one of them will still run 3 milliseconds slower than the other. Nobody understands why.
And also, I'd like to bring up the 24/7 aspect of things. That's another, very sort of popular thing to talk about, 24/7. But what happens if there's a margin call at 2 o'clock in the morning? There's no more collateral in the account. Who do you call? Who is the counterparty? The clearinghouse is bearing that risk, or the exchange in many cases. So there's lots of talk about 24/7, but I think we haven't really talked about the risks with launching 24/7 trading.
I think that's a very fair point indeed. And there's also obviously the problem with 24/7 trading, as we've seen from, admittedly, it's a manufactured asset, for want of a better term, like Bitcoin, where we know that the best way to manage to get Bitcoin to respond to whichever direction you want is to start on a Sunday afternoon, because the market is fundamentally illiquid. So therefore, 24/7 has huge issues in my mind. It's no longer a technology provisioning pointer. I think Magnus will quite happily get up and throttle me if I suggest that he can't run 24/7, 365 days a year for execution. We know that. But the difficulty is actually making the system work. And I suppose that really brings me, therefore, I want to ask a final question, but I'm actually interested to see if the audience would like to contribute something. We did have this excellent question of when digital assets will replace exchanges. This is, ladies and gentlemen, your last call. If you'd like to bash the QR code and ask something of your panel today. Are we going to see assiduous action? Doesn't look as if anybody's going for it. They're all fascinated to hear what you've got to say actually about a little bit about the future of technology and where you think things are going to go, and that can be specific to your specialist subject or anything around the arena of digital assets. And I think the one thing we all agree on is that exchanges are here to stay. Peter, if I may, I'll start with you.
Well, I think Magnus touched onto it. Cloud-based solutions will be sort of the dominating in the future. And then we can get some help from machine learning, from AI, and so on. And but still, the fundamentals of trading, clearing, settlement are going to be the same. So I don't see the technological revolution in the space. I think more of refining what we have, and also refining the markets. There will be more products to trade, more asset classes to trade.
I think that's quite fair. Very interesting. Magnus?
I'm stumbling a bit because there are so many different aspects you can answer that question. Markets are going to be everywhere, and we've seen that with Uber and Airbnb, for example. We're going to be trading anything and everything. Also the retail focus and the direct market access is also going to just explode. And the options trading is a great example where it's not that long ago that we said that was purely for institutionals. Those needs, of course, puts the technology that we are providing to these markets into a very interesting perspective, and that's what I am about. So I'm very excited about this future.
I think we're all very excited about the future, and certainly the next decade for the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange in particular, and the digital tenge. We'll get to John in a second. Gushan.
Well, as you said, this is a very exciting and fascinating topic. Well, what I think is that now the digitalization, with the digitalization and innovations in the technology and everything, so as my colleagues has mentioned, the cloud-based trading or HFTs, the collocation centers and everything. So the innovations or the way of the exchanges are going to more technologically, and this has to go hand in hand with the markets themselves. So, like for example, in the old days, we would just treat the IT people and the business people, or the guys, specialists in the trading floors, or the with the trading platforms, different from each other. But nowadays, it's just getting closer and closer. And so a market specialist who is going to just give the quotations, or the on the exchange side, a business people who's working for the stock exchange should just have the basic knowledge about the technology. So it is going more and more importance of the IT departments, and the IT business is rising up. So what we have to do, we have to keep our IT departments stronger and stronger all the time. Like for example, Borsa Istanbul is investing these stuff, and we have 217 people in the IT department, and we are keeping to educate them, have more and more IT personnel there, because we know that the future is on the IT side. So the collocation, cloud technology, and also the direct access, or the blockchain technology, these are all IT based. So, and also financial literacy is very important. Well, with the digitalization, we are forgetting the financial literacy, and that is one of the key things that for the future, the surveillance of the or the surviving of the markets is going through the financial literacy. We don't have to buy because we can, or we shouldn't buy or sell as we can. We should just do it for a reason which is acceptable and reasonable. So financial literacy is very important, and so we have to be as careful as the technology, the financial literacy, and the educated investors. So that at that time, I think technology means something.
Very interesting, and bringing together the financial literacy issue, I think, has enormous possibilities for machine learning and artificial intelligence as well to really exploit that data, which is fascinating. John.
One thing I think I want to mention is that if you look at sort of the innovation that's coming together, both in the digital asset space and in the digital currency space, what we see sort of happening in the future, it's always difficult to predict the future, but what we see sort of developing is the ability to be able to issue a digital asset in one jurisdiction or in one venue, trade it in another one, settle it somewhere else, and even custody it somewhere else. And I think this is a very interesting dimension, and one where the opportunity is definitely there with this new kind of innovation that's out there, including the things that you can do with the CBDC and the digital money side of the equation. And I think that's sort of where the imagination comes to, you need to imagine sort of the future as well, because that changes how marketplaces can operate and opens up the opportunity for multi-venue or even multi-jurisdiction sort of opportunities for trading and settling and custodying and issuing the different digital assets. So being able to provide sort of a digital asset that can be traded somewhere else, for instance. A very interesting point.
I know, I think you're in danger of possibly triggering Paridel here, because as soon as you talk about settling other places, I always think of, you know, Kazakhstan being the people who were on T+0 and then they went to Euroclear, and Euroclear in Brussels said, Abacus says no, effectively, to that opportunity at the time. You have to go back to T+2. So Ida, let's have the last word from you from the panel. I'm interested, you came with this great proof of concept, a very exciting time on your 30th birthday, also the 30th birthday of the currency. Also, I think I have to say, I don't recall an exchange which started planning and then went operational with a currency that was absolutely brand new, because the currency was essentially as old as the exchange. Where do you think the technology will go from the future, or how do you think KASE will go for the future?
So I think that we will be trying to go hand in hand with digital tenge, and I would like also agree with John in a sense that digitalization, it erases so many borders and it creates so many opportunities to trade digital assets from one jurisdiction and to do settlement in some other jurisdiction. And I would like to point out that we have a new generation. We have a generation of people who trade already their digital assets. They trade cryptocurrency, they trade various digital currencies. For them, it is normal to get into transaction, to obtain financial assets, to pay straight away, and they can trade 24/7. And I think as time goes by, I think it could happen even faster than we think. I think the industry will adapt itself to meet the expectation of the younger generation. And I think this will be the basis of forthcoming trend moving forward.
Fabulous, a fabulous series of concluding remarks. I mean, certainly you've remarked on the fact of how, when we look at this whole digital tenge project, your electronic settlement project, which is at the proof of concept stage, it was born electronic. You gave us that excellent encouragement that we must dare to dream. And I think, Gulshan, you've given us several pieces of great food for thought. One of them is the fact that I think all the foreigners are now upset that they don't have longer to spend in Istanbul rather than just a few hours at the majestic airport on the way through saying hello Turkey from a distance to downtown Istanbul. We don't get a chance to go to the bazaar, but the bazaar reminds us that that was the epicenter of markets. Very interesting what you're doing with the digital gold project, allowing people to safely hold gold and therefore a trusted asset through a tokenized structure. And that, of course, is something which John has also been talking about, the element of, again, trust at all points in time, how you can manage to build a CBDC and also indeed deliver potentially a competitive advantage for a lesser well-known currency around the world because it can become more acceptable across border. And certainly it's very interesting, food for thought, when we look at what's been going on recently with one very large trading bloc that involves China, India, Russia, amongst others, where there's a bit of a spat over who's going to end up holding whose cash, because not everybody is comfortable. And that's something that CBDC can certainly deliver to us. Magnus, first of all, you gave the answer I was looking for in 5 words. Markets are here to stay. This is the age of the exchange. Let's not forget about that, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's totally true. The marketplace is going to be here. The format, that's open to question, debate, development, and I think you'll quite happily say also it's going to be in the cloud in due course, amongst other things, as folks outsource to you. And of course, Peter, you bring up this fascinating issue that no matter how atomic we get, in an age of ultra-low latency trading, there is still a settlement risk. There's a need for a form of collateralization for offset. We've seen the failure of new CCP methodologies delivered by a certain criminal with funny hair in the United States of America, which fell apart very quickly. And that's obviously something that's quite vital. And I suppose, therefore, with markets are here to say, all I can say, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion is, trust is key. The forum is key, whether it's a bazaar, a digital bazaar, however that works. And also, I'm therefore reminded of the fact that, well, Paul Gallico, the American novelist, when he became very famous, he didn't need to be Magnus Almquist, Peter Fredriksson. My name is Patrick L. Young. Thank you very much for joining us today.
And today I'm going to moderate the panel which will be related to the development of the capital markets. Well, in the name of the topic there is a regional capital markets because, well, we understand we are in Kazakhstan. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to hosts, personally to Ms. Alina Aldenbergen for their hospitality. Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, our very valuable member of the Federation, and I am more excited to be here in Kazakhstan, in Almaty. This is not for the first time, and each time when I'm visiting this beautiful city, I really enjoying and have a pleasure. So today with me in the panel, we have esteemed panelists from different parts of the Eurasian region, and let me invite our speakers, and then we will continue our discussion. So first I would like to invite Sergey Danov, Director for Integration of Capital Markets of the Euro-Asian Economic Union. Sergey, please join us on the stage from MOEX. Also, I would like to invite Radu Hanga, President of the Board of Directors of Bucharest Stock Exchange, and by the way, the Chairman of FEAS. Next, Stefan Scholz, Managing Partner of Scholz von Gleich. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, very good. Also, we have with us Aziz Nagaev, Deputy General Director, Uzbek Republic and Currency Exchange. And we have also with us Michal Piatek, Investment Director, Head of Strategy from Warsaw Stock Exchange. So let me start with a brief intro regarding the development itself, and then I will join our colleagues. So the mission of our federation is supporting development of capital markets of our members. And recently we started to think, what does that mean, development? Because exchanges consider that and think about the development from their perspective, regulators from the other perspective, societies from the other perspective. We have highlighted several factors, several points, which can be described as a level or as a parameters of the developed capital market. So first of all, of course, which comes to everybody's mind, so it's KPIs, like market cap, trading volume, and by the way, not the absolute ones, but also some comparative ones to the GDP. But that's not enough. I mean, it's not only about that. On the other hand, we have a technology kind of thing, a technology which everybody speaks about. So in order to have a developed capital market, you should have a technology. Whether technology is a driver for development, that's the question. And probably we can also discuss that today. Another thing is regulation. So how sophisticated your regulation, how it is in line with the needs of the market participants, et cetera, et cetera. So regulation framework is again another parameter. So what we have also is financial literacy. So having society which do not understand, do not know what is financial instruments and what are securities, so it's quite difficult to develop a capital market. And by the way, when it comes to the society and comes to the stakeholders, market structure is again extremely important. How diversified it is. When it comes to the investors, when it comes to the intermediaries, types of intermediaries, are those only brokerage firms or investment companies as well, and this kind of stuff. So who are regulating that, whether it is mega regulator or there is a separated functions between regulation, central bank, for example, and financial kind of authority. Also, variety of instruments. How many types of instruments do usually market have? And what kind of instrument should be in order to name the market, the capital market developed? And of course, financial inclusion. How society, how retail investors, how each participant of the society can be a part of the capital market. So these are generally the factors which influence and which describe what is a developed capital market. Of course, many of the markets and many of the countries are far beyond saying that they have 10 out of 10 by each of these parameters. I guess even very well developed markets, they also will not get 10 out of 10, and they still have something to develop. But this is a kind of a general overview of what do we mean under developing capital market and developed capital market. So, but now, what I would like to talk about with our panelists is not just about each of that factors. Let's talk about development of capital markets from probably a different perspective. So, and I want to bring a point of which I took from the new institutional economics. Just to remind you, they are opposite to neoclassical economic theory, etc. And the main point is that market is not efficient. And what we think about the different participants is probably deviate from reality. And where it comes from? First of all, it's information asymmetry. So every stakeholder has a certain type of information. And that information don't necessarily accessible for the others. So this means that investors, retail investors, and especially someone from village, definitely has less information than, for example, regulators, investment banks, stock exchanges, etc. So this creates another problem. So information is not distributed equally between all stakeholders. Another point is cognitive limits. What does that mean? So we assume that when an information about or something which requires taking a decision coming to a particular stakeholder should be, the decision should be taken in a more efficient way. But that's not the case. Because, for example, for investors, it's not always the case when they are choosing the best instrument to invest. And what they do, especially in the countries where we have, for example, a banking-dominated financial sector. So what they do, they are coming to the bank, and the bank is saying, so we have deposits, and we have probably, for example, some other instruments in the financial market. So what's going to do the bank? What will advise the bank? Definitely, they will not advise securities. They will advise, probably, they will just show them all instruments, all the set of the instruments. And for investor, obviously, for those who are not very sophisticated and do not have enough information and have cognitive limits, so they will choose deposit. Because for them to decide in which instrument to invest, it requires time and knowledge, which is not equally distributed among the society. So with this, I would like to open a discussion, and my first question will be to Stefan. So Stefan, you have a broad experience of working as an investment banker. You also have experience of communicating and working with issuers, with potential issuers, companies, investors. So from that perspective, can you tell us, can you share with us your insights regarding what is the perception from these groups toward capital market? So how they treat capital market? Do they have the information, as I said, whether there is an asymmetry in the information between those groups which you have seen?
Thanks, Konstantin. It's a difficult question because I don't think there's a simple answer to that. Because it depends a little bit on what investors you're looking for and where. If you look for a local market, then, for example, Kazakhstan, then I've seen over the last 10, 15 years, substantial changes there. 10, 15 years ago, local investors were not interested in any investment other than deposits, essentially. I'm slightly black and white here, but to get the picture across. That has changed over the last couple of years, particularly the recent years, with the emergence of more brokers, more technology on phones. Everybody can, do it here and there. It became also more fashionable because everybody knows somebody who did it and made money over the last couple of years, and therefore people were more interested to try. Access to information is a tricky thing because to a large extent I think that depends again on everybody else how they do it. Yes, there is probably a difference between somebody like in Almaty and more in a rural area what information they have, but I would still argue as a banker at least that it is the responsibility and the interest of the investor to gather the information, to find the information they need to make an investment decision. So I don't think it's necessarily a problem or a question of having access, because pretty much everybody today has mobile phones, internet access, and can gather information. It's more a question of, is the investor willing and spends the time to actually do it?
Yeah, and especially, for example, I can bring you an example of our recent discussion with the central bank in Armenia, and they have a structure which named ABC Finance. So on the point is that the mission of that structure is to increase financial literacy. But the problem, what they say, is that when we are trying to educate people and to share that information, if that information is not needed at that point of time for them, it's very difficult to deliver. However, it is accessible. I mean, yes, they can have that information and they can have that level of education, but they don't need at that moment. When they need it, so they do not have time to go deeper. And from that perspective, how to deliver the information. So when you have been talking, for example, with potential issuer, so whether they have been aware about every aspect which relates to the IPO, for example, or to issuance of bonds.
Sorry, you mean from an investor perspective?
From the issuer perspective.
From the issuer perspective. Most issuers, I think, frankly, do an IPO once in their life. There's very, very few serial entrepreneurs that do one IPO after the other one, particularly in larger entities. Most of these people have heard something, but nobody has done it before, except for the few where you know that you're doing an IPO and you hire as a company, as an issuer, somebody who's done it before. So you go, in my experience, pretty much with everybody through the process from the very beginning, explaining the process, because there's obviously lots of parts of the process that you as an issuer will never know what's going on. All the discussions which were part of the earlier panel, for example, about infrastructure and back office and stuff, no issuer really needs to know, wants to know about it. So there's lots of things that are clear, but there's lots of myths in terms of what's going on, how do we do it. Nobody is actually aware that an IPO is hard work.
But again, coming to from that perspective, so what is the incentive, the main incentive of the company to make an IPO, for example, or to be listed? Money?
It's a funny question because I've done IPOs for all sorts of different reasons. And some of them, as a banker, I would argue, make actually sense from a capital market perspective, and some of them not. I've done IPOs in the 1990s with people where literally they wanted to do an IPO in New York because the owner and chairman wanted to ring the bell. That was virtually really the main reason. Now we sold it differently to the market, and we found a reason to sell it to the market, but he could have done an IPO also in Europe. From a strictly theoretical perspective, you obviously do an IPO ideally to raise money for business development. You can do an IPO because an existing shareholder wants to exit, which normally only works over time because you can't exit in full at an IPO. Nobody will buy it because If you go out, why would we buy you? Yeah? So there's enormous amounts of different reasons. It's a question of what the business is. If the business is a retail business, it helps to be visible in the market. It helps to get employee commitment, because if you do employee programs and everybody in the morning sees where the stock goes and hopefully it goes up, that binds people more to the company. So there's numerous reasons financially, development perspective-wise, and it's always normally, in my experience, a couple of them that come together.
Yeah, I think I agree that money is not the only reason for making an IPO. So another reason could be PR and marketing. Another reason could be asset protection, not protection of the position, let's say, in the market. Because in some of the markets, it's, if you have, especially in countries where government or political elite can be quite can influence the businesses. So being a public company probably provide you some kind of a protection as well. Because you have not only one shareholder, which you can, let's say, convince in doing something, you have more kind of broader shareholders. So that can be another reason as well.
Absolutely. I've never come across that argument in Europe or in the US for an IPO. But in this environment, it's not unusual to have that on the table at some stage, that discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Radu, so I know that BVB, well, basically I know quite a lot about BVB, so, and I don't want to take your bread actually as a speaker. I know that BVB is doing a lot of things, and especially related both to investor side and to the issuer side, to the company side. And can you share with the audience your experience of building the capacity for the future IPOs? And that's the project which already lasts for years. No, it's...
Okay, push the button. So first of all, I would share what Stefan says before. It's a process. So growing, building a capital market, it's a process. It requires, of course, a certain level of maturity for both the companies and the investors. And what do we see in Eastern Europe and probably also in Asia? We see that process happening. If we look at Romania, we see, of course, a process of building trust with the entrepreneurs, making them believe in the fact that the market can support them. And there is a factor which helps in this process. We are now 34 years after the change in the regime and the starting of the market economy in Eastern Europe at least. So most of the mature companies in Eastern Europe were born 30 years ago, built at that time by people which were in their 30s, their 40s, and they are now closing to their first succession. And usually that first succession is the most critical point in the life of a company. History tells that 2 in 3 companies fail at this phase, when it's about passing the company from the first generation to the second. So it's about the local ecosystem having a solution for this challenge the local entrepreneurs are facing. Leaving that apart, I would say that the reason for going listing is more complex, as Stefan says. Companies in our markets, they are realizing that the capital market is not only about raising capital, that it's also about retaining employees. And if you look at the technology companies, that's more visible. The young people, in order to get them involved, to get them stable with your company, you have to offer them something more than a salary. It's about visibility. We all learn that building a company requires not only capital, requires also the market knowing you, the market seeing you, and the stock market, it's as a scene which makes you visible. So I would say it's a complex set of factors. We see the local market realizing that. We see the investors. If I look at the Romanian context, we see the investors looking and buying more and more local products, and it's again about positioning. If a local company is listed in the local market, it's perceived more as a local company, and the product becomes, at least in the last couple of years, more appealing for the local customer. So it's a complex of elements which are supporting the local capital markets.
Yeah, but let's talk about a little bit details. So there are two components. You said building trust. So how do you do that? So how to build the trust with the companies?
There are a lot of things. First of all, you have to know them. You have to be in the market. You have to be connected with the local entrepreneurs. For this area, it helps the good connection between the capital market and the banking sector. Because if we look at the first 20 years after the, I don't know, maybe till 2010, the main financing channel for the local economy was the banking. Yeah. And the entrepreneurs know and they get accustomed with their banks. So when their bank comes and offers them capital market solutions, that helps because that trust it's already there. So partnering with the banks and positioning the capital market as a complement for the banking sector, not as a competitor, that helps a lot. Second, especially in this part of the world, it's about the connection with the government. Because we are some kind of social animals, and we believe in the state as an underwriter. When the state supports a structure, that becomes more credible for the local ecosystem. So a good connection with the state, that means, I don't know, for example, a state using the capital markets to finance its needs, issuing bonds, raising capital from the local investor, that helps. It's easier for a local retail investor to get used with the capital market by investing first in bonds. So there are, for example, these two elements for building trust with the issuers. For the retail investors, I would say the same. It's about how do we communicate with them. It's about financial literacy. It's about making the information available to them. It's about talking in simple terms, not making too sophisticated what we are doing, not going forward with the message that, you know, investing in a capital market is a very complex thing, you have to study. Yeah. We have to make things simple.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, to complement to what you have been saying about bringing banks to the area where they can also be a partner with the stock exchange and to support development is also one of the cases which I would like to share with you is that's an Armenian case. What did central bank? Central bank, through decreasing the prudential standards for the banks who are attracting money in a debt instrument through issuing bonds, they reduced that. Through that, banks just calculated that attracting money through bonds is cheaper than through deposit. So from that perspective, they started to transform deposit holder to bond holders. And this brought a lot of, first of all, buzz in the deposit holder side. So those are the first round kind of investors who have money to invest. And secondly, on the second stages, already corporates are coming, and you can think about how to bring other instruments as well. And one more, just a question about when you are talking about succession and explaining to the issuers about succession planning. So are you threatening them?
No, it's not about threatening. No, we have to
because they believe that their children will do better than they, or at least on the same level.
I don't think so, Konstantin. From the experience we had, they are in many cases more aware than we are about the challenges they are facing.
Okay.
They know that their fortune is at stake. You know that what they have built in the last 20, 30 years, it's at stake. They know better than us that that's the main challenge for them going forward.
Good, good.
They're just looking for solutions, and our task is to show that what we are doing might be a solution for their problem.
Yeah. Michal, Warsaw Stock Exchange is considered as one of the biggest in Europe, and you have quite quite developed capital market. So, so can you share your experience from the Warsaw Exchange side perspective, how you have been challenging and how you have been overcoming this issue, which we have discussed, for the issue from the issuer side and from the investor side?
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you for invitation to the panel, and once again, congratulations to KASE on its 40-year anniversary. In fact, we, as Warsaw Stock Exchange, 2 years ago celebrated also our 30th anniversary, and this year we are celebrating our 13th year as a public company. So we know the pain of being a public company from autopsy. How did we did the route from being in 1991 a non-existent market to a developed market status in 2018 from FTSE Russell? It's definitely was a lot of hard work coming from an ex-communist country, but what really helped is a kind of a mass privatization in the 90s, where a lot of public state-owned companies were privatized. Also the second wave of privatization in the 2000s, and a pension reform. In fact, we had two pension reforms, so one in 1999, the second one in 2018. And the aim of the pension reform and basically the parameters allowed sufficient funding for the local capital market. Currently we have 800 companies on Warsaw Stock Exchange. 400 are on the main board. The second 400 are on the SME board. And what is I think in the past couple of years, because the pension reform and the privatization really finished in early 2010s, what we did as a market is we tried to create 5-year plans for the capital market and for the stock exchange itself. For instance, in 2019, we created a strategy with the help of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and it involved 90 initiatives across the whole value chain. And what I think is also interesting to mention is that when we became a public company in 2010, a lot of individual investors enrolled, around 400,000. But what it did and pushed the boards and the staff at the company is to develop on a yearly and a quarterly basis, and it really created an environment where from being just a cash trading venue in 2010, we moved to a very diversified holding. These derivatives, commodities, and new business lines. And if we have time, I'm happy to cover all of those. But just to mention the three projects we are currently working on is a new multi-asset trading platform to supplement all of our markets. It's also a digital freights operator. So we are trying to combine or go into the business of logistics and TV ad commercial exchange. So we are really trying to become not only a trading venue, but really Patrick Young covered a marketplace for various types of assets where we see there's a niche or there's a potential inefficiencies.
When you are talking about having TV, so this means you are going into, let's say, publicity sector, and so it requires kind of a professional approach for that. It's not only about just posting. I guess you are also very active in social media, right? I mean, Warsaw Stock Exchange.
So yeah, when you look up ads on your telephone with shoes, Google shows you more shoes. We want to do the same thing on the TV. When you watch an ad in Warsaw, you can have a Volkswagen ad, and when you add in Krakow, which is the second biggest city, you could have less Volvo. So it's a completely new market, completely new niche, and it's a technology project. It's our whole investments in technology is 50 million euros. And this project is around 80 million euros. And yeah, we are trying to cover a niche, a market niche, which is currently identified by us as a potential marketplace to not only work in Poland, but on other markets as well.
Yeah, yeah. Why I'm wondering, because usually, so actually we have developed a marketing toolkit for the member exchanges, for the regulators, etc. And when we get the feedback, many of the stakeholders of this project has been saying, so this is not our function. I mean, it's not a function of the stock exchange to promote capital market. I mean, to spend some money on the advertisement, for example, or these kind of things. As you said, this is quite interesting. I mean, you can hire Google, I mean, or you pay for advertisement over the internet and promote the market. That's a good thing. The problem there is that the issuers usually, well, not the issuers, the regulator or those who should spend the money are saying, so okay, you are going to promote, you cannot promote just the market. You are promoting, you should bring them examples. And when you have hundreds of companies listed, whom to promote, whom to advertise. So this is the challenges. I'm not saying that this is wrong. I think this is right for the exchange to be a leader there, because neither regulator nor, for example, other parties will take that as their function. Okay, thank you. We move on. Sergey, no.
And I think everyone knows the situation, what is happening in the region, and we all know what is happening in Eurasia, the things that are happening, and Moscow Stock Exchange. It used to be active before the sanctions, and Moscow Stock Exchange had many international investors, and many companies were interested in investing. And how are things now from the statistics point of view, and both trading indicators and capitalization? And I also wanted to find out, so did the structure change, and maybe investors or company, maybe something has changed? Yes, Konstantin, many thanks for the question. Well, first of all, I would like to say that as colleagues from Warsaw Stock Exchange, we have the new strategy until the year 2028, and we did approve this strategy not so long ago. And in our strategy, we were looking into, and one of the key points, one of the things that we will be doing during this time, we will be going deep and we will be expanding our markets as internal instruments, and we will be looking at it from the investor space point of view. And apart from that, we would like to make sure that our professional participants, banks and broker companies, we would like to make sure that they improve and increase their competence, and so they would come up with good offers to investors. And apart from that, we see that due to geopolitical changes, some of the investors, they decided to, basically stop working with us, and this category was replaced by the great deal of activity from our retail investors. And as of now, we have more than 29 million of people as clients. So I would say that every 1 out of 5 residents of the countries, they have this account. And we realize that moving forward, that the long-term strategy can be developed only by improving their level of financial literacy. And we wanted to make sure that the emittents, whether it's bonds or stocks, we wanted to make sure that they continually improve their offers. And we also would like to see them increasing their corporate culture. And as colleagues pointed out, when it comes to IPO and when it comes to issuing whatever type of financial asset, that brings a great deal of responsibility. And investors should create the strategy in such a way so they do not trick investors into questionable undertakings. So us, as a trading platform, not only do we make money for our stakeholders, the way we see our role, we are the ones who are educating the market participants. So we would like to improve the level of financial literacy. We would like to attract new issuers who would be attracting new funds to our markets. And this is everything that has to do from the strategical point of view. And apart from strategic possibility, the things that we see now, things that we can do thanks to developing of digital technology, we would like to make sure that our services and our products and products that are issued by our issuers, we would like to make sure that those products and services reach their final clients. So we would like to stay as close to retail client as possible. We would like to stay close to family offices, those who are in the process of accumulating their capital. So we would like, and again, on the same very basis, on the basis of computer technologies, we would like to develop the segment of financial assets, and we see great future in this segment. And apart from our classic instruments such as stocks or bonds, we see that and we think that this segment will give us a significant improvement when it comes to the volume and when it comes to the profits. And what we see now from the market structure point of view and from the volume of trading point of view, the volume has been growing steadily. So we increased our volume by 20% in comparison with the previous year, and 2021 was better than 2020 by around about 10%. And I've got the stats, and overall stock market grew threefold. And now the overall trading volume is 3 times more than the year 2022. And the same applies to the bond market. And derivative market grew by 50%. And this gives us an idea that the final client, that they do have capital and they would like to invest that capital, and in a very good sense of the word, that investors have a good risk appetite, and we are eager to offer various instruments, and all our strategy is aimed in such a way. So we would like to offer a diversified lines of instrument to our clients, and we would like to give emittents an opportunity to attract those funds. So in other words, you are utilizing that excess volume that used to go to Western companies, to put it in a simple way. And now this volume remains in the country, and you try to utilize that excess. Yes, I think that we're talking about a different capital structure, because Western investors that used to be on our market, those used to be either professional funds or hedge funds or trading firms. And I think by and large, those are intermediaries. And people we are talking about, we're saying that we have a significant volume of internal capital, and I'm talking about retail investors, and they are eager to look into long-term strategies that are measured by years or even by decades. So yes, thank you. And Aziz, and you represent the currency stock exchange of Uzbekistan, and for the most part, your activity revolves around currency-associated instruments. And first of all, if you could talk about, in general, what is happening in terms of volume, and I suppose the volume grew, because if we take a look at all the stories of the previous year in all the countries in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, in Armenia, the volume of currency operations grew significantly. And could you please tell us that apart from currency instruments, do you have something else that is associated with financial assets? Yes, thank you. And we never get tired from congratulating our colleagues with their anniversary. And first of all, I would like to start with the fact that the capital market in Uzbekistan is represented by two stock exchanges. So we've got the currency stock exchange and traditional stock exchange. And I can see my colleagues and everything that has to do with IPO. And I think my colleagues will give you that information in greater detail. When it comes to currency stock exchange, there are several markets. There is a currency market, there is money market, and there is also market for government-issued obligations, and there is a market of derivatives. And when it comes to the functions that we fulfill, as far as governmental assets are concerned, our stock exchange, it performs both trading and post-trading functions. So the depository function is done by us. And I would like to say that one more time. I would like to talk about our plans, and I would like to talk about the central depository. And as far as the volume is concerned, last year we finished at the level of $64 billion. And back then we had the growth, which was 1.7 times we grew. And we target the growth of 100 billion, and we already reached the level of 75 billion, and I think 75 million, and we will be able to make it. So the pace, the tempo is quite good. And how come we are able to maintain such a pace? Even we can talk about the repo market. And last year, I think we had $50 million if we were to look into equivalent. And now this figure has reached the level of 5 billion. And it took us a year. So there are indeed resources. It's important to work with instruments. It's important to work with the regulator. And as people already said here, it's important to work with market participants. It is important to receive some feedback from them. And based on that, we built our work. And our trading department, we turned it into front office. So they work with everyone. They work with participants and they work with our external counterparties. And based on that, we analyze all the business processes and we also come up with adjustments in our organizations. So Aziz, so when it comes to the market of governmentally issued bonds, so what is the structure? So who are participants? No. When it comes to the market of governmentally issued bonds, so we had holidays until 2018. So Ministry of Finance did not used to issue governmentally backed obligations. And right now this process is taking place. Ministry of Finance is issuing bonds, and we also have bonds issued by the central bank. And here we are reaching the point where, yes, and I wanted to say this, I wanted to say that we have adopted the document, and the head of our country has ordered us to further improve capital markets. So this is a large document, and we have a roadmap and everything else. And at this very stage, we do allow foreign investors. And we welcome foreign investors, and we wanted foreign investors to have access to governmentally issued bonds. So we've got the Institute of Primary Dealers, and right now we are working. And here I must say one more thing. Until 2025, we were given the functions that only the central bank of the country used to have. So opening accounts for foreign investors. And as a result,
so we do certain type of work in order for big banks, custodians could come into the market of the government or the state at our specialties. So prior to transferring to the next round of issues,
to engage the audience to our discussion. So actually, probably you have not noticed the QR code of if you are, so you can direct your questions to the panel. This is the QR code, so you can this is anonymous questions, so nobody come for you. you can direct your questions to the panelists. But before that, my question is to the audience. Please raise your hand, those who has ever invested in any securities in any country? And that's it? I mean, you are participating exchange forum, and that's not even a half. So I'm repeating in Russian. Поднимите руки те, кто как...
Please, I'm repeating this in Russian. If you ever invested in any specialties in any country of the world, raise your hand.
Well, we have a lot of work to do, you know? So if here in this room we have something like a half of the audience invested, so it's a matter of, I guess, not a financial literacy, something other. Promotion, TikTok, I guess no exchanges using TikTok, right, for promotion. Probably to use these kind of things for Generation Z. Okay, so moving forward. Now let's go to the cooperation kind of things. And usually there is a concept like when the exchanges in the region especially, they are cooperate or the markets are integrated with each other, that will bring more development to particular markets and to the regional in general. So Stefan, from the investors' perspective, for example, and the issuers, if you would like, do you think that will change something? I mean, if we are taking, for example, investors, do they increase their willingness to invest in capital market of, for example, region? If we are taking Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyz, etc. So if that will be one capital market or accessible market for them, whether that will increase their interest towards those markets? Your opinion.
It's interesting that you asked that the only banker on the panel and not the stock exchanges. I would generally say probably yes. But for a very specific reason, because I don't think, honestly, it makes any difference for the domestic investor, because they look on the domestic market. They look for domestic issues. They will know them, and often, in my experience, they have a higher level of comfort with them in the first place. So, you know, for them in a neighboring country or anything else, probably doesn't make a difference. They're either investing in the local market because they know the local issues and they're comfortable with it, or anyway, they go somewhere abroad, US, Europe, wherever. Where it does actually make a difference is on an international scale, because it's a question of visibility, it's a question of showing who you are and making it more attractive. It's a scale, but in my experience, I would not assume that is, you know, changing things overnight. It's still an education process. There's a difference in my experience, for example, in terms of understanding these countries in Central Asia in the London market. Kazakhstan started with IPOs. We did, 14, 16 years ago, a huge IPO. We spent enormous amounts of time on going to London market because that's where most of the emerging market institutional investors are sitting. And they're not necessarily sitting in the US or anywhere else. Every US account investing in emerging market is probably in London and invests out of London. So we spend a lot of time running around making Kazakhstan known to people, and people became familiar and comfortable over time. But it's still people in the political environment and the economic environment changing from, do we invest in emerging markets or not? If there was a perception of there is a couple of exchanges from a region making more activities, combined activities, I would certainly think that would help raising the awareness and at least over time also increasing attractiveness and activity.
Thank you. Radu, several years ago, an SE Link project has been launched. And where it is now, and what do you think? So what were the mission and what is the mission of that project, and basically what are the expectations at least?
The mission was very positive. It was connecting the markets, but I would like to stay very much with what Stefan used to say. You talk about local versus global. You talk about local products companies versus global products companies. Usually when we see investors moving from local to global, they move from local products and companies to global products and companies. We haven't seen that much, I know, investors moving from the local market into the regional market. And I would stay with the fact that, you know, somehow when you invest, you would like to know the companies and the products you are investing in. And somehow I think that it's about knowing better the products at the regional level. Once we are going to see companies entering from one market to another in the region, when the consumers become more accommodated with products coming from a neighboring country, they are going to be more open in investing. So I think that first of all, we have to start with better knowing each other, and I think that it's easier to start knowing the products we are doing, and after that starting to invest. I truly believe that the capital market, it's not only about capital, it's also about visibility, and I think that it's a big advantage for a company which wants to become a regional player, and for example, for those who are targeting the retail market, business to consumer type of business, to look for dual listing or to make accessible your shares, your stock to the regional investors. Because when you are accessible, your products, your shares, that helps support each other.
But I guess you are in line. I mean, you are complementing to what Stefan said regarding that locals will not go to the neighboring country, or not to the extent which is expected.
I wouldn't say so. I would put it a little bit differently. Again, you know, going into a neighboring country means buying a product which is made and sold there. But once the product which is made in the neighboring country starts being distributed regionally, it becomes somehow a local product. You start getting accommodated with that product. I'm thinking about, for example, Austrian banks operating in Eastern Europe, including Romania. We have Erste Bank, who's operating in Romania and who's also listed in Romania, so accessible to Romanian investors. So that improves the chances to have Romanian investors investing in your company when they know your business. When they see your brand, they can use your products.
Yeah, thank you. Michal, the Warsaw Stock Exchange has expanding its geography, and the recent acquisition was of Armenia Exchange. So from that perspective, what is your strategy when it comes to the either integration of the market or make it accessible, or why to buy, let's say, Armenian Exchange?
Thank you very much for the question. In fact, it's not the first acquisition which we did. Back in 2013, we bought a London-based MTF. Yeah, back in 2013, we bought the London-based MTF, and in 2019, we exited from during an IPO, so that was a successful acquisition and an exit. And in December 2022, yes, we bought a 65% share in the Armenian Stock Exchange, Securities Exchange and the depository, with the 25% remaining at the central bank. 10% of own shares still at the exchange. But yeah, we thought it's a very good way of expanding geographically, but also having an attractive asset. And from the 10 months of the cooperation, we are very satisfied, and I hear that our Armenian colleagues are also very satisfied with the cooperation. I think it brought mutual benefit on technology, on corporate governance, on anti-money laundering rules, and on educational initiatives. And I think we would be happy to report that this year would be a 100% double increase in revenues from 2022. I'm not saying it's all of our virtues, but it happens that it's a very good coincidence, and we are very satisfied with the cooperation. And what we are also trying to do, especially with EBRD, is to conduct 2 projects on a potential regional cooperation in Central and Eastern Europe and in Eastern Europe. And we hopefully there will be some fruits from that exercise, which is still on, I would say, a concept phase, but hopefully we can update you on the more on the developments as in next year.
Thank you. Sergey, вы отвечаете за...
Sergey, you're responsible for integrational processes of exchanges and capital markets. And to your opinion, so you definitely studied a lot of integrational models. Which model is the most efficient from your point of view when we talk about integration or cooperation, better to say, between capital markets? I would like to support Stefan's opinion and our colleagues that in order to suggesting, the shares by the emitters from other countries, it's important to have visibility. That's definitely true. At the first part, I'd said that the influence of the private investors had grown, especially in trades. The share had grown. In trade, the share had grown. But so we make a lot of effort to improve literacy, financial literacy. So within the framework of our activity, we have educational project. 3.5 million people had received some information. It was just the basic awareness, financial awareness program. And we understand that together with the issuers, financial structures of Central Asia, we are covered with the same cultural principles, language, because we were part of one country for many, many years. So in spite on the fact that we have more than 3,500 instruments at our exchange, our investors are still lacking national instruments. I mean, that's not enough, sorry. So they want to invest their capital into instruments of at least neighboring countries, or even further, so into global ones. So we do realize that the simplest, to our point of view, option of some cooperation is double listing, and colleagues had mentioned this. So if company, for example, is in top 5, top 10 of the country's economy or sector, it is visible to our Russian investors too. And it's quite simple to actually run such a cooperation. The next step or parallel step could be, or maybe, providing access of professional participants like brokers and banks to the capital markets. For example, Bank of Kazakhstan can come to our exchange and backwards. So with that, the cooperation and integration is possible by means of professional intermediates, so instruments. And the third step could be like some trade bridges like Hong Kong, Shanghai, with some distribution of specialization. The first sort of points or bullets, they were the simplest one. They're most straightforward. They just have to be properly regulated. And if the IT structure is ready or the risk management system is ready to accept clients. But I think that some of these things, some of the steps has been done. International investors can trade, or traders can trade at our markets, and we will continue to expand, and the foreign, specialties, they do exist at our market. So the bonds and shares are not yet listed, but we think that due to sort of need or demand for such instruments, all these things will be promoted too. Thank you very much. We have a question actually to Aziz in regard to your activity, which I will join with the question I wanted to ask. So this is the question: how can you get an access to the state specialties at a Republican currency exchange in Uzbek Republic? It's an interesting question. I talked before that there is a certain regulatory document being adopted, just a recent document, and all the procedures and all procedural issues are in the process of being developed. They are discussed with the regulators. It's a central bank and some other national agencies of prospective projects, and now we are defining certain stages of concurrence. So those of you who ask this question, I'm ready to meet with you, talk to you, not to take too much time from everybody else listening to our panel session, so we can discuss with you personally. Thank you very much. And the next question is to Sergey. How did you resolve the low liquidity issue? In Republic of Kazakhstan, it is... Oh, so it's Republic of Kazakhstan, actually. Sorry. Do we have anybody from Kazakhstan? We don't, unfortunately.
So what about...
So in terms of traders, liquidity is always lower, so it's not possible to cut the deal for the big volume. You have to just accept it. And I think that in any other stock exchange increases its liquidity by means of attracting wider class of investors, development of the most optimal or optimizing the programs for different instruments. And we are working very closely with the market. So we have more than 20 user committees in different areas at the stock exchange, and on a monthly basis we discuss with the professional community what should be done. All the important decisions at our stock market, which involves investors and professional issuers and participants, are concurred by the local community or by the professional community. So this communication, that's this magical instrument which improves liquidity. As for practical instruments and market maker programs and wideness of the investor community.
Time is 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We have finished our panel. Thank you so much.
Да, да. Нет. Университеты здесь.
Или Маргарите, или вам?
Это что? Все, давайте начинать. Уважаемые дамы и господа, здравствуйте. Я Андрей Цалюк, заместитель председателя правления Казахстанской фондовой биржи. И мне выпала честь...
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I have an honor to do an award ceremony which will happen in this room, in this audience. Daurientas Magometov will welcome. He's the head of the director on the work with the issuers and investors. This is the frontline department of the exchange. We have the whole range of nominations, but here we award personally people on one nomination, input into development of the Kazakhstan capital market and the Kazakhstan stock market. There are a lot of people, there will be a lot of people, so the procedure will be the following. We do understand that not all of the people are here. We do not have the whole list of people who are here or not, but I will name everybody because I want everyone to know that these people we consider people who made an achievement into development of the financial and the stock market of Kazakhstan. I would like to start from the president of Kazakhstani Stock Exchange. It used to be called Kazakhstani Interbank Currency Exchange. Zinullah Khalidulovich, please come to the front. He did a lot for financial market and especially for Kazakhstani stock exchange.
And apart from that, in this nomination, we would like to give an award to Mr. Zholdasbekov Azamat Mirzadanovich. As far as I know, he's not here present because he's been here 3 times and he's been the president of Stock Exchange 3 times. And Mr. Damidov Kadyrjan Kabdoshevich, we have already given an award to him, but we still remember his huge role that he played for the stock market and as a head of National Bank. Nukhushev Azamat Galimovich, someone who was at the beginning of the creation of the stock market, and it's hard to overestimate his role. Karasayev Damir Bulatovich, unfortunately he left the country, he's not here, but he is the youngest president of Kazakhstani Stock Exchange. He became the president when he was 24 and he did a lot of innovation, and especially the repo market and the market that gives us the major part of turnover, and Mr. Bertanov Yerzhai Amantayevich. So he also worked as a president of the stock exchange, and we would like to highlight his contribution. And also Smailov Alikhan Askanovich, the prime minister, and Derpeshna Olga Valentinovna, she's the deputy of the Senate of the parliament. And here we have the person who was from the very beginning of stock exchange, even before Kazakhstani Stock Exchange, Karagusova Gulzhaina Zhenpiisovna. So please, we would like to welcome you on this scene.
Мы хотели бы также отметить.
We wanted also to highlight the role of Akhmedov Rashid Saylanovich. He's not here, and he's the member of the Council of the Senate. Makizhanov Sultanbek Asenbekovich, he is a member of the parliament. Yespaev Dania Madievna, and she's a vice speaker of the parliament. And Mr. Takiev Madi Takeshevich, and Mr. Sagintayev Bakajan Abdirovich, he's a member of Eurasian Economic Commission, and Jamalova Amanjan, and so Makarevich, I beg your pardon, she's an ex-member of the parliament. And for sure, we would like to express our gratitude to Minister of the National Economy for the support of the market, and the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Yerulan Kazekovich Yelubayev, and also Kimbil Dauren Maratule. We congratulated him already. So there he is. And yes, but yeah, no ands, if or buts. So this is the Ministry of Finance. We thought he left, but he's still here with us. Gyusinbay Asanali Kanjigurli. So he is a director of governmental, and Shotayev Sultan Amirbekuli. He is the top manager of financial assets and of financial assets issued by the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So we would like to move to National Bank. Marchenko Grigory Alexandrovich, he was already here, so he came and he spent some time with us and we took some picture. Suleimenov Timur Maratovich, he was also here, and in his intervention, I think he supported Kazakhstani Stock Exchange, and he also expressed his support for financial market, and he voiced many interesting things. Moldabekova Aliya Mirbekovna, she's the deputy, and we Sholpankulov Berik Sholpankulovich, I think he's still here with us in this very hall. Or no, he is not here because we had information according to which he was supposed to be here. Tutushkin Mikhail Alexeyevich, Magombekov Akazhan Malikovich, and we also have Mr. Serdyuk Ivan Vyacheslavovich. We have already given him an award. Tursulkhanov Nurjan Askerovich, he's director of DMO. Akishev Daniar Talgatovich, so he's not here with us, unfortunately. However, yes, you know that he also contributed a lot into market development as a chairman of the national, Zhandosov Oraz Galevich. He was supposed to be here with us, but 15 minutes ago he communicated to us that he would not be able to be with us. Saigenov Almar Galimulaevich, I would like to invite him. So he is one of the heads of the National Bank. And another remarkable figure, Bulat Bitakhmetovich Zhamishev. Let's give him a very warm round of applause. Unfortunately, he is not here with us. We wanted to highlight him. Dosaev Yerbulat Askarbekovich, he is a mayor of the city of Almaty. He used to be a head of National Bank. Smolikov Andrei Alexandrovich, and us as SOPA, we would like to highlight his role when it comes to developing financial market. Galina Tulibekova, she's an ex-chairperson of National Bank. Dulenova Era Sagentayevna, she's a director for operational accounting. She's not here. Kabaev Gazis Maratovich. And Iksatov Akjal Ramazanovich. So no representatives here. Nurgazin Nurjan Janatovich. Mr. Kim Alexander Anatolievich, Mr. Baymukhanov Jainar Seyjanovich, he is a Deputy Department for Operational Matters, Beknazarov Kuanesh Adiljanovich, and Niyazova Dinara Asanovna. And they are not here, and we do have an award for National Bank for the development. Do we have here representatives of National Bank, someone who would be able to receive this reward? All right, they're not here, so we shall bring the reward to them. So moving forward, we've got agency on financial regulation, and we did present the award to Abdrasinova Madina Abukasimova. Mr. Abdrahmanov Almas was not here. Hajieva Maria Jamalovna, I think, yes, I think she's not here, but we already gave an award. Keizatov Ovzhar Tuligenovich, Filimonova Yelena Anatolievna, and Zhumabayeva Zhora Sadvakasovna. Miss Govorukhina Yelena Viktorovna, yes, she's here with us. This is good. And we would like to give to Yelena Viktorovna as for Agency for Financial Compliance, so IVERA, and personally, we would like to congratulate her. And moving forward, we would like to express our gratitude to Devletbak Aydin Devlet Kunuloy. So Aydin, so he has been working for a stock exchange. We know him well, and these days he works for an agency. And Ms. Gabasova Galia Ruslanovna. So she's the leading specialist for developing of the market of financial securities. And Yesentayeva Ravshan Utiligenovna. So RFR, they are represented at our forum. Roshan also used to work for the stock exchange. We know her very well. Bederek Makpal Janat Kaze. And Ederek, she's the deputy of the Department for Financial Security of the Departments for Financial Securities. And Makpal also used to work for the stock exchange, so many people contributed not only to developing Kazakhstani stock market, but also to developing the equity market. So Bekova Denira Alimantayevna. So she's not here with us. So let's give her a very warm round of applause. And I would like to invite to this very scene Mr. Kurmanov Janar Baystanovich. He's a head and he is a member of the board of National Pension Fund. He used to be the head of the members of the board, and he contributed a lot to the development of our stock exchange. We know him very well. So a huge role when it comes to developing of our markets, and in recent times and during all those 30 years, a major role is being played by the Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan and members of the council, the chairperson of the council, Bakhmutova Yelena Leonidovna. She contributed a lot to the development of financial markets, and we would like to express our gratitude to Mr. Akhanov Serik Ahmedjanovich. Unfortunately, he's not here with us, and he is the member of the board, and I hope that Rilan Orabayev is here. He's a managing director, so yes, he's here, and he has been working for AFK. He's a very good specialist in all matters, and we cooperate with him very often, regularly. And I also would like to highlight the first deputy of the council, Ms. Kushnareva Yelena Alexandrovna. So we would like to ask you to come to the scene. And the leading expert for insurance sector, Zhubaniyazova Aynur Gazizovna. Is she here? Yes, I think Aynur is here with us. And I cannot miss, and the stock exchange cannot also mention, I should express my gratitude to the Council of Directors of Kazakhstani Stock Exchange. Many of them contributed a lot. Mr. Abdurazakov Eldar Savyetovich, so he is not here. Mr. Dronin Alexander Volodymyrovich. Mr. Yelemesov Askar Rovshanuli. So the person has been working on stock exchange for a long while. And also representatives of the board of Moscow Stock Exchange, because they are our strategic partner, Mr. Maric Igor Leonidovich, and the representative of the board of National Clearing Center. Mr. Tashmetov Merlan Saparbekovich, he's an independent director of Clearing Center of KASE. He's been the member of the board and he has been working for the stock exchange. Mr. Salimov Yertai Ismailovich, yes, Mr. Yertai Ismailovich, yes, I think he left, so we did not have. Mr. Doron Israel, an independent director of KASE, so Doron is not here. And Jan Williams, he is also an independent director of KASE. And I would like to give the floor to my colleague, so we shall exchange our roles. Good days, colleagues. Good evening, colleagues. We will move forward with the reward ceremony. Our strategic partner, Andrei Yurievich Moex, Mr. Denisov Oleg Yurievich. And Mr. Shvetsov, Sergei Anatolievich. So please, welcome to the scene. So we would like to invite to this very scene Mr. Afanasyev Oleg Konstantinovich. Mr. Zheleznov Artyom Sergeyevich. So he's not here, he's absent. Danov Sergey Vladimirovich. So is he here, hopefully? Miss Slobodchikova Natalia Ivanovna. So let's continue. Mr. Ilyin Andrew Vasilievich. Loginov Andrei Andreevich. Shlepko Alexander Anatolyevich. Gusev Alexander Gennadievich. He is not here. Paushkin Ivan Gennadievich. Mishirikova Galina Anatolyevna. Vashuk Mikhail Igorovich. And the next on our list, so this is the central depository, Muhamedjanov Adil Nurlanovich, the member, chairman of the board.
Medeu Yedil Akhmetkalole, deputy chair of the board. Grishko Mikhail Valerievich. Shatanov Alan Altayevich. Kapyshev Bakhirjan Kapdeshevich. Garyushina Natalia Sergeyevna. Дуркибаева Айна Эдигеновна.
Они же так и говорят.
Куйведа Сергей Геннадьевич. Михайленко Наталья Ивановна. Станкулова Лейла Амангосовна. Katlerova Olga Alexandrovna. So next organization in our list of partners is the National Payment Corporation of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So we invite Dadashev Yusuf Jahangir Ismailovich. Затыльный Иван Сергеевич. So we continue. Mikhailova Natalia, Bank of New York. Kotov Sergey. JP Morgan Company, Исимбаева Асель. International Financial Corporation, AFC, Benjamin Yekaterina. Абдуманапова Далята Романовна. Жанузакова Мадина. We don't have representatives of AFC. Asian Bank of Development. Манатбеков Нариман Талабекович. Jonathan Grosvenor. Seabone Company, Lялин Сергей Владимирович. Comes Тимирбаев Данияр. Now we have personal nominations. Tazbulat Daygul Nursainovna, Independent Director of Board Member Akapetegia Bank. Please give ahead, but we don't have her. Osmanov Janasul Bigalevich, Information Accounting Center. So we apologize for a little delay. Koshkimbaev Sapar Baisahanovich. Kazabayev Aidar Valentayevich. I've seen him today. He's supposed to be here. Aidosov Nurdaulet Galimovich. Mamazhanov Adil Askarovich. I've seen him today too. Kovalenko Victor Ernst & Young. He's not here. Kalabin Vasily PricewaterhouseCoopers. So we just have few people we have to award. We are changing, with my colleague, but you are sitting here, all the time. So we apologize. So now I would like to express my gratitude to educational institutions. The thing is that the Kazakhstan stock exchange for about 10-12 years we are traveling along the country, and in the past it used to be called KASE Day, it's KASE Fest, and we normally organize these events at the universities, and I would like to invite a representative of the Kazakh National University in the honor of Al-Farabi to come here. We don't have him? So KIMEP University. Suleiman Demirel University. Non-financial sector. International University of Business and the honor of Sagadiev. Please, representative, we invite you. Kazakhstani National Agrarian Research University. No representatives, we do? No. Kainar Academy. Caspian Public University. Almaty Management University, Almayu. Kazakhstani National Research Technical University in the honor of Satpayev. And we are now gonna award media representatives. A national branding agency, Kazakhstanika, has a special place. He left? Did he leave? He's not here. He's here! Kazakhstanika agency did not only do annual reports, but the book, which was just taken by everybody at the reception, at the registration, how Future was created, was done by this company. The main author of this book, Sergei Vahov, he is the staff member of the Kazakhstanik agency. Now, media companies, media holding Atameken business. They are recording our event. We are cooperating with it for a long time. Please, representatives. So they were recording us and they're not here. Come on, camera people, please come here. Informational Center, Kazakhstan Press Club. Honestly speaking, when I saw you on this nomination, I was surprised you're not at the nomination of financial experts. Okay, so publishing house про деньги. And of course, Business FM. Each morning on Monday, we hear the voice of this person. I worked a lot of, we were on air with them for a long time. Thank you very much. Кастак. Valentina, please come to the stage. It's a veteran of financial journalism. Internet Paltarnur. LSMKZ. No representatives, unfortunately, and of course, Khabar Agency, Khabar 24. Forbes Money KZ. Forbes Money KZ. Information Agency Interfax. Republican newspaper Kazakhstani Pravda. Center of Business Journalism, Biz Media. Urinfo Company, Zakon KZ, and LLC Kronos Asia. That's a business journal, Kazakhstan. Republican Journal, Egemen, Kazakhstan. Capital. Cursive. Known publishing house, he became very analytical. I was told that not Forbes Money, but Forbes KZ. Do we have representatives of Forbes? Do we have Forbes representative? Do you represent Forbes? Forbes KZ. Okay. Anyways, I can take it and pass it to them. So total KZ. Do we have representatives? Public Political Association, Bloomberg News. Effective Media List. Tenge News, sorry. Back KZ. KASE Content. Publishing House Жена Exclusive. And Business Kazakhstan. Now we would like to express special gratitude not only to media, but to the journalists. The thing is that the journalists who made a special input into development of financial market, there are very few of them, and to our opinion, they worth a lot of. It's a very difficult profession. And you cannot go and learn to be a financial journalist. And I would like to start from Asyel Adilivna Karaulova, the chair of Press Club. She is unchangeable, sort of unchangeable IPO guide or accompanying all our IPOs. Okay, so Asyel said that she's not a journalist, she's a consultant. True, it's Press Club. It's true, their consulting, all consulting come from her. We do receive consultations from her. I'd like to invite again financial representative for Kazakhstan, Petisheva, Tatiana Vitalyevna, my partner. I made 58, I aired, 58 times for this person. Vladimirskaya Valentina, she is the correspondent from Kazakh. Ибраева Айгуль Жаксимбиевна. We can pass it to her. Тастамбекова Камила Конбековна.
Это корреспондент Хабар 24.
Хабар 24. Sarsenova Miruyert Sanatovna, correspondent from Capital KZ. She's not here. Faminskih Olga Alexandrovna. Rice Altanay Ябол-Кызы. Тарибаева Мадия Кинесовна. Maksutov Rustam Timirkhanovich, General Director of Rustam, please. Kargalinova Aynur Sisingalina, the Chief Director of LSMKZ. Ledovskih Irina. She didn't come. Danskih Alevtina Alexandrovna. We would really love to award our long-term relationship, their books on the financial market, her interviews. We have cycles called the Stories and Faces. It's a wonderful thing, For the 25th anniversary, we recorded a lot of people, thanks to Alevtina, and we will continue it a little bit for our 30th anniversary. Saginbekova Asyl Usalullanovich. Varshatskaya Kristina Anatolievna. It's a deputy, Atameken business. Maybe somebody can receive it on her behalf and then pass it to her. and of course Shumaeva Serikpekovna. We cooperated with her. She was in charge of PR exchange, and the movie you're gonna see in the nearest future, she made a great input into it. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we complete our award ceremony. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for staying with us till the end. We congratulate everyone with this 30 years anniversary of our national currency, 30 years of our national currency, and tomorrow Kazakhstan Stock Exchange will have its birthday. So thank you very much. Thank you for your cooperation.